In the R12 district, as I said, your maximum height for a wall, when used for creating grading, used for a grade plane, may only be 3 feet. The ZEO has always taken the position that
Okay.
regardless of how far from the structure a wall may be constructed, it still must maintain the maximum or be
Right.
limited to the maximum height in the zone. And so
Anything
very
else,
carefully
Mr.
we did that.
Mr. McRae?
Yeah,
I'm sorry, we
as
don't need
part
to
of
hear about the ZEO. Go
part
ahead.
of subdivision, um, the original had two easements for ingress egress,
There was an
X and
there was
Y.
an right. There was an
Okay,
you
go
finished.
ahead.
There
Go
was an
ahead.
easement for a cross easement for driveway and an easement for utilities. So we've eliminated the need for the utilities, and we've eliminated the need for the easement for the driveway.
Mhm.
Okay, so in a sense, staff, the map would have to be refiled, indicating that those have been negated.
The attorney would do those; they would be eliminated. They're shown on the map. We can certainly file an amended map eliminating, making it clear that they were eliminated. There would also be a deed, prepared by the attorney to document that chain of title.
Okay.
All right, anybody else? Or did you have something else, Mr. McRae? I'm sorry.
Not at this time.
Okay, anybody else have any questions? Ms. Jenkins?
Yes, Mr. DeAndrea, just humor me for a minute. Currently, as I understand it, there's a 9-foot drop from the street to the existing garage door. Is that correct? That's what I have in my notes from one.
You're correct in that. Yes, from the edge of the existing driveway, elevation 83, it drops down to an elevation of about 76.5 on the existing dwelling to be preserved on parcel A.
So in the course of constructing your new driveway, don't you have to fill in from the street level down to the 85 feet? You're going to level that grade at that point on your property?
The plan shows that we will hold the elevation at the street and basically go level to the proposed garage extension out the front and to the east side of the existing dwelling to be preserved. There will be a slope leading down to the common boundary between parcel A and parcel B.
So that's
yes,
fill.
you are correct. There will be filling. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, my question was really how much additional kind of change of material is going to be.
That's a good question. And so when
Thank
you
you.
look at the end of the access way into parcel B, the existing or proposed existing grade, let's call it existing grade of 79.5. The top of the curb would be 80 and the top of the wall would be 83. So we only have a 3-foot fill at that location. And similarly, as you move northerly on the lot, the amount of fill behind the wall will be limited to 3 feet. There will be a slope up to the existing home that's going to be preserved.
Okay. Thank you.
Anybody else? Anybody else have any questions? Not at this time. I had a question for you, Mr. DeAndrea. It was I'm not sure I did respond through staff to an email you had sent in, and I don't know if you did receive it. Listening to the recording of the hearing in 2017 and going over the staff comments, it was a great pleasure, by the way, to hear Ms. DeLuca again. No offense, Patrick. We are very happy to have you with us as planning director. But listening to her, the concern that she and the commission expressed was one of the disturbance of the overall site, the regrading, the fill, and the disturbance, and that was what had been giving pause. At that time, you argued that the common driveway that was being proposed without a need for any variances would actually entail less overall disturbance and was therefore a better fit with the goals. And it was DPW had been raising this issue of the disturbance, the cut and fill. as well as, of course, the subdivision regulations also touch on it.
One of the.
Could you
Go ahead.
comment before the question's coming? My apologies. So
all
with
right.
all that background, the question is, your application now increases the impervious. It also increases the cut and fill from what you've described to Ms. Jenkins. How is that more consistent? This is where the commission was stuck before. ZBA seemed to inquire. How is that more consistent with the town's goals in the subdivision regulations?
Well, first up, I would respond saying, I don't think in any way, shape, or form that a comparative increase of 221 square feet on a property of 39,000 square feet is in any way significant. Therefore, at the time, as I keep repeating, the owner at that time thought it would behoove him to get out quickly and leave the house the way it was.
I'm sorry,
It was-
Mr. DeAndrea. The reason I don't respond to that comment is that's not what you said on the record when this was originally heard, and we have to amend what was originally heard. So what you said on the record was that the single driveway was a better approach to the subdivision, and this is, so
I don't have-
if you say that the previous owner was careless and in a hurry, it's not what you represented then. What you represented then was that this was a sounder approach because it was less work on the slopes and less cut and fill. So
Right.
I'm asking you to clarify again, what has evolved in the thinking that in spite of the greater cut and fill, this is really a better approach?
Right. I don't have the transcript in front of me, so I can't agree or disagree with your paraphrasing of what I might have said. However, at that time, utilizing the existing driveway and attempting or continuing to utilize a single car garage under a dwelling to satisfy the preference of the applicant at that time, it seemed to be an accommodation and an appropriate approach at that time. Right now, by designing the way we have, with a driveway entering the first floor of the house that we're preserving, that is a good design program, and the nominal increase that I've documented for you.
I'm sorry, you just froze?
I am trying to get back.
Okay, you're good now.
Okay,
So the
well, you can hear
nominal
me anyway.
increase,
You
yeah,
can hear
the
me. So,
nominal increase that you've documented for us.
right. So I think I've documented the fact that the increase is de minimis over the area of the property. The fact that we're saving open space in two areas of the property, and we're minimizing the impact on developing on parcel A. Keep in mind, parcel B is done. Everyone took a close look at it and they approved it. That's off the table right now, if I may. So the proposal we're making, by reducing the percentage of coverage on parcel A significantly, whether or not there's a slight increase in coverage in a theoretical and empirical sense, I don't think is significant. So I
And
think
how
what
many
you've been
how many yards of cut and fill are you expecting to need in addition to the wall?
how many yards are we proposing to do? I have not quantified that, Madam Chair.
Okay,
And I don't think that
Right.
that's significant here, if I may. Because
right.
what we're getting out of this proposal is a development that's consistent with the development in the neighborhood. It's consistent with our POCD. It's been approved for drainage. It's been approved by the Wetlands Agency. There's no reason to think that this is not a better plan than a shared driveway to a single car garage under an old home that was built somewhere around 1950.
Okay, thank you, Mr. DeAndrea. Does anybody
you.
else on the commission have any questions?
Not at the moment.
All right, I'm going to turn to the public for comment if there's no objection. We have one person with their hand up. If anybody else wishes to speak at this for this application at 30 and 32 Crescent, please note it is an amendment to a subdivision that was previously approved. The first speaker is Mr. Paralkar, and I am going to promote you. And we have a second speaker after that, Christian Stevens, who will follow Mr. Paralkar. Mr. Paralkar, if you to try to keep your comments to under 3 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, committee again. Thank you so much for affording me this opportunity to comment. I'll definitely try to keep it to 3 minutes or less, but there are a lot of important and strong comments that I have to raise, particularly looking at respect to Mr. DeAndrea's resubmission of the material. I would like to share screen if that's okay.
Patrick, may you do that?
Mr. Peralta, before you start, can you give us a sense of which property is yours?
My property is on the east. It is 19 Peters Road. And I can see the clock counting down.
It stopped.
Okay.
And we're just going to try to keep you there. All right. Go ahead, sir.
Just confirming if everyone can see this Word file in front of me, which says objection for proposed changes. If you can, see my screen.
Yes, we can.
Okay. So there are about 7 points I want to make on this, hopefully within the time limit. One, the very first one is lack of necessary changes. And this is the existing view of this site, right? So this is the original driveway, which was going to be shared with both parties. And on Mr. DeAndrea's application, he has shown us multiple times about what they're trying to do with this particular subdivision. And I think one of the biggest point I want to demonstrate here is on this lot, including the application and everybody's comments on here. We keep calling this a driveway addition. And if I may quote Obi-Wan, these are not the droids you want to see. The real, the real intent here is commercially driven by the developer. And that is the addition of this garage in front. There is this extra coverage at the back and this extra coverage in the front door, and the conversion of that original two-car garage driveway. That also is the original intent, right? So what you will see here is this entire area that is going to be filled. I don't know how he comes up with 3 feet, but 3 feet is just the wall. This is substantial backfill that will have to level through to that first floor, and completely changes the character. And so none of this is necessary. This is a choice. This is a commercial-minded choice made by the developer to increase the square footage and make more money, right? So as far as better plan, this isn't any better than what currently exists, right? On the second sheet, on the second point, I want to mention, misrepresenting facts really.
Be careful with this. Be careful with what you say, because just say that there's been a lack of clarity. Just be careful that what you say is not negative about another party. So just
in the last hearing, I think 15 days from now, at least 5 or 6 times, the applicant had mentioned that the new area actually nets 0 addition of impervious area, and that is absolutely not true. Now that we have, in fact, after my objection, we've had to ask them for those details. We realize that at least in their calculation, they are adding. Again, I'm sorry, they're adding about 350 square feet of extra impervious impervious area essentially on that plan. Not only that, I'm going to actually skip over some of these.
Yes, thank you.
Bad practices, and I want to talk about the current effective frame on this property, and this is current with the current plan, right? And that
Yes.
shows, and as of Friday, these are photographs for what has been leak signs on the 19 Peters Road side. This is a small wall that retains an extension to 19 Peters Road. And if I may just show you a few more photographs on here to demonstrate the effect that is coming through. This is after 2.5 hours of rain in the morning. So I'm sorry, 2.25 inches of rain, right? In that time. This is not a century flood. This is not a 25-year flood. In fact, this wasn't even the whole weekend. This was only in the morning that we had seen, right? And most of this was yet to
Okay.
come after
We
10
knew,
a.m.
we know what the weather was like. Keep going.
Right. And so that has caused enough water retention on this side. I'm sorry, on this side of 19 Peters Road. You can see the formidable area over here. There is water collection on this side. Again, more water collection on this side, which this is somehow not providing adequate coverage. What I'm trying to get to is what we are about to do is going to add more impervious area. And that I want to demonstrate by first pointing out that this is done with what they call porous asphalt. And there is multiple times this has been debunked that it's completely ineffective. Porous asphalt is not effective. There is multiple issues with it getting blocked. And in some cases, there's a lot of literature here, by the way. In some cases, being blocked as soon as a couple of months, right? Clogging is, if I may quote, clogging is one of the biggest issue due to high surface area. So very soon, that coverage of extra 350 feet, and if I look at for an R12 and the front clearance of 35 feet, that driveway will add about 2,000 square feet of impervious area very, very soon, because this is going to be ineffective as a permeable membrane, right? And what is happening, the damage is happening now. So imagine when even Sandy or Ida or anything else comes through, most of this damage is happening downstream, and no study has been done, not in 2017, not now, by the IWWA or any other agency to study the impact on 19 Peters Road.
Can you cut to the key points that you want to make now?
The biggest key point is the damage is actually not on these lots. The damage gets done on 19 Peters Road. The requirements here outlined by DPW is that the maintenance requirements are actually to be done frequently, and the damage, once sold by this developer, who is a commercial entity, there is no alignment of interest to actually remedy or maintain these lots, and that onus is then taken up. I mean, it's felt by 19 Peters Road. This is an existential threat to 19 Peters Road, and this cannot be approved. And I'm honestly a little horrified that this is what it has come to. But I believe 2017 should not have been approved. But even now, this is only going to damage or endanger existence of 19 Peters Road assets enormously. Thank you. But I do want to mention one more thing, Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
Is
yes, sir.
The town, and this is extremely important because I think the town opens up the chances of future claims or litigation if these get approved. And now that I'm bringing these points up on record, because the town has no enforceability for their own recommendations of maintenance and inspections, that these decisions cannot be made in light of how endangered that 19 Peters Road property becomes.
Okay.
Right.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Peralkar, if you would kindly email all of this material to Patrick so he can put it in the public record. Do you have his email address? I believe
Madam
you do.
Chair, I do. Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Ms. Stevens, I've been trying to promote you. I'm going to try one more time. Kristen Stevens, if you wish to speak on this application, if you would try this. I'm allowing you to speak. Will you? This is it. Ma'am? I'm not sure she's at her computer anymore. Kristen Stevens? She's declining to join. Patrick, it won't let me allow her to talk. Can you try that? There it goes, right? Or she lowered her hand. Okay. Does anybody on the commission have any more comments or questions?
I have a question
Yeah.
for Mr. DeAndrea.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. DeAndrea, do we know if the drainage systems for the parcel B are complete and operating, or is it still under construction?
The drainage systems are not completely connected. As I mentioned earlier, this week, they installed the galleries. Now they're working toward the final connections. Mr. Pelikar presented some photographs that are actually not accurate. There have been some changes. For example, he showed one with a vertical black pipe with pipes going into it. That was a temporary installation. It's now been replaced with the design manhole that we had called for, things like that. Point to make in response to Mr. Pelikar was that 19 Peters Road is at the bottom of a slope. Whether or not there's new construction on this property, water will still flow toward that property. Our obligation, which was verified, confirmed, and condoned, if you will, is to retain all of the runoff for a 25-year storm. We have large capacity galleries, large capacity reservoirs under the permeable pavement. To malign the permeable pavement, there have been hundreds and hundreds of installations in this town that have worked very effectively, designed by many different engineering firms. One of those that you're all familiar with is over here at the Historical Society in Bush Holly House, so-called. The entire parking lot is permeable pavement. I didn't design it, but it works very well. So there's
Okay.
plenty of proof that they work well, and maintenance is not a problem.
One last question. As part of the subdivision, the driveway proposal has a drainage structure underneath, and the outfall actually crosses over to the other property to splash pad.
Yes, sir. There is a
So that's an
Um,
easement.
combined
so-
effort for that. We have not
So that-
eliminated the
so that's in-
drainage
that-
easement.
Okay, so that easement's going to remain. Thank you,
Correct.
Mr. McRae, for pointing
Yes,
that out.
sir.
Anything else, Mr. McRae?
No, not at this time.
Anybody else from the commission wish to ask any questions? Okay, Mr. DeAndrea, did you wish to see if we want to close this application, or would you like an opportunity to review the 2017 records and transcript? I'm sorry, recording.
I think that our record stands as it is. We have developed a plan that is totally compliant with all applicable regulations of the town of Greenwich and the plan of conservation and development. We're not creating a new lot here. You've already approved the lot. We're presenting to you for your consideration a better plan, which involves apparently a modification of a prior approval because you hadn't anticipated that a new owner might think that a different design was appropriate. So while yesterday you said that this wasn't a site
So-
plan, but I think you are, in
No, sir.
essence,
No,
reviewing
sir,
a site
we
plan.
are not reviewing a site plan. We are amending a subdivision, and that is
Correct.
it,
But
sir. Now,
in-
second, the fact that this is a better layout for the owner is not the consideration here. This has to be a better subdivision in terms of the subdivision regulations. And if it's a better plan because doesn't have cross easements, or it's more convenient in the end for the owner, that is not the goal of the community when it considers manipulation of steep slope and cut and fill. And that's really what we keep coming back to, having had a concern with this original subdivision. Is this a better subdivision plan? And you are saying it is for these reasons that you've stated.
Yes.
So you're ready to. Okay, so does anybody object to closing this application
Just
on the
a
commission?
quick question. So in weighing that issue of a better subdivision,
Mm-hmm.
the grading is an issue, but would be having two separate driveways and no cross easements for driveway access be part of that better subdivision issue?
Well, the question would be, that makes the subdivision better in terms of an administration of it. The subdivision regulations address steep slopes and cut and fill. They don't mention the elimination of easements as a goal. So that's why I've pressed Mr. DeAndrea on that topic. I'm trying to get to how this is more compliant. Patrick, do you have any comments on how I'm looking at this in terms of the analysis of the regulations?
Yeah, I mean, the common driveway, it has to be tied to something in the subdivision regulations, right? And to divide them up or to consider an alternative, it would either have to be not an issue or a better solution, given the circumstances that are before the commission. And again, those are orderly development of lots, minimal site disturbance or limiting site disturbance over what's necessary to develop the lots, the drainage related to those things. I know that the neighbors are experiencing issues right now. I think Mr. DeAndrea has explained that the project is in process.
Right.
While there may be problems with the soil erosion controls in the interim, the executed plan should not create those problems. So,
Right.
Those are the facts that I think are germane to the subdivision discussion.
Okay, doke. So does anybody object to closing this application at this time? Again,
I'm sorry, I'll just ask one more question now.
yes, sir.
We've been talking about the same issues for quite a while. I just wanted to know, was there any discussion about adding any landscaping as a result of this?
So this is an interesting, I'm going to answer a piece of this and then let Mr. DeAndrea. He has not. So one of the things that's fascinating about the 2017 transcript, which I've listened to, the recording, which I've listened to, I think 3 times now, is that a robust landscaping plan was included at the time, specifically because of the steep slopes and the walls and the retaining walls. This was right after our regulations changed, eliminating the 5-foot walls and allowing 3, but the application got in before that change, so they were able to use 5-foot walls, which Mr. DeAndrea on the record at that time says was beneficial to them. And so they did do extensive landscaping, which should be on the actual subdivision filing, as Mr. Maitland requested then. There is a lot of landscaping. And they also graded down, the open space is divided in 2 sections, and they graded down to the open space in the front, which they protected as it's really a ravine. I don't know any other way of calling it that at the front. By putting that open space in the front, they protected the very steepest part. And Mr. Maitland's on record saying they protected the very steepest part of the site by putting the open space there.
I'm sorry for for this late inquiry, because we did discuss this, but I just wanted to.
Yeah,
I'm not in front. I'm not looking at that plan at the moment. I just wanted to make sure, but the fact that a robust plan was in place, that was prior to this amendment.
Yeah,
so
do you
the
know,
question
Patrick?
What issue is Patrick might be able
No,
to.
what I want to ask Patrick is that we looked at yesterday of what's been planted. Did those went into the record, right?
You have to ask that question again, Madam Chair. I'm not sure I heard the whole
The
sentence.
photos that
Yes.
they're in the record.
Yes.
Okay.
May I
So-
comment, Madam Chair?
Well,
yeah.
I would ask Mr. DeAndrea, right? I was going to ask Mr. DeAndrea to tell us where the status is of the landscaping plans. If they're in the record as part of the decision, they'll have to be installed per the plan before any permits are closed out and the COs are issued. So
Hold on just a second, because I'm gonna go ahead. I'm not sure, Mr. Levy. So here is the garage this is the existing garage, and instead the new driveway is going to go into the ground floor instead of to the basement. So that existing stone wall gets eliminated. This is the landscaping that was installed into the retaining walls, and it looks to me like some planting was also done along, this is the open space in the front. And you see also some arborvitae along the garage. Additional landscaping in the back. Additional landscaping that's already gone in along the retaining walls. And this is again, a view of that with the landscaping, and then we're back to the garage. So that was all of the photos, including wedding photos. Okay, so
So
TMI. So
now that
we-
there's two curb cuts, it changes the curb view of the property, and there's just more exposed to the street. So I just wanted to get.
Well, yeah, but the biggest question is, if you listen to that transcript, and this is what I've been struggling with the whole time, trying to get to a good answer. And the question is, when you listen and you read the staff comments from the first time, the concern they kept raising is working with the steep terrain. Okay, are you good, Mr. Levy? So we could,
Yes,
okay.
thank you.
So does anybody object? And again, seated on this application is Wells for McRae, Lowe, Levy, and Jenkins for Yeski and Albin. Does anybody object to closing this application at this time, as Mr. DeAndrea has requested?
Oh,
All righty. Therefore, I would entertain a motion.
I'd like to
Or
make-
wait, before we do a motion, does anybody want to talk about this quickly? Or do you want to just hear the motion and then discuss it?
Mary, I think, was going to say something.
Okay, Mary, go ahead.
Motion is Crescent Road LLC, application PLPZ 2023-00293 for a final subdivision to amend a previously approved final subdivision, PLPZ 2017-00357, in order to allow for construction of separate driveways on two parcels, parcel A and parcel B, where parcel A totals 13,406 square feet and parcel B totals 13,106 square feet, 12,000 square feet for zoning purposes, and two open space parcels of 3,094 square feet, parcel P1, and 2,592 square feet, parcel P2, located at 3032 Crescent Road in the R12 zone. Whereas the commission approved a prior two-lot subdivision with two open space parcels under PLPZ 2017-00357, which showed a shared driveway for development of the properties at 30 Crescent Road, parcel A, with an existing one-family house, and 32 Crescent Road, parcel B, vacant at the time of application. At that time, the applicant represented that a shared driveway would serve to minimize both the extent of impervious surfaces and the manipulation of the site. The applicant requests a modification of the 2017 subdivision to construct a new garage attached to the existing structure on parcel A and provide a new separate paved driveway connecting such structure to Crescent Road, requiring an additional curb cut. On 9/13/23, the ZEO approved the application. On 8/29/23, DPW accepted the drainage plan and report, noting that the drainage easement must be reviewed and recorded prior to issuance of a CO. The applicant should provide frequent soil and erosion inspections to minimize impact on neighboring properties, and construction of the proposed retaining walls must prevent runoff problems for neighboring properties, including a prohibition on weep holes less than 10 feet from the property line. On 7/13/23, the IWWA confirmed that the proposal is consistent with Wetlands Permit 2016-146, issued for the original subdivision and construction. On 9/15/23, Conservation expressed concern about the addition of impervious surfaces and the potential destabilization of the subject properties because of the proposed modifications on parcel A. On 9/26/23, Conservation advised Planning and Zoning staff that after a site visit with the applicant, an agreement in principle had been reached to develop a landscaping plan to address certain conservation concerns, including site stabilization, the increase in impervious surfaces, and the presence of invasive species observed in the open space parcels and newly planted lawn. On 9/25/23, the applicant confirmed that the proposed garage addition and driveway will be constructed over existing paved area, but will result in a net increase in impervious surfaces over both parcels of 221 square feet. The applicant indicated that the owner of parcel A has agreed to provide additional plantings, including trees, shrubs, and bushes along the shoulder of the driveway, east of the house and part of parcel A, and also in the open space parcels. Nevertheless, the application proposes additional construction area and modifications to parcel A, including a new retaining wall not addressed in the original plan of subdivision. The commission finds that the addition of a garage and a new paved driveway on parcel A is a change from the 2017 subdivision approved terms. However, the agreement of the applicant to work with conservation and the planning and zoning staff to develop a planting plan on parcel A and open space parcels mitigates some of the potential adverse effects of the proposed changes. DPW and conservation share serious erosion and water runoff concerns associated with the additional manipulation of these properties. Therefore, motion to approve the modification of previously approved subdivision PLPZ 2017-00357 to permit construction of a garage and separate paved driveway for parcel A at 30 Crescent Road in the R12 zone. This approval would be subject to the following modifications. The applicant shall work with the conservation and planning zoning staff to develop and execute planting plans for additional plantings along the shoulder of the driveway, east of the house on parcel A and open space parcels. The applicant shall coordinate with DPW and consult with conservation about regular monitoring and reporting of sediment and erosion control during the additional construction and paving. The applicant shall comply with all applicable provisions of the 2017 subdivision decision letter. The applicant shall address any and all remaining staff or interdepartmental issues prior to the issuing of a zoning or building permit.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Levy has seconded. Ms. Jenkins, how do you vote?
I vote nay.
Mr. Wells, how do you vote?
Nay.
Mr. Lowe, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Levy?
Aye.
And Albin is a nay. The motion has failed to carry. Let's talk about this. We can make a motion to deny. For the record, that will also fail to carry, but based on this vote, I expect it to fail to carry. I could be wrong. Can we talk about what our objections are and what, well, I'll throw, and how we can get to something. Ms. Jenkins.
Madam Chair, I think one of the things that Mr. LaRoe mentioned as being a consideration subdivision is that disturbance to the site has to be necessary to development of a lot. Now, parcel A had an existing house on it. It has an existing house on it, but there were no proposals at the time of the original subdivision that there be any additional construction, filling, or modification of that house, except to the extent necessary. But none of this was covered at that point. And so looking at it as being necessary to development, parcel A was already developed, and there were no suggestions that additional changes be made at that time. And I think I'm particularly struck by the fact that, again, in the 2017 audio, the idea was to minimize manipulation of the site by use of an existing driveway and to permit access from existing topography through the existing driveway with minimal site work. And to the extent that the commission in 2017 relied upon that judgment by the applicant, it seems to me that we're now going, and we would have done this except we did not ask at the time. It seems to be an additional ask that flies in the face of the concerns that the commission had in 2017.
Okay, that doesn't sound like a very changeable view. Mr. Wells?
Yeah, I mean, similar views, concerned mainly about, site disturbance. And I sort of wonder if this current proposal had come in front of us in 2017, how would we thought of it? So, we've got a new proposal with, we've got an existing lot that actually works. I mean, there's a driveway that you can get to both houses. And now we're being asked to approve a change where you add an additional driveway, which will require a lot of fill, yet another retaining wall. So this will be the third retaining wall on a pretty steep slope. So I'm concerned about the impact on the neighbors. I know we've got studies saying it'll be neutral with a 25-year storm, but we seem to be blowing through 25-year storms with increasing frequency. So I kind of concerned on a long-term basis how this revised engineering plan is going to work for the long term. But the principal reason is this is not minimal site disturbance. This is significant site disturbance and continuing in terms of this development.
Okay. Mr. Lowe?
Yeah, notwithstanding my vote, I still have questions. I'm not sure of the compelling strength of the applicant's rationale. I mean, is it or must it be a better solution, a better, an improved subdivision?
Yes.
With more fill, more disturbance to an already heavily disturbed area. So I have my reservations.
All right. So,
Well,
Mr. Levy?
yes. So, I was trying to think of, if you beefed up the
Which they're offering to do,
plantings.
which they offered to do, and they've done a lot of planting.
Yes, but the between the two driveways and elsewhere too, because you're putting in a lot of plantings which are not native and are accentuating the new development. It's linear. It's not, and you have a very tough slope to deal with, and so it's really quite awkward. And if there was a way to soften all of that with plantings, that would go a long way for me to feel like they can do more to the site to make it look better and work better. The fact that there is some increase in impervious surface, I think I think is certainly reasonable if the applicant can show how this development is more clearly a better solution, as opposed to a kind of a mishmash of a very difficult site and trying to eke out some other solution from a rather imperfect kind of application in the beginning.
Okay. Based on all of that, shall we take a crack at making the motion to deny? And Ms. Jenkins, if, can we just say everything she said, but the part at the end, and then she adds that statement that the statements that everybody's made with the doubts, is that legit for a motion? Patrick? Yeah, I think you nodded, right?
Sorry.
He just doesn't want to hear me say it all again, that's why.
Okay,
No,
so-
no. I mean, I think we need to reframe exactly, again, stating, is it a motion to deny and
So
Yeah.
is a motion to deny, but that we incorporate everything but the last bit
Yeah.
of Ms. Jenkins' first motion. You know, is hereby incorporated into the motion to deny. Everybody's heard that. And then right at the end, you go into the reasons, Ms. Jenkins and Mr. Wells and Mr. Lowe, and let's just see. I mean, Mr. Lowe, I guess you're still in question, and we give it a shot. At least we've gone both ways. But what we need to do is to state on the record what would be the reasons for the denial. So I think where you get to the however, should she read the whole thing again? And then when she gets to the however, we'll just amend it? Patrick?
yes, I think it'd be helpful to have the reasons on the record.
Okay, but does she have to read the whole thing again?
Do I have to
Yes.
read all the history and everything?
Yes.
History,
okay.
I'm sorry. No, I thought the reasons for denial is what you're asking, if that needs to
That's
be-
all we want.
Yeah,
There you go.
I'm not suggesting that we do a yay or nay vote right off the bat. I'm saying there should be the reasons and then the vote.
All right.
Okay. Thank you.
I will give it a shot.
You only got yourself into this because you were so eloquent.
Remind me to put my foot in my mouth instead. Okay, may I start with the motion then, Patrick? Just start the motion and then the reasons. Okay. Motion to deny the modification of previously approved final subdivision PLPZ 2017-00357 to permit construction of a garage and separate paved driveway for parcel A 30 Crescent Road in the R12 zone. This denial is based upon a full review of the record from the 2017 action by the Planning and Zoning Commission and the additional information provided by the applicant at this time. The commission finds that the proposed modifications do not represent an improved plan of subdivision for the subject properties in satisfaction of the regulations of the requirements of the subdivision regulation and in furtherance of the principles for development set forth in the POCD. In particular, the additional disturbance of the lot is not found to be necessary for development of parcel A, given the existence of a developed property without these modifications. And now I will turn to the other commissioners for their additional input.
And that the proposal continues, somebody help me with this. The proposal does not mitigate the concerns raised in 2023 and 2017 by staff regarding the disturbance of slopes and the preservation of natural terrain, and does not represent any kind of mitigation in that regard. I think I just repeated myself. Mr.
Or
Wells?
improvement, or
Improvement.
improvement.
Mr. Wells, I don't know which way people are going. So Mr. Wells?
No, I think you've covered it from my points.
Okay. Anybody else? All righty. And then the only other thing we need to say is that this is without prejudice, correct? That this motion is without prejudice?
Yeah, it will allow the applicant to revise and come back if they so desire, as opposed to wait. Time.
And so I'm just glancing down what the pertinent section of the subdivision regulations that we've been looking at is it 6282, Patrick? Is that correct?
Yes, 282.
Yeah, okay. Okay. All right, okay, so with that, do I have a second?
Second,
Mr. Wells is seconded. Ms. Jenkins, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Wells,
aye.
Mr. Lowe?
Aye.
I'm not going to play music. Mr. Levy? Okay, and Albin is also aye, so the motion carries 5-0. All right, Mr. DeAndrea, again, feel free to come back. You heard Mr. Levy the best. If you want to return, he was seeing that there might be a path if you did additional work to mitigate some of the invasion. Thank you very much, sir. With that, we go to the next application, which is 530 Round Hill Road for a final subdivision to divide a 13.93 acre lot into 3 parcels at 530 Round Hill Road. And for the applicant,
Mr. Tessie, and he's coming in right now.
okie dokie. There he is. Mr.
Madam Chair,
Tessie.
just for everybody in the call, if you're here for the Old Greenwich School, we will get to that shortly. So your
It's the
hand.
next one after this.
Right.
Just hang tight, people. The good news is we spent a lot of time on something else, so maybe we've tuckered ourselves out. So just hang tight. We'll ask you when we get to Old Greenwich, you can start raising your hands. Mr. Tessie,
Yes,
530 Round
Good
Hill
evening.
Road.
yes, 530 Round Hill Road. Good evening.
Oh, before we start that, seated on
Sure.
this application, Albin, McRae, Levy, Lowe, and Jenkins for Yeski. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. I am representing the applicant, 530 Round Hill Road LLC. This evening, also in attendance should be Mr. DeAndrea. If
Oh,
he's-
and I just kicked him out.
He's not too worn out.
Mr. DeAndrea, I'm
He's a
sorry. If you want to come back and talk to us, we welcome you back.
Little encore performance.
There he is. Okay, got him.
And Mr. Fain, is he in the?
Yeah, I saw
in the
him
gallery?
way before the meeting started, so I should be able to find him again. Mr. Fain, if you want to just raise your hand, that'd be great.
And I know our client Annette Perry is here also. I'm not sure we all need to be up front and center, but I'll leave that up to the chairman.
All right. There's somebody called Pasadena who has their hand up.
That may be Annette.
That's Annette. Sorry, I don't know why that always comes up.
Well, okay. I think I remember your name. We'll get you renamed. Okay.
Well, Pasadena is very nice.
Well, there's also somebody who says Annette Gass. Oh, you did it already. You beat me to it. Okay. All
Yeah.
right. And ma'am, you're in. Yeah.
Great, thank you.
Tony, if you would rejoin the meeting. Mr. DeAndrea. Great. Okie doke. Now you've got your crew. You can go ahead and you can gallop along and make up for lost time.
I certainly will try. Thank you. We started galloping on September 6th with the commission, where the commission opened the application and spent a bit of a time, but not much, on it, wanting us to proceed the next evening, which we did, to the Conservation Commission for review of the proposed plan, subdivision plan, and comments. I thought we had a very productive meeting with the Conservation Commission. We're generally all aligned, and the commission, that is the Planning and Zoning Commission, received the recommendations and the commentary from Conservation. I believe there was a follow-up email either today or I believe today from Beth Evans, the director, to Jocelyn
regarding our recent changes to the subdivision plan, which essentially we're responsive to the Conservation Commission comments. We can explain why, and also planning and zoning comments. The plan, again, authored by Mr. DeAndrea, did adjust the open space area and in fee, and then the conservation easement area was expanded. Mr. DeAndrea can explain why there was the adjustment, but basically it had to do with computing, correct computing of the area of the open space. The graphic of it did not change. The computation, which is beyond my expertise, turned out when he went over it was slightly off. At the end of the day, the total of between the open space and the conservation easement area, I calculated, hopefully Tony would agree, at it comes to 2.1194 acres or 15.215%. So it exceeds the magic 15% under the subdivision regulations, which technically is the maximum the commission can require. But one can go over and as an applicant, obviously, and provide more.
So that's an interesting point. So what I understood from the Conservation Commission comments was they were asking you to change how it was laid out.
They were asking us to expand the conservation, the umbrella, if you will, of the conservation declaration protection farther to the east toward the pond on lot number, this is all on lot number 2, which is the northern lot on the subdivision plan, if someone wants to pull it up. We spoke to Annette, who's here under a different, she's still Annette, not Pasadena. And there was a concern that she had bringing the conservation easement area to the pond. In that you can see on the plan, there is a utility pole that's just west of the pond. It's on the northwest portion. And she thought that there should be some space in there in case CLMP has to get to that pole without going through a conservation easement area, essentially. It is also to maintain.
Hold on just a second, Mr. Tessie. Mr. Leroux, wouldn't utility be able to access their pole if it was necessary on an easement?
Yeah, they have the right.
I'm sorry, Mr. Leroux.
No, but I can answer that as an attorney.
Yeah, I know, but I asked Mr. Leroux.
Oh, sure. Okay, I didn't know.
Yeah, no, the easement.
I mean, they can. Yeah. Okay, so Ms. Perry was concerned, but in fact, they would be able to access on an
Well, let's say they
easement.
wouldn't be able to technically access. What I specifically was trying to say, not to preempt Pat much, but I was trying to say is the conservation easement, as a matter of law, is actually subject to the utility easement. The point was the easement area is to be maintained a certain way. We're supposed to leave it alone, let it be natural, etc. So there's an inherent conflict if there has to be a drive through that area. So she just thought it was appropriate for that reason. And also there are 2 spillways. There are 2 spillways on either side of the pond that may need to be attended to.
If I may.
Yes,
ma'am.
So we actually did increase the conservation towards the pond on this last survey that you did get. So
yes,
we increased it up to the pole. And then there was concern about the maintenance of sort of the dam to the neighbor upwards. So for maintenance purposes with, a landscape or vehicle truck, we wanted to make sure that we can service both ends, the culvert and the dam, as well as the pole in that vicinity.
So Ms.
Right,
Perry,
that's what we were trying to say.
I'm just trying to get a word in here. So Ms. Perry, might that be negotiable then if it could be in the approval or on the map as filed that there would always be access and allowance for maintenance, because it seems from what I read of the conservation, they really wanted it to go to the water. So might that be negotiable for you, that you would be willing to further consider that?
So so the pond with the wetlands buffer would be off limits anyways from development, in that little strip. My legality with, if the pole falls down and they have to put another pole, how does that work with an easement if they have to shift? I don't know how that works legally
So
with.
we would just put it, I'm sure you have a great attorney. I'm sure that you have confidence in him, but he could work that out. And it seemed like Conservation Commission felt strongly about that from what they said. And it could go on the filing on the Mylar that access, replacement, et cetera, would be granted in perpetuity for maintenance of the dam, as well as any replacement of the pole, and you'd be all set. It would just be on the Mylar, on the easement, and then you could just creep that easement all the way down, and conservation would find that better subdivision, I believe, from what I read of their recommendations. Is that a possibility?
It's a possibility on the right side towards the dam. That's okay. As far as the culvert where their driveway is, I would like to add some flexibility in the event of, repair or shifting of that driveway over the culvert.
That's on the
Okay.
south, that's on the south side.
I'm not visualizing it,
Yeah,
so
I
I'm
have
gonna
the
have
map
to
in
look
front of
up.
me.
I don't think
Can someone share it? So, because I'm,
we can put it
unless
up.
the
Madam-
picture.
I don't think it's a good idea putting the conservation easement. I never would have thought that right abutting the driveway. There should be some type of, 15, 20 foot.
So the thing
Area.
is, Mr. Tessie, it's the Conservation Commission's call on what they think they should do.
But-
Mr. LaRoe, could you
Actually,
send?
that's not true. It's your call. They
No,
advise.
But
the
pond
wait,
doesn't go.
wait, everybody stop, no interrupting, please. What I'm
Okay.
saying is, if the Conservation Commission, in their judgment, wishes to request something of you, they're big people, they ask for what they want to ask for. If you think they have bad judgment, I wouldn't share that right now. You let them act, they asked for something,
No.
full stop, okay?
The
Um,
pond,
Yes,
not-
okay, could we look at the subdivision, at the plan? So that it's up on the screen? Mr. LaRoe, do you have it, or Ms.
I'll get it.
Kolakowski?
Yep.
And then Mr. McRae has his hand up. Do you guys mind letting him talk? Mr. Tessie?
It's
Were
only
you
twice. I didn't know I had that kind of power.
Well, I was trying to be nice to you. I was just trying to
Okay,
stop
so
everybody talking on top of each
Conservation
other.
was talking about actually expansion of the conservation easement to the edge of the pond,
Exactly.
okay? Because the wooded upland is ecologically connected to the wetland watercourse corridor. As soon as the map's up, I have a thought on this. It seems the conservation wanted it to go right up to that line, that water line. But there is the wetlands demarcation line that runs parallel with the edge of the water.
Right, which is what
If
the
there's-
point they just made.
If there's a condition, if we provide to them a buffer, offset buffer of about, say, maybe it's 10 feet from that wetland line, maybe that's the eastern edge of the conservation area. Whoever's sharing, if you can zoom in right at the pond. So from the wetlands
Zoom,
delineation
can you
line,
zoom for those of us who?
offset to the west,
Yeah, thank
about,
you.
say, 10 feet or to where the telephone pole is,
Yeah,
and following that line, it gives them access to that side of the pond, but brings the conservation easement closer to the pond. That way they can reach both the,
No, it's the other, you gotta, the other way.
yeah,
There you go.
okay, right there, right there, zoom right in on the pond.
Right.
So that
Good.
you can see where the telephone pole is, and that line that runs up and down on the page about where the cursor is now, opposite side. Yeah, that line, there's the telephone pole. So just offset from the wetlands delineation, give yourselves a corridor all the way up and down, north and south on the property to get to the spillway at the top. You'll have access to the culvert at the bottom, to the telephone pole in the middle, which is one of actually, I think there's 8 I counted on the properties. But then again, it brings the conservation closer to the pond as conservation is recommending.
Yeah,
What if we limit it to the pond as a circle? If we bring the conservation area to touch the pond itself, but not the stream that goes down it, so that can be serviced for the driveway in the future there. And that way
Exactly.
it at least reaches the pond where the pole is.
Yes,
I think
so
Mr. Macri is talking about offsetting to the west, I believe, not the
yes,
east, the west.
to the
We're
west.
trying to give
So,
you a distance. The question is, should it be 10 or 15 feet? If you get maybe
right,
50, maybe a little bit more than 10, maybe 12
Right.
or 15.
Tracy, are you sharing?
No, it's me, Mr.
Okay, so right there at the in the middle is the CLP pole.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
zoom in right there. So kind of, I just I don't know what the distance is, but maybe it's assuming it's 15 feet from the wetlands delineation line. If that line is offset all the way down north and south on the property to, the telephone pole's distance, then you have a corridor on the west side of the pond that gets you to the telephone pole, the upper spillway, the lower
Yeah.
culvert, that kind of thing. So it's all there. I think the only technical aspect I would say is that you've got the circle. I'm not too sure how that would actually affect anything. It may have to follow the zoning circle.
No,
But
it's
I
not
think-
going to matter, Nick, because it's
Okay.
it's an easement. It's not a fee area, so
Right.
it doesn't
So
matter.
in twofold, one, you get access to the west side of the pond for maintenance issues. CLP can get to the pole if they need to.
Yeah.
And at the same time, conservation gets more connection to the pond itself.
I think limiting the connection to the pond where the circle part of the pond is, staying away from the center driveway culvert for repairs and shifting of that, in event of large storms.
Yes.
But in addition to that, I think, increasing what already we have almost 16% to just touch that eyelid part of the pond. Otherwise, you're talking about excess of, I don't know what the calculation would be, but almost 20% conservation, which is excessive.
Well, when you say excessive, just here's the thing. But look at it from our perspective. This is a big subdivision for us, and we're trying to make it as respectful of our natural environment as possible. Greenwich has trees, and Greenwich have their own constituency and all of that. I mean, so what we're looking at is, would you be willing to be open to Mr. McRae's suggestions to what we're talking about here and just edge it forward some more, modify the easement just to accomplish more of what the Conservation Commission was looking for? We won't hold you to anything we discuss now. We would send you to work it out with the commission, the Conservation Commission, if that's amenable to you both.
Would extending it to the edge of the pond where the circle part is with the CLNP pole, that be enough to satisfy the touching of the pond?
So I wasn't at the conservation meeting, so it's really hard for me to know what their objectives were and whether or not that would meet them.
We were
Patrick, do you have any sense from the correspondence you've had?
I don't have any. I'm not quite sure why they want very tight tolerances to the built driveway or the area where that's going to be, because
they
Yeah,
didn't
and
really
that-
want, if I can interject.
Not to the
something.
driveway. Oh,
Yeah,
yes, Mr.
yeah.
Tessie, go ahead.
There, Jocelyn did have correspondence today. I assume you've seen it with Beth Evans.
Yes.
And Beth specifically, she didn't seem to.
She
jump up
wasn't
and down.
jumping up and down.
Yeah, she basically said
It's
you had it.
better.
Everybody had it. Where she eventually said that she basically said that it's an improvement.
But it's still not what they were looking for. And could you
they
guys,
were asking. They were very polite. We had, as I said, a cordial.
they're lovely.
When I said, "Look, we'd like to see if you can bring it down as far as you can."
Yes.
Toward the pond, but recognizing that the wetlands agency has the jurisdiction, strong jurisdiction for 100 feet anyway.
Mhm.
thought it would be good. I think the question on the circle, quite frankly, Annette, is I'm not really understanding personally when you keep,
I
what
just
circle are you
emailed
talking
you.
about?
I
But the-
just emailed you, and maybe you can put it up on the screen, like the outline there, so that it gets to touch the pond. So if it's the,
Cause you
I
don't,
don't know.
'cause
Okay, while you're doing that, Mr. McRae has his hand up, but what, would you guys just be amenable to come back? We'll put you on the first agenda when you're
no,
ready.
I don't,
Mr. McRae, you wanted
Can
to
I
add
share
something?
something?
Of course,
Right,
but hold
so-
on, let Mr. McRae speak
Right.
first and then
So
we'll go to
the
back to you.
conservation, the
Ms. Perry.
conservation easement size isn't going to be a detriment to your zoning of lot 2.
No,
It's on the opposite side of the pond, so
no, and
actually
it
any,
doesn't affect them anyway, because it's an easement.
any development on the opposite side of the pond would be,
Right.
really kind of a hard sell.
Right.
I
Well,
think
Jack-
actually understanding if the conservation edge of the conservation easement touches the circle of the pond and then actually goes south to, to the west of the culvert so you can maintenance, that would work, I think, because then it gives you a little bit more of what conservation specifically looking for, getting to the pond, getting to the water, and providing you access for maintenance purposes.
yeah, for
of-
maintenance,
of-
right.
Okay.
Okay,
So
agree
I
with
think
you.
what I'd like to see.
What I'm trying
what
to
I'd like
understand
see-
here, I'm sorry, just to, because I'm agreeing with you. Well,
Me too.
so
Great.
if we turned around and looked at that, the south property line of lot number 2, where you have that spillway down there,
Mhm.
and we have the flags, which are a very good point. If we took 15 feet in that and just
Well, no,
parallel.
no. Their goal was to touch the pond, and that
No,
is
they're
a
not,
stream.
but Nick is not, Mr.
But-
McCree, that
but
was,
we'll
you don't have to
accept
touch the
a-
pond.
but we'll accept, I think we're saying to you, we can give them some guidance. Patrick can share what we're saying here, and we're looking for a compromise that moves it a little more towards better conservation. But we understand your concerns, and could we move it just a little bit more conservation wise, but
Right.
understanding your concerns, and then just come back and
But we don't
we'll
have
make
to come
sure they
back.
know.
We can, but
Well-
look, it's very simple. And I just.
No, I'd like to get,
Start
I'd like
from
to
north
get
to
you
south.
back to
What
Beth.
Mr. Macri suggested, I think works for everybody.
Right,
He
but
suggested to look at that CL&P pole as that, whatever that is, I think it's probably about 15 feet or so, and take that pole, that distance to the flag there and run that distance right down the flags. And that's going to allow you area for maintenance, Nicole. It's going to allow you for access, and it accomplishes the protective goal of the commission, Conservation Commission. They didn't jump up and down and say this has to be.
No, they didn't.
They looked at it, and so I apologize. Mr. Mackey's suggestion to me is an elegant solution for you. It doesn't affect development rights. You now have the access to get to both the top and the bottom spillways. The one point I would make is it keeps it away. The only question I would have, Nicole, as you go toward lot number 2, do you think that the conservation easement should just be cut off before it gets right to that line? That's what you were saying earlier. Can we just stop it? You want to stop it like 10 feet before you hit that south line?
Well, I wanted to stop it with the pond, not the culvert stream, but I did send to Pat and to you. I'm trying to upload my suggested thing, but I can't
could
upload not
could
as
we
a
not
host.
do this on the fly, you guys? Could we just have you amend the plan and come back? Because it's very hard to work on
Linda,
the,
you want to come back or do you want to get it resolved tonight?
I
well-
wanted to get it resolved.
Okay,
well,
so,
if, but the
Pat,
commission does not want to make a plan. I personally, I don't know.
well,
I'm gonna
Mr.
let the
Mackey
commission
made
weigh in.
okay,
Mr.
so I
Mackey
think-
made a proposal. That
Right,
seemed to make
I
sense.
made a proposal.
Yes, but
You're
he
right, Mr.
didn't mean
Tessie.
that we would
And I'd like to see
decide.
the plan. I'd like to see the plan. And I know the other issues the Conservation Commission had are on there, the pedestrian easement from one to the
That's
back,
on. That-
all of those things.
That's
you know,
done.
I-
Resolved.
That's done.
Okay, so what I'd like to see is the final plan with the conservation easement adjusted, any notes that are required, like saving of the wall, the boulder demarcation, that kind of thing, that kind of stuff. So when we have the plan in front of us, the final map, it's all encompassed and we say, yeah, this is great, we're done, off we go. So if we can get
Okay.
that map back right away with what you want, I understand touching the pond at the north, offset from the culvert at the bottom to the south. So for maintenance, that's fine. Just get that on the plan, and then we know exactly how many acres we're getting for conservation and where that line is.
All right, so with that, anybody else from the commission want to comment or suggest? And Mr. McRae and I have been hogging the speakers. No, nobody else wants to comment. Okay, does Mr. Tessie,
Yes.
looking at the top of your head, I'm just gonna see, does anybody from the public wish to speak on this application? This is at 530 Round Hill Road. We're talking about a subdivision for 14 acres. Ms. Alvarez. And again, well, wait till she comes in. There she goes. If you would unmute Ms. Alvarez, you're all set.
All right, there we go.
So this is Francia Alvarez from
Yes,
the Greenwich Tree Conservancy, and you're commenting on 530 Round Hill Road. If you would go ahead.
sure.
And if you would keep your comments brief, we got a super long night.
Okay, sure. I just wanted to mention that Mr. Von Godtard, who was the original owner of the property many years ago, was a lover of nature. And he worked with the Boys and Girls Club to bring kids up to the property to see everything that was there, to see the animals that he had on the property, and to see the beautiful trees that were there. So if I look at the application, it says that, hold on a second. It mentions the trees that are on the property, and it says existing features. I'm sorry, I just have to go back to something else here, and I'll read it to you. Okay. All right, he says, existing features. The commission should determine if the proposed subdivision map needs additional existing features added to it. Of the town subdivision regulations request existing features such as buildings, stone walls, wooded areas, rock outcrops, isolated trees of 10 inches in caliper or more, and such other trees as may be significant to the property or other similar items be included on the proposed subdivision map. When I look at the map, I counted all the trees that are on the property. There's 357 trees. There are 45 driveway trees, which include the alley of mature oaks stretching along the driveway that should be preserved to the extent possible, which is listed in the application. The proposed driveway modifications should be performed with care and preservation of these trees in mind. So I just want to raise the point that there is a lot of historical trees on the property, and that the town is actually asking that the commission pay attention to what's there and to protect the features as much as they possibly can.
Thank you very much, Ms. Alvarez.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else from the public wish to speak on this application? All righty. Okay, I think based on no further comments, I know nobody's going to be happy if I say, can we add something to the October 17th agenda? But if you're ready, maybe Patrick can find space for it. I think you guys have concepts that'll work, and you could just run them by Beth Evans and the Conservation Commission and come back to us.
When you run it by them, blame it on me.
Well, I think we all asked for it.
I was trying to
All
give you
right.
as much credit as I can.
All right. Okay,
Thank you.
so we will leave this item open and we will move on. Thank you both.
All right. Thank you.
All righty. One more. Okay, all gone. All right. With that, we now open the public hearing And with the public hearing, we will be starting with the Town of Greenwich application for a municipal improvement to construct a 4-classroom, 7,500 square foot addition at the Old Greenwich School, along with a series of improvements which will be described to us by the presenter. And good evening, Mr. Waters. If you would kindly proceed with the municipal improvement.
Quick question, who's on this?
Oh, my apologies. All the regulars except that you are not voting and Mr. Barilak is seated for you.
Thank you.
So that would be Macri, Barilak, Levy, Yeski, and Albin. All right, okie doke, off we go.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. Thanks for having us. Just before we get started, Mr. Leroux, are you're tracking? I think it looks like we've got, yes, everybody we would like. My only question is we may ask for our construction manager to be elevated, Jeff Anderson from Downs, to the extent there are any phasing questions. I believe he should be on the line.
We won't ask you that with the MI, so we can go to that.
Okay, very good. Okay, so good evening, commissioners. Thanks for having me and members of our team here tonight. You will see David Stein and Paul Jorgensen from Silver Petroselli and Associates, our architect, Kristen Mitchell and Joseph Devine from Langen. There's Mr. Anderson from Downs. I'm James Waters, and I serve as chairman of the Old Greenwich School Building Committee. We appreciated getting your feedback on August 8th at our pre-application hearing. And as a result of that, the input that you gave us, the building committee and project team worked the last 8 weeks to complete the formal submission of our MI application and preliminary site plan, which are before you tonight. I do want to take a second to thank the staff members and engineers from across town departments for their thoughtful input the past several weeks. As a resident in town, I was certainly appreciative of their responsiveness, their professionalism, and the undeniable sense of duty that they feel for our town. Tonight, we're here to ask for your approval of our municipal improvement application and your input separately on things we need to accomplish before submitting our final site plan. In a minute, I will turn this over to members of our professional team who will walk you through the details of our MI application. But before I do so, I want to make sure that the commission has some important background on this high priority project for the town of Greenwich, the renovation of Old Greenwich School. As you all know, OGS was built in 1902 with additions in 1950, 1957, and 1995. And some renovations also in 1993. No significant capital projects have been completed at this campus in 25 years. The building committee is charged with executing this project as per the educational specifications approved by the Board of Education. These ed specs were unanimously approved by the Board of Ed in October 2021, over 3 years after the OGS renovation was identified in the 2018 Facilities Master Plan as a priority project requiring critical renovations. The ed specs are focused on addressing core deficiencies in the building. In June 2023, the Board of Ed unanimously approved some minor revisions to the ed specs based on input from the building committee. Tonight, you will hear how the building committee and its project team have conducted extensive diligence on the building and the site and created a design for the project that brings the ed specs to life. The Board of Ed unanimously endorsed that design and the associated project estimates, and unanimously encouraged the Board of Selectmen to refer the municipal improvement for the OGS project to you. The Board of Selectmen unanimously referred our MI application to you in April and again last week. We strongly believe that this project should be granted municipal improvement because of its obvious alignment with the town's plan of conservation and development. Specifically, in my read, the OGS renovation addresses guiding principles 1, 3, 4, and 5. Tonight, you'll hear about its alignment with each on which I don't believe this group needs much education. You'll hear tonight what we're doing to address the base flood elevation at OGS and to tackle the sewage problem plaguing the school. You'll hear a little bit about the possibility of a historic overlay at the school. You'll hear about the floor plan of our design, which brings the building into compliance with 2010 ADA standards, adds a building-wide HVAC system and sprinkler system, and creates a new, secure, and accessible front entrance. You'll hear about the building committee's chosen option for the new front entryway. You'll hear about the addition. You'll hear about drainage and trees. You'll hear how this project maintains the building capacity at 408 students as set forth in the OGS Ed specs. I also want to let the commission know that the building committee has conducted extensive outreach to the OGS community and neighbors through 7 different forums. We've received some excellent feedback, some of which is already incorporated and some which we'll be investigating further in the design development process as we get to our final site plan. I have to tell you that the community feedback has been extremely positive. People want to see this project done and they want it done now. Each and every day I hear from people around town encouraging us to keep going. As you know, there's one half of one entity in town that hasn't supported this renovation. And that entity rejected construction funds for this project on 2 occasions in the past 6 months. Finally, I will leave you with 2 thoughts to express the urgency with which we would like you to consider and hopefully approve the municipal improvement application. First, OGS is the subject of a complaint filed in 2021 with the U.S. Department of Education's Office for Civil Rights over its lack of accessibility. As a result, the school district reached an agreement that requires us to bring the building into compliance with the 2010 ADA standards. The building committees moved forward swiftly to create a design that does just that. At some point, if we fail to act, I worry what will happen if the town fails to fulfill its promise. Your approval helps us take the next step and avoid that outcome. Second, last Friday, we all saw the intense downpour that hovered above town all day and brought around 5 inches of rain. Despite flooded conditions everywhere, to include turning Binney Park into Binney Lake, you should know 2 things about what happened at OGS. First, after school ended, 1 toilet flooded at OGS, bringing sewage into the building, as happens almost every time there's a major storm in OG. Custodians had to work overnight to pump it out. This costs the town money and reputational damage every single time it happens. Second, there was no other flooding inside OGS, not a single drop anywhere. The plan before you will fix this issue. Addressing these 2 issues gets right at the heart of the project's alignment with the POCD and the need to approve this municipal improvement application. Thanks for having us tonight, and thank you in advance for your support. And with that, I'll turn this over to members of our team. I believe David Stein will be our leadoff hitter, and I know we'll have faithful and professional support from the rest of our team. Thank you.
Great. Just before you continue, Mr. Basili, if as you're doing this, if you would combine this record with the one from the next application, as I'm seeing that the site plan issues are coming into the MI discussion. So if you would just go ahead and combine the records, we will get separate public comment on the MI on this part versus the next part, but just so that the record all flows together in case anybody wants to look at it. Thank you, sir.
Madam Chairman, may I share my screen?
Yes, I believe.
And I should be able to do that. So thank you very much. I just need a minute to sort of move things around on my side and we'll be ready to go. So good afternoon, actually. Good evening to everyone. Again, my name is David Stein. I'm principal and vice president with the architectural and engineering firm of Silver Petroselli and Associates. And as Mr. Water mentioned, rounding out our team, I also have my colleague, Paul Jorgensen, senior project manager, along with Joe Devine and Krista Mitchell of Langen Engineering, who is our consulting civil and landscape architect. Our presentation is going to represent the efforts of our team that has been developing since the completion of our schematic design earlier in June. We'll begin by outlining the key attributes of the project before you. As Mr. Water mentioned, OGS, which was originally constructed again in 1902, and then a variety of renovations and additions over the past 121 years. But our primary objective is to correct and improve the accessibility access throughout the school, as outlined not only within the educational specs that were recently amended by the Board of Education, but also those citations noted within the Office of Civil Rights report. The design before you creates a central at-grade primary entryway for all students, parents, staff, and visitors. We are removing the monumental stairway and developing a barrier-free entryway. In the forthcoming images, you will see that the entry design provides a balanced and symmetrical enclosure with new doors and windows, along with a column-covered portico to balance out that entryway. The new entry design will meet the Connecticut state security standards and guidelines for public schools for primary entryways. Therefore, the exterior glazing and window system will have a blast and ballistic rating assembly. As we enter that primary entryway, we will significantly improve the accessibility throughout the school by inserting an elevator within the existing superstructure. The elevator will communicate to each of the floor levels. We will be upgrading and expanding the restrooms on each level to meet the full extent of ADA and Federal 504 guidelines. One classroom per grade level will become fully accessible, as we, for example, will widen door openings, provide access to millwork, sinks, and adjust proper reach and clearance requirements as defined. We have proposed a new single-story, 4-classroom, fully accessible kindergarten addition that will be located 1 foot above the designated FEMA flood elevation. Elevation 14 is the proposed new floor elevation of that said addition. The expansion of the classrooms allows for internal spaces to be expanded and enhanced, such as new office suite is relocated to grade level and directly adjacent to that new entryway. Clear lines of sight and the creation of a secure internal vestibule provides a barrier and space to check the validated credentials before anyone enters into the school hallway. The new addition design reflects a distinction between the existing architecture and the proposed. Our approach is within the United States Department of Interior's guidelines of creating an addition that represents its own scale and aesthetic, but provides a cohesiveness with the original architecture. We're doing that by using similar textures, materials such as brick, pitched roofs, and so forth. I'm going to pause here to just scroll through the images which represent the first and second floor plan, highlighting the interior renovations and work that we will be putting forth. Pausing again, as I just described, that new accessible entryway and rework of the entry plaza at grade by removing those stairways. So as I scroll through these images, you get a sense of that, and then the sense of the interior. Stop pausing as I pause at this classroom addition that I just described, again, showing the distinction between the new architecture and the old. As I mentioned, we are within the FEMA floodplain, and our civil engineers will highlight the strategies we have in place for the site. Within the building, we're repositioning critical utilities, systems, and infrastructure to be above that floodplain. This includes the upgrade of the existing electrical system and switchgear that we will be raising to above that area. We also will be fully sprinklering the building, and as part of that, that sprinkler entry will also be above the building. Possibility of a fire pump, which still needs to be determined, would also be located within or above that area. Any of the hot water demand systems and the boilers also are being repositioned as part of this project. The existing building will be modernized with new energy efficient VRF systems that will provide air conditioning and ventilation system throughout the building. As I noted, a complete fire protection sprinkler system will significantly improve the life safety and protection of the property. This project, in an extension and alteration project, will not necessarily renovate as new. With that said, these mechanical systems will be upgraded and replace the older, past its useful life systems. So as I hand this off to Christian and Joe, you will see that our site design approach is to enhance the educational experience throughout the site, along with the improvements of the site infrastructure, such as stormwater management, new and enhanced sanitary improvements and protections, and educational access and pathways. Our goal is to maintain the integrity of the history of the school within the context of your neighborhood. The traffic patterns will remain the same as a pedestrian-minded school. And as we consult with town emergency service personnel, we will be maintaining primary access around the structure. And with that, I'll pass it along to Christian to review the landscape and site design piece.
Thank you, David. Yes, hi, everyone. I'm Kristen Mitchell. I'm the project landscape architect. With the next series of plans that you'll be seeing, these are each oriented with north being page north, so towards the top. So you have South Beach Avenue to the east, the existing parking lot to remain to the north, as well as the access to that parking lot, and then the existing play fields to the west. If we go to the next slide. So this is illustrating the removal, the numbers related to the removal and the proposed trees. So we have collaborated closely with the tree warden throughout the recent weeks. We've met both on site to go through the project. We've discussed the trees being removed, as well as the strategies for protecting the trees that are to be remaining during construction. We've discussed the proposed tree quantities, the species, sizes, and the placement on site. So these modifications, this coordination is reflected within the submitted plans. So just in terms of numbers, we are removing 5 trees due to, as David walked us through, some of those key modifications and improvements. And we are proposing 13 trees. Just high level, there are 3 trees being proposed in the parking lot. These are to reduce heat island effect. The trees in the center, in the courtyard area, those are a nice shade tree, low maintenance. And then at the entryways, these trees are similar in height to what's out there today, nicely framing the front entry, creating seasonal interest, and again, nicely framing the front entry. Going to the next slide. Here is an overview of the proposed site plan. So the existing conditions to remain are that are shown here, as well as the proposed modifications. So shown here is the modified entry plaza to the east, the new addition located to the west, and reconfiguration of the play areas and the enclosed courtyards. There is no impact to parking, driveway access, bus routes, and play fields. The existing plantings along the south, which are between the adjacent residence and the school, as well as along the east, along South Beach Avenue, those are to remain. We are proposing plantings surrounding the school to which are in addition and supplementing with native plantings. What's shown here in yellow are the accessible paths of travel. So these are accessible parking spaces that are in those boxes, those yellow boxes, and then the dashed yellow line illustrating the direct path of travel, that accessible path of travel. These lead to the front entry and also to the gym we go to the next slide. This zooms in a bit. This illustrates, again, the modifications in a little bit more detail. The main entry, just in addition to what David just laid out, this will create an accessible, welcoming, and very functional outdoor space. This plaza is utilized daily by the school, so it's for parent drop-off and pickup, outdoor learning and educational activities, as well as community events and celebrations. There'll be a series of seat walls at this new entry plaza. This will have multiple purposes for creating seating, gathering, and also accommodate some of the grade changes. Then as we move to the rear of the school, there will be a direct connection from the main entry to this courtyard to the west. The courtyard is enclosed and secure space for outdoor learning, parent-teacher conferences, and small events. So this will be a combination of removing some of the pavement, the grade changes, really leveling this out and creating a nice native planting surrounding this outdoor space. This then connects to what's labeled as the sensory garden. So the sensory garden is to the north of the new addition. This is something that we're working closely with the building committee and stakeholders on the details related to this, but it's the idea of engaging sight, touch, hearing, and smell through a variety of site design elements. So not just planting, but a variety of site elements. And then there's a student garden to the south of the new addition. So that would be planted by the students, maintained by the students, and that is utilizing the southern exposure. Then there's the reconfiguration of the play areas in the basketball court that's shown here. So this is play areas. There's a play area south of the new courtyard, which is for pre-K and K. And then the remaining grades are this combined area between the school and the play fields. In addition, we are looking at exploring site lighting. This is based on discussions between the school and adjacent neighbors. The site lighting would improve site security in the rear of the school. Now I'll turn it over to Joe Devine.
Thanks, Kristen. Again, my name's Joe Devine. I'm a civil engineer on the project, professional engineer licensed in Connecticut, working in Langen's New Haven office. And I just want to go through a few things that have already been touched on before we get to the utility plan. As far as the FEMA, the site does fall within an AE flood zone with a base flood elevation of 13 that was previously mentioned. The building, however, is located behind the limit of moderate wave action line. So in accordance with FEMA requirements and the zoning regulations, new construction has to be at base flood elevation plus a foot, which would put us at elevation 14 feet. So our addition is set at that elevation. In addition, the new entranceway has been raised to that elevation as well to provide protection at both areas. As we previously touched on as well, we're currently demonstrating through an appraisal of the building that the rest of the improvements of this site do not constitute a substantial improvement that would trigger further flood proofing requirements on the remainder of the building. So we hope to go through that process to demonstrate that that is indeed the case. Other options available to us are to register on the historical registry, which would also provide relief from some of those requirements. So right now our intent is to focus on the new construction and to let the rest of the historic nature of the building remain as is without trying to do flood proofing around the perimeter.
Mr. Devine, so you would consider the state registry for historic. I believe, Ms. Kolakowski, it's the state registry, right?
Yes.
It could be either the national or the state.
Or the
I would
state.
imagine the state is easier.
And you would consider that. And just to clarify, that is not a local designation, which would prevent this would actually allow you to modify the building in the future more easily if you had the state designation. The local designation is tougher in terms of future modifications. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Devine.
So our first intent would be to demonstrate just by appraisal of the value of the building that we are below that threshold. This would be more of a fallback to look at registering. The intent here is not to change the character of the building. It would be quite disruptive to the building, we feel, to try to flood proof or raise the building. So that's the intent here. Picking up where I was moving on to access. As Kristen mentioned, the northern parking lot is not going to be modified as a result of this project, including the parking spaces, the travel routes, the entrance ways. There are 3 accessible spaces on the north side of the building with accessible routes into the building. We are proposing to add an additional ramp at the gym to provide yet another accessible route into the building. So that's part of the scope on the north side of the project. And then on the south side, we are putting in an addition, but we will be maintaining access for emergency vehicles around the perimeter of that addition. We do have plans submitted to the fire marshal to have them take a look and verify that they have adequate access. But between that access that we're providing for emergency vehicles and the enhanced fire protection systems, so we're confident that fire marshal will be very pleased by what they see. Moving on to stormwater, we have designed, shaded in the blue here, a subsurface retention system that we're working through with DPW on it as we speak. The system is sized to not only retain the water quality volume, but also to maintain peak flows through the 100-year storm event. So we'll see no increase in peak flows, and we'll be retaining full water quality volume on site. We will also develop some additional measures to complete the treatment train. This is a designated critical area for stormwater. So we're going to provide some additional treatment measures to make that treatment train that's required. And some of the things we are looking at is the pervious pavement as an option to achieve that. And then lastly, on stormwater tonight, I'd like to just mention that we are aware that there are abutting properties to the south that have reported sheet flow of stormwater in certain storm events, and we are looking at that. We see some easy solutions with some curbing and some additional inlets to try to mitigate the flow of stormwater from the school into those abutting properties. So we are looking at those options as well. Regarding the utilities, we have inspected, I've highlighted on this plan here, a northern lateral to the building and the southern lateral to the building. And we've touched on the fact that these laterals are definitely an issue for this building, that the elevations within the building are relatively low compared to the sewer main in Sound Beach Avenue. And we have gone about an inspection of the southern lateral. And so now both laterals have been inspected by video camera. And we have a report from the DPW sewer division about what improvements they feel are necessary on both laterals. And to summarize, we're going to be reconstructing the northern lateral from the top of the page here from the backwater vault right outside the building, clear out to the sewer main and the road. And that includes a new manhole with a watertight cover. And we're also going to be changing out the backwater valve. So both of these laterals have backwater valves on them that are just closed when there's reverse flow in that lateral for whatever reason. And we're going to upgrade some of those backwater valves with a newer type valve that has a sensor that can alert the building personnel when the backwater valve's shut, so that they can either modify how they're operating during this closed valve situation, and treat the scenario however they feel needs to be treated. On the south side, we're going to replace the lateral from the manhole at the property line out to the road. That's an older section of pipe that needs to come out. We're going to replace the manhole on the edge of the road. But DPW found that the existing pipe from the manhole to the building was sufficient shape that right now it could get away with just cleaning it. So we're calling for cleaning that out with a knocker. And then we're also replace the backwater valve on the southern lateral. So between those two backwater valves and the improvements on the laterals, we're confident that we have a pretty good program to prevent, the sewage from backing up into the building, which is obviously highly undesirable. So that's where we are with the sanitary. And then the last thing I wanted to mention was that we are running a new fire service line from the water main in Sound Beach into the north side of the building as part of the extensive improvements within the building, including full sprinklering systems to meet the needs. So those are the extent of the utilities. And I guess I'll turn it back over to David at this point.
Just one more quick question for you. The finished floor of the existing structure is at what level above BFE?
So it varies. The architects know better than I, but there are sections that are lower than others. It's not all at one elevation, but there are portions of the existing building that are below 13 feet. Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So with that, Madam Chairman, I think that concludes our presentation, and we either turn it back to James or back to the commission.
No, thank you guys, and Madam Chair, it's all yours.
Does anybody on the commission want to lead off with questions? And do you guys want to?
I have no
okay.
questions at this time.
Okay.
Okay, I'll take a stab at a couple of things if we want to.
Okay, and just on the
now.
just on the MI though, not the site plan yet. Okay, let's just get the MI done and then we'll go to the site plan. Is that okay? You good with that?
Yes.
Okay, so the MI consistency with the POCD is the only thing we have to decide. Okay, do you still want to ask a question? You want to wait till we get to the site plan?
Oh, yes, I'll wait. Thank you.
Yeah, I figured you were a site plan. So I had a question for you, Mr. Waters, about the MI. You mentioned the guiding principles of our POCD, and we talked about preserving community character, the improving our natural environment and landscaping, etc. And of course, we have this objective of having the best quality municipal facilities. In determining to improve, to do these improvements to the existing building, you are preserving the character. Is there any trade-off that was incurred regarding best quality municipal facilities, or do you feel that it meets both goals? Would you just comment on that?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. The answer from my perspective is no, there's no trade-off. Based on our diligence to date and the ed specs and schematic design endorsed by the Board of Ed, I think, we can preserve the community character and this historic building and achieve a top quality facility through this renovation. It's probably relevant for the commission to know that the Board of Ed decided specifically and unanimously on multiple occasions to focus this project as a targeted renovation to address critical deficiencies in the building and not endorse a renovate as new or a new construction project. The community has told us repeatedly that they want us to fix and not tear down this school. The building committee has specifically chosen design solutions with top quality, modern, and necessary improvements in mind. And those solutions in the plan before you also balance with your desire to preserve community character and historic buildings. So in my view, this renovation plan before you tonight fulfills our POCD objectives.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Waters. Mr. Yeski, an MI question.
It is an MI. I've got other site questions. Mr. Waters, good presentation. Were there other major options looked at? Usually the architects take a look at some other options to get additional rooms. I'm not talking so much about ADA, but and they've ended up with this is the best solution. I was just curious if there was any other options put forth during the planning process.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Yeski. That's a great question. So in the ed specs, it was very clear that the addition here was to be limited to a 4-classroom addition. That is a replacement of classrooms that will be lost to achieve our ADA objectives, a secure front entryway objectives, just making sure that you don't have teachers teaching in closets and they have a proper room. So we as the building committee obviously are adhering to the ed specs. One thing I will flag is in the addition, originally in the ed specs was proposed to be a 10,000 square foot addition. We have scaled that back quite a bit. You'll see,
7,500.
7,500. And we did that based on, I think the building committee's view that we should try and be efficient and save taxpayer dollars where we can, if we can achieve the same educational objective. And also based on some feedback from the neighbors, the addition as originally contemplated would have been much closer to the property line. And so, we have tried to take all of that feedback on board. And I guess the only other thing I would just say is, I think the Board of Ed and the enrollment projections show that this is the right size building to sort of, sustain the legacy of OGS as a school able to serve the Old Greenwich community for the next generations to come. And you may be aware, Mr. Yeske, that in the original facility master plan in 2018, the addition here was contemplated to be a multi-story addition. It's obviously a single story here. So, I think we have considered a lot of options. We have looked at a lot of different floor plans. But, thankfully we have a great architect and some great building committee members who've, hashed this out. And I think people feel pretty strongly that this is the right solution.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else from the commission wish to ask questions about the MI? No. In that case, I'm going to turn to public comment, if that's acceptable to everybody, for the municipal improvement. Wow, that's lots of hands. So we're going to limit the public comment to 2 minutes. I'm hoping, Mr. Waters, did you share with people the guidelines on public comment?
I tried to. I hope they got to people.
Right. Okay, so just to let everybody know, keep it short, 2 minutes. Try not to repeat what somebody else has said. Stay with the MI, the consistency with the POCD, and don't cast aspersions on anyone, as you are subject to litigation for libel. This forum does not protect you. I believe the RTM protects you, but this forum does not, and we have had people sued for what they've said. So with all that, I will turn first to Catherine Cooper, and followed by Matt Deschamps, followed by Phyllis Schondorf. And if you're ready, Mr. Leroux, with the clock, we'll do 2 minutes. And yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Yeske, before you start.
I'm just curious, don't you think we're going to get a lot of site plan questions?
I don't know, but we could,
Okay.
but let's give it a shot to try
Okay.
to keep these separate. People do understand, I believe, the difference, right, Mr. Waters?
I believe they do.
If not, it is what it is. And remember, the record, Mr. Basili is combining the record.
Right.
So no harm, no foul, even if people meander a little bit. Okay, Ms. Cooper, if you would go ahead, and then after that will be Matt Deschamps.
Thank you so much. My name is Catherine Cooper. I have 2 children in the Greenwich Public School System, a 1st grader at OGS and a 6th grader at EMS who is an OGS alum. I'm speaking tonight in my capacity as the Old Greenwich School PTA president. On behalf of the PTA, I'm here tonight to voice our strong support for the OGS municipal improvement application. We have heard overwhelmingly from our community a desire to preserve the character of the OGS school building. We believe the proposed site plan does an excellent job of maintaining the historic look and feel of our building, while also addressing the critical needs for improvement. The town's plan of conservation and development states a desire to provide top quality educational facilities, Yet we are sorely lacking in basic infrastructure for our children. Just this weekend, on the eve of National Custodians Day, our incredibly dedicated custodial staff spent the weekend, including overnight shifts, at OGS cleaning a bathroom flooded with sewage. The OGS Building Committee's plan remedies these issues and more by designing new classroom spaces that will present an integrated design for the entire school and get our children out of the flooded lower level classrooms. We are not at all surprised that the community has lined up to support improvement at OGS. It's time to move forward on this project. We urge Planning and Zoning to approve the municipal improvement application tonight. This project is clearly in line with the key tenets of the POCD, and approval would enable the OGS Building Committee to again request construction funds to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cooper. Mr. Deschamps is next, followed by, I see we have some elected officials, Mr. Meskers.
Good evening. My name is Matt Deschamps, and I'm a 20-year resident of Old Greenwich. I currently serve on the RTM and am a Democratic candidate for the Board of Estimate and Taxation. My comments are my own. I respectfully urge you to approve the Old Greenwich School for municipal improvement status tonight because of the clear community support for the project and the obvious alignment with the plan of conservation and development. The OGS renovation is important to the Old Greenwich community and to maintaining the iconic historical building that is the anchor of our town. I have attended many of the Old Greenwich School Building Committee meetings, and they have done outstanding work to bring this project to you for approval. While there's work to be done to complete the final site plan, I understand from my conversation with Chairman Waters that the outstanding issues are on track for resolution in the coming months. And given the project's track record of efficiency, I am confident in the Old Greenwich School Building Committee's ability to meet the project milestones. This project warrants full construction funding to prevent needlessly wasting taxpayers' money with avoidable cost escalations, estimated to cost $3 million a year. Approving the municipal improvement will allow the BET to grant full construction funding necessary to advance this project expeditiously and to deliver a cost-efficient, safe, and ADA-compliant school for our community. I would like to thank Chairman Waters and all of the members of the Old Greenwich School Building Committee for their outstanding work and for their service to our town. I would like to thank the Planning and Zoning Commission for your service to our town as well. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Well done, Mr. Deschamps. Perfect timing. Thank you, sir. Mr. Meskers, if you would go ahead, followed by Phyllis Schondorf.
I want to thank the Planning and Zoning Committee. I can't think of the number of times I've been before you, and I'm always amazed at your effort, your perseverance, and your hard work, all of you. I am the state representative representing the entire shoreline of Greenwich, and I am a 20-year serving member of the RTM for Old Greenwich. My children all attended the facility. I have been through the facility numerous times. The need to act is imperative. As a side note, I know what the community wants. I'm the single largest vote getter in the entire RTM in the last election, and I'm the highest vote getter in our district, I believe. So I have been in touch with the community through walking tours consistently. Their desire to see this done is high. They embrace the project. I cannot tell you how grateful I am to Mr. Waters and the effort of the building committee as well. I urge you to approve the municipal improvement. I think it fully complies, as you've heard before, with the plan of conservation and development. Without the municipal improvement, the appropriation won't happen. Without the appropriation, I can't fulfill my role as your state rep to wrestle the state to the ground to maximize the reimbursement on this project for the benefit of all the taxpayers in Greenwich. The sooner that happens, the higher my ability to negotiate and the ability to get funds from the state. So I would hope to see us do that. I would hope to see us approve the project. Going forward with the construction firm, between the mains, the sewer mains, et cetera, some of the work, I'd like to see what the opportunities and potential is for carve-outs within the state. As a side note, for further reimbursement, you can count on my support. You can count on the support of the entire delegation for this project. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The next person does not look like Phyllis Schondorf. Mr. Schondorf, if you would go ahead, followed by the PTAC president. If the PTAC president could put the name of herself up or himself, that would be great. We'll need it in a minute. Mr. Schondorf, go ahead.
Thank you very much. This is Jacob Schoendorf, and unfortunately, I can't change the title on the Zoom. I'm very much in favor of the MI, and I've listened carefully to the presentation this afternoon. My primary question really is, this project now is planned based upon, as I understand it, to the current FEMA regulations. We all know that water levels are rising, and how are we taking into account the future of the increases in the water levels? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll address that. Mr. John Fisher, PTAC President, if you would go ahead, followed by Joe Kelly, Chair of the Board of Ed.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Albin, P&Z Commissioners. I am John Fisher. I'm the Greenwich PTA Council President. I'm the parent of 2 of the 8,622 great kids in the Greenwich Public Schools. I'm a longtime Old Greenwich resident. My kids attended ISD. We did not attend Old Greenwich School, but we do care very much about this project, as do all of our neighbors in our community. For those who may not know, the PTA Council is the umbrella organization made up by and for the 15 independent PTAs in town. We have about 4,000 PTA member families in Greenwich. It'll come as no surprise to anyone that the PTA Council urges the P&Z Commission to vote to approve the municipal improvement request for this school additions and alterations. I don't want to repeat what's been said. Mr. Waters called out that the close alignment between what's being presented with the guiding principles 1, 3, 4, and 5 of the POCD. I would venture to say that it applies. It adheres to all 6 of the guiding principles. And while this project doesn't do anything to develop housing opportunities, it does represent land use and setting for a high quality of life for all of the residents of Old Greenwich. It is clearly the Old Greenwich School Building Committee and their professional partners have produced plans and attention to details that ensure that this project provides high quality, the highest quality, the best quality infrastructure and municipal facility. The school is already a cultural institution in our community, and the work that's going to be done will make it ADA compliant. It will provide the fire protection systems that are lacking today. It will improve the HVAC, which are sorely lacking in the building right now, and it will improve the security of the building.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. You can come back and talk about some of that, the site plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mr. Joe Kelly, followed by Michael Carter.
Hello, Margarita and P&Z friends. How you guys doing tonight? I am clearly in support of this project. We are 100% unanimously behind it as the Board of Education. I want to pose a question to you guys. How hard is it nowadays to get 4 Republicans and 4 Democrats to agree on something? I was able to manage that. So on that alone, we should be passing this and voting in favor of this MI. I support every aspect of this. I've sat in dozens of the meetings. James is leading this thing tremendously. I'm very happy with the work he's doing. It meets the requirements and needs that the Board of Education wants for the kids and for the education, for their needs. So I think it's really important that you guys grant them this MI so this can move forward. So we are 100% enthusiastically and proudly in support of this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Mr. Carter, followed by Laura Sullivan.
My name is Michael Carter. My parents moved to Greenwich in 1970 when I was in middle school. Went to Eastern and the new Greenwich High School the first year it opened. I moved my own family into the Edgewater area that's just south of OGS in 1995. And my 3 children went to Old Greenwich School and ISD and all graduated from Greenwich High. I work as an architect, developer, and in real estate finance. I've served on the RTM and land use and the town properties committees. I walk by Old Greenwich School virtually every day, whether going to the train station, stores, walking my dog to Binney Park. OGS is one of the oldest buildings in Old Greenwich, if not the oldest. It is primary in providing the old town character to Old Greenwich, which is a goal of the POCD. Old Greenwich School is clearly a municipal treasure. And while I understand you need to review the design drawings to confirm what is being constructed, providing a universally accessible entry, ADA compliant bathrooms and classrooms, fire sprinklers, and air conditioning are clearly municipal improvements. Just in the last few years, several dozen young families with multiple pre-K children have moved into the Edgewater neighborhood I live in and will likely be attending Old Greenwich School in the next few years. Maintaining the kindergarten classrooms is essential and is also a municipal improvement and complies with the POCD. The quality of Greenwich schools has been excellent and helped my children become a computer software engineer, a lawyer, and a doctor. Maintaining the quality of Old Greenwich School is essential to providing top quality educational facilities, which is also a goal of the POCD.
Thank you, Mr.
Obvious. If it was not obvious, I'm a strong supporter and hope you all vote for this as a municipal improvement. Thank you.
Well done. Thank you, Mr. Carter. All righty. The next speaker is Laura Sullivan, followed by, no, it can't be Michael Carter again, Jen Bensavenko, principal of the Old Greenwich School.
Hi there. I was just told that I should wait until the next item. So if you want to move on, I will raise my hand again.
We will do that. Okay, so
Thank
you're going to
you.
speak on the site plan. Got it. Ms. Benzavengo, principal of the Old Greenwich School.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Madam Chair, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. I just want to take a quick moment to thank the members of our building committee who are an extraordinary team of dedicated volunteers who have met well over 60 times at the wee hours of the morning and late in the evening, although not as late as you, to make sure that our school's needs are met. There is no one who loses more sleep about Old Greenwich School than I do. Just this weekend, I spent many hours in the middle of the night on the phone with our custodians, making sure that our building was safe and healthy and sewage free on Monday morning for our students. That should not be my job as an educational professional. It should not be my job as the principal of the school. What needs to be my job is focusing on the education of the 400 plus students that walk through my doors every day. But their safety, their health, and their needs are of the utmost importance. So I ask you, as my daughter says, Mama, Old Greenwich is just like Disney, and OGS is the castle, and allow us to keep our school.
Oh, sorry. Ms. Benzavengo, sorry if you would unmute. Okay. All right. Not sure. Okay, go ahead. And your daughter says it's the castle, and you ask that we keep our school.
That you keep it as the icon it is to Old Greenwich, and ensure that we get our municipal improvement application passed and ready.
Thank you, ma'am. And now we have Colleen Jenkins, who is the chair of the Old Greenwich RTM district.
Good evening, Madam Chair, commissioners, and staff. My name is Colleen Jenkins, and I am the chair of the representative town meeting in District 6, which is Old Greenwich. Thank you, planning and zoning commissioners, past and present, who have drafted the plan of conservation development. The plan was officially adopted by the RTM. At this meeting, we have an opportunity to implement the plan by approving municipal improvement and site plan for the Old Greenwich School. Of the 6 guiding principles of the POCD, the school renovation is directly aligned with principles 1, 3, and 6, which are 1, preservation of our community character and sense of place; 3, top quality educational facilities; 6, the best quality infrastructure, municipal facilities, cultural institutions, and health services. In summary, looking at the Old Greenwich institutions, whether they be civic, religious, commercial, parks, town services, this 102-year-old school is the cornerstone of our community. Additions and alterations have been made, but essentially, the school has stood the test of time. We respectfully request municipal improvement status, bringing us into the 21st century, so that the vitality of this school continues another 102 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Okay, now we can move to the site plan discussion. I'm just going to say that that is item 6, the Town of Greenwich application for preliminary coastal site plan and special permit to construct a 4 classrooms, 7,500 square foot addition, as well as improvements which will achieve full ADA compliance and some other upgrades of building facilities. Do you, as the presenters, want to add further on the site plan? Do you wish to present more on the site plan?
David, I feel like you covered probably most of what you wanted to already.
Yeah. Do you want to add anything more, sir?
No, thank you.
Okay. So at this point, then, I believe at least one commissioner has questions regarding the site plan. And Mr. Levy alerted us before. So Mr. Levy, why don't you lead off?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have some comments and some questions, but I don't want them to people to think that they in any way diminish the value of the MI. So first, I wanted to consider the idea of recalibrating the front of the facade to allow a new entrance where the stairs are no longer needed. And that kind of accessibility is a marvelous concept for the community. The monumentality of those steps may be certainly now is maybe even a little out of place for these elementary school students. There have been some great projects where like the Heathcote School in Scarsdale, where they were very understanding of how to create spaces for children and not make them as gracious and large, but more child-centric, so that the sizes of the spaces were more representative of how these children view the architecture. So I think that that's very successful. And in that light, I was thinking about the back stairs to the new construction and how it countermands that kind of thinking. It seems rather well, there's an industrial quality to the solution there, and very workmanlike, but it doesn't lend the opportunity to create the kind of gracious access that you are trying to envelop in the entrance to the old part of the building. And I'm sure that you could do something to create the feeling that with steps and a ramp that is less about ADA and railings, and more about something gracious that flows gently out onto the lawn and can be used for people lounging in the sun and watching the activities right in front of them. I think that would be a great opportunity. Because I think that this ramping and stairs are very blunted and don't look very sightly. You're trying to create a new look here, which is represents kind of this idea of the regeneration of the vitality of the school. But I think that this detracts from it. The other thing is that there is a bit of the modernist palette that you're using on the new building, I think doesn't have to be as stark as it is. I think that it could be much softer. And one of the things that create kind of this feeling of a building which is, I can't think of a better way of putting it, but overbearing in this idea that there's a context of trying to create spaces that are more consistent with children and not adults, is that the roof has an overhang, which creates this larger roof area, makes the building maybe perhaps a little bit more dominable and less accessible visually. So the overhang is a new element that you're adding to the to the architecture that element doesn't exist, and not that it's necessarily a bad idea. I just think that visually maybe it creates the idea of the building being much more imposing than it needs to be. The building is raised about 4 feet, is about 4 feet higher in the back than I believe it is in the front, because of the slope, and therefore it has a much larger, it views much bigger in the back, and anything to tone that down, I think might work very well. And the idea of putting a nice, gracious, big stair that runs the much more graciously into the back and the playing fields could also mitigate that, because it would create it would help hide that the feeling of it being 4 feet, that 4 foot differential in the elevation, and you have these marvelous cascade of glass at the corners, and you have also a rather stark brick wall adjacent to that, and and these other elements, by doing something with the massing, it could help soften some of these things. And the modern palette is a very reasonable and fine choice, but I think there's things that could be done that really do integrate it even more so and make it much less of an object building.
Yep.
So those are my comments.
Okay, so
Madam Chair,
if I may just I'm sorry, I forgot your last name, and I know it's your firm is Silver Petrocelli, right?
Oh, Mr. Stein, you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yes.
So if I could just suggest, based on how we normally proceed with this, Mr. Levy has made some comments at the time that we are ready, whenever the commission is ready to go from preliminary to final and we move it to final, what we would suggest is, I think right now he's articulated it clearly, that you go to ARC with us providing the architectural review committee the input that Mr. Levy has just provided regarding how you've complied with the Department of Interior guidelines, which he's very well familiar with, and the concerns he's raised about the starkness and the height, and that you discuss it with ARC with the fact that Mr. Levy is also an architect, so that you discuss it with the Architectural Review Committee, and that we will make sure that they've got these comments from him and address it. So we don't need to respond at this time, because what we normally do is we feed it into the whole review committee.
Yep.
prior to
Madam Chair,
final.
can I say
Of
one
course. Yes, sir.
thing? So just really quickly, Mr. Levy, we absolutely appreciate that comment. And look, I think we know we've got a little bit more work to do on certainly on the site plan and on the addition to get to a final. And you have our pledge that we will work on some of those ideas and to get that to resolution. So thank you.
Okay, Mr. Yeski, you have your hand up. You have comments on the site plan.
Yes, on the site plan. I mean, I see some of the details, interesting. I guess my question, usually student safety, pedestrian safety, traffic is an issue around the schools. I don't see it highlighted, maybe because you're only looking at the site, but I was wondering if that whole topic was part of your discussions. I don't see anything in the site plan. In fact, it keeps saying we're not going to do anything. So I was just curious, maybe there isn't an issue and it's all solved today, which would be wonderful, quite frankly. But any comments on that?
Anyone from the professional team, any quick answers? I'm happy to.
Well, whoever did the work that concluded that there's going to be no impact to off-site traffic. Traffic has asked you for whether there's parking impact, etc. The fire marshal, once the turning radii, there's several things like that we can hit in a minute. Does anybody want to comment on safety, pedestrian safety?
The one thing I'll just kick this off,
Langen.
and then I would definitely let the team jump in. Is look, pedestrian safety is critical. It's I think that's baked into the whole redesign of the front entry in the plaza. There are no changes to sort of the enrollment in the school. So we're not expanding parking. That is not a specified item in the ed specs asking us to make an improvement. I'm not aware, as the building committee chair, of any existing issues with student safety in the parking lot, how that is done. But I know our team has looked at a bunch of different fronts, because obviously student safety is critical here.
I could address, I guess, two items which improves the safety of the site just by the elimination of that existing monumental stair, which actually has some areas which could result in somebody hiding behind or so forth, just based on its overall mass. So just the elimination of that and our regrading of that front entry plaza with that low seat wall now provides better sight lines from either corner of the property as you enter in, either through the drive aisle or through the sidewalk. So that's an improvement. We are still, as we mentioned, keeping the vegetation or the trees along the road, but that semicircle opens up those sight lines accordingly. We're also improving now the sight lines from the interior. Currently, the administrative offices are located on that upper level. You walk up those stairs, you're buzzed in, then you're walked into the hallway. Now that we're bringing the office suite down to that main level and directly adjacent, those educators now have, and administrators have, direct access, window access outside. The addition, because we are now creating a loop and a continuous loop internally, the students now have the ability to sort of navigate throughout the building as opposed to being dead-ended at one end. The courtyard that we are creating now also provides the students with an experience to be outside, but to be encompassed within that open outdoor classroom. So that also solves some of the issues of just students being outside. They're now sort of concealed related to that.
Mr. Yeski.
Yeah, maybe I can help this along. A lot of our schools have parent backup issues on the streets, which we would look at. Maybe there isn't. You know, I don't know. I don't think I've ever been around. I've been around a lot of the schools, but not Old Greenwich at pickup and drop off. That's where I'm going. It's not so much the building. I think it's great in the sense of all the things you're looking at. We need to take a deeper dive into it. But is there a traffic issue there? Is there a pedestrian safety? And maybe this is off the site, but it is on the street. Are the sidewalks adequate? That kind of thing. My understanding is there's a lot of walkers in Old Greenwich, which is true in Cos Cob and Central and many other places. And that causes issues with sidewalks and notification signage. The traffic backup. I'm not saying you're North Street, but I drive by North Street pickup and it's horrendous. I feel bad for the people sitting in their SUVs tilted on the gutter. I don't know. Old Greenwich is a very different. Maybe it just isn't that much at this point because a lot of people walk or they walk their kids or they bike, those cute bikes. I don't know. I'm asking because I didn't see any of that in the plans.
Yeah, so Joe Devine should talk about this. One thing I would just say, Mr. Yeski, is you're 100% right. OG has a lot of walkers and bikers, and this has not been brought up as a key issue to solve because it's not as much an issue. I as a North Street and Central alum myself, I'm aware of. I remember sitting in the traffic as a kid, but OG it's very different.
Do parents back up on the street, or is that just not happen?
Joe, I haven't heard of it happening. The way that they funnel it through, I believe they leverage the parking lot in CVS, right? So it's off the main drag. And they sort of are pretty good, I think, at funneling this through. But this has not been an issue raised by a single person.
I'm not trying to create an issue. I've seen it in other MI and site plans. It's a big issue. It's we've just gone through 3 or 4 private schools where we found it unacceptable and we basically push back. But if it's not an issue in Old Greenwich, great.
Joe, what would you add? What would you add?
I would just say the amount of foot traffic and the lack of bus movement are key contributors that this has not been identified as an issue at this site.
Fantastic. Yeah, I'm not trying to, I don't know how else to say this. If it's not an issue, fantastic.
Yes.
It just is at most other schools.
I think one of the differences is from having been an Edgewater resident myself at one point, that Old Greenwich is a very walking school. People walk to the school. Yes, there are people who drive, but there are a lot of people who walk, and of course the kids who ride the bus. Okay, anybody else from the commission with questions?
Well, I could ask a question about the landscaping.
Of course.
Good time.
This was the proposal to add, okay, I've got the notes somewhere. They're adding 13 trees, removing 6, I believe it is. Somebody nod at me.
Removing 5, adding 13.
Adding 13. Thank you.
You got it.
Okay.
Go ahead,
well,
Mr. Levy.
Yes. I don't. Are you saying that the red bud is a tree?
Yes. Yeah. So that was one that we worked with the tree warden. We had a variety of options and alternatives we were looking at. This is a native tree, similar in size to what's out there today. We're having it slightly set back from the front entry. to address that comment related to site,
Right.
sight lines and security.
Okay.
I counted 12, and you say there's 13. So there were 6 in front, and then 3 in the courtyard, and 3 on the.
And one that I
Where's the
that
other
I
one?
didn't jump into was this magnolia that's on the planting plan. I was trying to keep it high level, but a magnolia that we decided on in the corner that would be really nice to look down onto. That's in the courtyard.
In the courtyard, so
yes.
it was not highlighted.
Yes, yeah, number 13. Mm-hmm.
I see. Is the let's see, is the height of the building, the new building, would that impact at all the trees in the courtyard, or no? That's not present.
No, we really were selecting the trees based on, just a creation of shade. We thought about maintenance in that center courtyard, trying to minimize that. Visual interest looking into the courtyard, and then seasonal interest. So, this is a lot of fall through spring. So thinking through, that kind of foliage change.
All right. Well, thank you for that.
Okay.
You got it.
Anybody else? Okay, so just jumping in, you talked about the lighting for safety at the school. What we'd love to share with you is we have a draft for a change in lighting regulations. We have recently met with GPD, with the police department, about those lighting regulations and what they require for safety. And we're also trying to have lighting that's less intrusive in neighborhoods. So what the police told us, Mr. LaRoe can share. I think I shouldn't rabbit hole on it, but it's to not, it's the obvious thing is no light trespass onto the properties while making sure that parking lots are lit and pedestrian paths are safe and can be transited. It's a pretty long and technical dive into lighting, much more technical than I ever thought I'd have to be about lighting, but we'd love to have you look at those and apply whatever's possible. Conservation, well, okay, so you're going to address the DPW, the treatment train issue, that there wasn't sufficient treatment. You're all over that. I think that's good. Your properties to the south, we talked about. If you want to revisit the student safety, or is there anything you could do to enhance pedestrian safety? What we do know across the board, nationwide, is they're so tired of hearing me say this on the commission. Pedestrian mortality per vehicle mile traveled has soared in the United States since the pandemic. Nobody's really clear why, but it's happened. So if you can come up with anything that makes kids and grown-ups safer, that would be great. If, as you're doing it, we understand there's no change in enrollment, there should be no change in your traffic patterns, but if you see something to enhance safety, we'd love to see it. At the same time, turning the emergency vehicles, especially fire, would like to see the turning radii, and also at some point you'll have to make sure that they can approach the addition. There's some small requests for changes that you make. DPW sewer has made some small requirements of you. I know you're working on both the laterals and you'll have to get their sign-offs, but it seemed that once you had acknowledged their comments that they would be safe, they would be comfortable to have you go forward. I am moving, by the way, I am moving a little out of my comfort zone on the sensory garden. I had never heard of one before. I Googled it.
Yes.
Okay. But conservation sent us comments about where it's planted, where the plants will thrive, etc., and where it would be best. It sounds totally cool, but they sent comments on where things should be laid out. So we would want you to consider addressing those. We've talked a lot about the landscape plan. You'll, of course, do soil and erosion. And I think I hit all the main issues that came up from the staff departments. I know that an issue that's going to come up as you move forward with this plan would be for you to consider whether there's any further way to protect I have to be careful how I word this, but as we seem to be seeing bigger storm events and higher flooding, is there anything more that we could do? You're looking at addressing some of that. Just as a statement, Edgewater, it's that swampy, marshy thing that always did the flooding when I lived there. And I think the commission will recognize that there's not much you can do about that. It's marshy back there. This is a marshy area. And it's actually quite fortunate that your BFE is 13. Okay, that's all I've got just in terms of general. Mr. Waters. Yes, sir.
Respond to a couple. So first, thank you. Those are, I think those are consistent with the feedback we received
from staff. Yeah, that's what I'm giving you. That's mostly what we do. We'll look at what staff said and then we validate it back to the applicants or not. Go ahead.
And you have our commitment. We will run those to ground. I think there's maybe some education, for example, with and just conversations we need to have with the Conservation Commission on the sensory garden. I know Kristen and Principal Benzavengo have worked pretty hard at that. But absolutely, we're on it. We will do it. The one thing I do want to highlight is, since we were on, just going back to Mr. Yeski's and your comment about student safety, there are 350 walkers to school every day here, 350. So you want to know why there's no traffic issue? It's because we literally have like 40 people who pick up their kids. That's it, in the entire day. On cars, and there's one bus. I think there's like 6 kids on that.
There's one bus that meets all of your needs.
This is why this is not an issue. You can understand from the magnitude, and also it's the importance of this front entry plaza design that the building committee has chosen. So, look, you have our pledge. We will get those things done before we come back to you for final.
Okay, that sounds, and one of the things, Patrick will help you out with this, but one of the things that you have as you address the sensory garden is we actually have a fair amount of landscaping expertise in the department as well. So you can work with them, with our people, and they've actually got field experience. So you may find that very helpful as well. Okay, is there anything else that anybody wants to ask or raise about the site plan? Okie dokie. With that, we're going to turn to public comment, and this is going to be on the site plan. Anybody who wishes to comment on the Old Greenwich site plan, please raise your hand. And one. It's growing. How much are you getting on that, Patrick? Oh, why don't we just go ahead and do 2 minutes and we'll be consistent. Okay.
Got about 14, Madam Chair, right now.
Okay. Yeah. So proud OGS parent, you will need to rename yourself when you come into the meeting, followed by another proud who is who's Duxbury. You will both need to provide your full name and spell it out if you don't have it on your ID. Did I get everybody? Did I get the person in? No.
I don't see them joining yet.
All right. Okay. Here we go. All right. Alex Russell. So you've saved the court reporter the trouble. And M. Duxbury, if you would just share your first name when you'll be next. Okay, Mr. Russell.
Hi, my name is Alex Russell. I live in Old Greenwich. I have one daughter in first grade OGS, the second incredibly excited to join her sister there when she starts kindergarten next year. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today and voice my support for the OGS site plan, and in particular, the addition of a secure entryway. And you'll have to excuse me if you hear my children in the background. Our discussion on Crescent Road and Round Hill Road was pretty protracted.
We thought so too.
Sadly, the Sandy Hook tragedy remains in our minds, especially when we hear of other active shooter events around the country. Over a decade has passed since that terrible day, and other Connecticut school districts, such as Milford, have spent approximately $600,000 per school to upgrade their schools to some of the highest safety measures possible. Rightly so, as the National Center of Education Statistics notes that in 21-22, a total of 327 documented school shootings occurred at public and private elementary schools, including 188 school shootings with casualties. For context, between 2000 and 2021, the number of shootings with casualties ranged from 11 to 93 per year, with 93 being the previous year in 2020, 2021. We are at a record high, yet Old Greenwich still does not have a secure entrance to the school where staff can properly see who is entering the building. These numbers are terrifying, which hopefully leads us to understand the proposed secure entrance is not a nice to have, but a must have. We're grateful to see this being addressed in the site plan. Additionally, moving the main office and nurses suite adjacent to the new entryway enables greater direct control of guests into the building. And while this does necessitate the relocation of a few classrooms, we're thrilled to see the building committee has made certain to create a plan for doing that. Thank you again for your time today in considering the OGS School Buildings Committee request for both municipal improvement status and the preliminary coastal site plan and special permit.
Thank you very much, Mr. Russell, followed by Ms. Duxbury and then Stephen Meskers.
Hi, my name is Mika Duxbury. I am also an Edgewater resident. It's nice to see so many neighbors here. And the parent of 3 children who have gone through Greenwich Public Schools, all 3 starting in kindergarten and Old Greenwich School. I now have a high schooler, a middle schooler at Eastern, and a 5th grader at Old Greenwich School. I am going to share a story with you guys today about my 5th grader, although the accessibility has affected all 3 of my kids at various points during their OGS careers. My 5th grader plays rugby. It's a tough sport, was injured this weekend and is in a boot and on crutches. So it makes it a little bit difficult to get to the 3rd floor of Old Greenwich School and travel up and down to go to lunch and recess and music and PE. To top it off, my 5th grader is dyslexic. So he's a special ed student who receives interventions once to twice every day of the school week. Those interventions are typically not in his classroom, and many of them are not on the floor that his classroom is on. So obviously I'm in support of the entire plan and site plan for Old Greenwich School's renovation, but I feel so strongly about this one, particularly because of the situation that we're in right now. Out of the mouths of babes, I had to pick him up early today because he was exhausted. And he told me, Mom, if only there were an elevator, I could have made it through my school day. And I don't think that he's heard me talking about it because he was only injured on Sunday. So this is like new news to him that this is a problem. So I just wanted to share my personal story. I'm sure there's so many others who have similar ones. Both my other kids were also on crutches at some point at Old Greenwich School. So I am so supportive of this. I appreciate everyone's time and effort in moving this forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Our next speaker is Morgan Evans, followed by, I'll try again with Mr. Meskers, if not Patrick Sherwood. Go ahead, Mr. Evans.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Morgan Evans. I live in Old Greenwich, and I attended Old Greenwich School myself 40 years ago in the early 80s. I have 3 children at Old Greenwich School right now in 1st, 2nd, and 4th grade. Wow. And I can tell you that when I go into that school, it is indistinguishable from the school that I attended in the early 80s. The interior and of the facility, especially in the main part of the plant, looks exactly the same. There's a nice nostalgia effect to that, but I think the HVAC system is definitely ready for an update. I'm aware that indoor air quality is a critical element in providing our children with a safe educational environment, and proper ventilation and filtration can reduce both viral transmission and, as we saw and experienced more recently, wildfire smoke particulate matter, which intruded and contaminated Old Greenwich School in June. A well-designed and maintained HVAC system is the best solution to ensure healthy indoor air quality. And teachers at Old Greenwich School should not have to be opening windows in the dead of winter just to get fresh air exchange and clean air into the classrooms. So I support this project, and I support getting a modern, updated HVAC system at Old Greenwich School. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Sherwood is next, followed by Chris Zotzig.
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to speak on this issue. As you said, my name is Patrick Sherwood. My wife and I live in Old Greenwich, and my son Finley is in kindergarten at Old Greenwich School. I also have a 1.5-year-old daughter who will attend kindergarten at OGS in a few years. I'm speaking today to voice my strong support for the OGS site plan application. In particular, I'd like to speak about the inclusion of the new classroom addition and the creation of an enclosed courtyard. The addition will get our kindergartners out of the basement classrooms that flood and into learning spaces that are better designed to meet their learning needs. The enclosed courtyard will provide a safe and attractive learning space for children of all ages. The addition is also critical for the occupied phasing of the project in that it will provide 4 classrooms to serve as swing space while other classrooms are renovated. When the renovation is complete, the addition will ensure that we lose no classroom spaces and have proper space for all programming currently offered by OGS. We'd be excited to have our daughter enjoy the addition in a few years when she is ready for kindergarten. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Zotzig, you are next, followed by Peter Alexander.
Excuse me. My name is Chris Zotzig. I'm an Old Greenwich resident, also Edgewater. a lot of my neighbors here, and an OGS parent. My son already started kindergarten at school this year, and my other son will be starting there in 2025. I'm also an alumni. I grew up down the street. I have really fond memories of Old Greenwich School, and actually my positive experience there and in the Greenwich public school system in general was one of the main reasons my wife and I returned to Old Greenwich to raise our family. This is a main driver for us. But I wanted to speak just to voice my support for the site plan. For me, the school is just an Old Greenwich icon, and it plays a large part in defining the character of the town. I love the history of the school, my tiny part in it, and I'm really looking forward to my kids having a part in it too. My wife and I fully support the whole of the site plan, but in particular, we're pleased with the redesign of the front entry to the school. It preserves that historic look and the feel of the building, the same one I walked into as a kid, also in the 80s. But it also addresses important improvements to accessibility and security that I just think are absolutely critical. I like that redesign keeps that unique aesthetic that's really special to me, but it also improves upon it for the next generation of alum. So I really urge the commission to approve this plan. Thanks for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zotzig. Followed by Peter Alexander now, and then Richard Bittenbender. Peter Alexander, if you would unmute. Well, Mr. Alexander. Oh, that's perfect.
Well, I don't know about perfect. The Peter Alexander, a lifelong Greenwich resident and deeply prejudiced towards the landscape architect that made the presentation. That was terrific, I thought. My add-on is the hydrostatic pressure that occurs twice a day, every 12 hours, should be looked at a little more carefully, because the species are going to get some saltwater feet and make sure they're saltwater tolerant. But I also think we should test down at the lowest level, minus a few feet, to be sure the subsurface isn't contributing to potential effect of the pollution. But seriously, thank you. I think it's a terrific presentation, and I really appreciate the planning and zoning walking a very fine line to preserve the history and honor the Greenwich resident, President Bush, who created the ADA. So thank you for the opportunity to speak up. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander. The next speaker is, I believe, is Michelle Vaugh. No, yes, Michelle Vaugh. And
Hi,
Ms.
my name. Oh,
Go ahead.
Hi,
Go
my
ahead.
name is Michelle Waugh. I live in Old Greenwich, and my daughters are in the 2nd and 3rd grade at Old Greenwich School. I'm speaking today to voice my strong support for the OGS site plan application. As a parent, we believe the security and safety of our children is paramount, and I'm happy to see that the site plan addresses the installation of a sprinkler system. Not only do they prevent fires from becoming larger and spreading quickly to other parts of the building, but they also provide time for students, faculty, and staff to evacuate the building and greatly reduce property damage. Beyond the immediate losses and injury, a fire in a school has ongoing economic and social implications, both for the children and the community. It can also result in coursework resources and materials being destroyed, and children having to move to inadequate facilities, and the impact on a child's education can be profound and long-lasting. As Alex Russell earlier said, this is not a nice to have, it is a must have, and every school in Greenwich should be up to the current fire code. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wall. Laura Sullivan, welcome back. You're next, followed by Allison Finger.
Hi again. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Barilak. Yes, go ahead. Go ahead,
Sure.
Laura, Ms. Sullivan. I apologize.
No problem. My name again is Laura Sullivan, and my husband and I are Greenwich natives and both graduates of the Greenwich Public School System. We returned to Greenwich 10 years ago and now have 3 children, 2 of whom are students at Old Greenwich School. Sammy is in 3rd grade and Benjamin is in 1st grade. I'm speaking tonight to voice my strong support of the OGS site plan application. Both of our boys in back-to-back years were assigned to the classroom with the bathrooms that regularly back up and flood with sewage. Just this past weekend, that classroom flooded again, and our custodians worked around the clock, pumping out, cleaning, monitoring the bathrooms after the heavy rain. Old Greenwich School parents understand that the proposed site plan design will address this issue by replacing the sewer lateral, raising the floor level in the dip, installing a backflow prevention device, and completely eliminating the toilets in the most affected spaces. Our hope is that with your support, we will be one step closer to a resolution, and that the classrooms that flood with sewage are something that my husband and I won't have to worry about when our daughter Rosie, who's here right now, enters kindergarten at Old Greenwich School next year. Thank you so much for your time and for your consideration.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sullivan, and also to Rosie for joining us. Oh, and wait, another one. There's another Sullivan. Hi. Hi. Hi.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Finger, if you would go ahead, followed by Craig Barondowski.
Thanks. Hi, my name's Allison Finger. My husband and I live in Old Greenwich, and we have 2 children attending OGS, 1 in 2nd and 1 in 4th. I'm speaking today to voice my support for the OGS site plan application. We are in full support of the renovation plans, and as a few folks on the call already mentioned, we do not anticipate much disruption in traffic. Old Greenwich School is a neighborhood school. Many of our families walk or bike. My family walks every single day. With most of the plaza work being done in the summer months, drop-off and pickup would not be impacted during the school year. Thank you for your time this evening and your consideration.
Thank you very much, Ms. Finger. Mr. Barondowski, if you would go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Good evening. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm grateful for your time, and I'm very mindful of it as well. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Craig Barondowski. I live in Old Greenwich, and I'm a father of 3 boys, 2 of which are enrolled at Old Greenwich School right now. I'm here to voice my support for the OGS site plan application and speak in particular to ADA compliance. I imagine you might feel like there's a lot of us here on tonight, but I assure you there's even more overwhelming support than just the fraction of us that are on here tonight. Last year, my son, who was in 4th grade, had an unfortunate skiing accident. He broke his leg. He was in a cast up to his hip for almost 6 weeks and in a short cast for another 4. That's when his third floor classroom and ADA non-compliance at his school became very personal to him. He loves school very much, just like any kid. He's an enthusiastic participant. Unfortunately, because of the state of our school, which even our children are acutely aware of, Austin's emotions immediately following his injury focused and swirled around anxiety, and navigating his school building. He felt isolated and overwhelmed. His joy for school became fear of school. Children should be worried about what delicious treat we pack in lunch, not how they're going to get to and from lunch. So needless to say, this wasn't just a logistical nightmare that we can discuss tonight. It's an emotional nightmare that I don't even have enough time and vocabulary to articulate. It was a humbling experience. And what we learned from this saga is it wasn't just affecting Austin, but also the faculty and his classmates. Luckily, for stroke of luck, there was an empty classroom last year. So he was able to take some of his courses there where his teacher and students would come, but they'd have to travel up and down the stairs multiple times a day. We'd have to drive into school around the rear side next to the garbage dumpsters, where that was the only handicap accessible door that he had. So then he would sit there in the morning waiting for his classmates to come. It was inconvenient for Austin for sure, but again, it was inconvenient for everyone. Some of the classes he used Google Meet, and then he was wheeled around floor activities like around the floor for activities like physical education. So, we were lucky last year that there was this classroom that's no longer empty this year, and the compassion and ingenuity of Principal Benzavengo. But that was a short-term solution to a long-term problem. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much, sir. Does anybody else from the public wish to speak? No. Okay. All righty. So with that, what we do with the MI is we decide if we're going to decide it tonight or defer it. And what we do with the preliminary site plan is we decide whether or not we're going to close it at this time. And then at the end of our meeting tonight, we will decide whether or not we're going to vote on it tonight. So the question to you all, to the members here is, and that would be Mr. Barilak plus all the regular members, is would you have any objection to closing the preliminary site plan at this time?
No, I have none. No objection.
I do have a question for the applicant, though.
Okay, please go ahead, Mr. Levy.
I think we might have actually touched on it before, but what is your timing for this project? Can you give us a real brief narrative on that?
Yeah, Mr. Levy, you're talking about the timing going forward?
Yeah.
Yeah, great question. So the brief synopsis is as follows. Once this commission approves municipal improvement, it enables us to go back to the Board of Ed and to the BET to request construction funding for this project. The building committee articulated to me this morning that they would like to do that. And that could be as soon as next week. We intend to complete the design development phase and the final movement towards final site plan in the coming couple of months. Right now we're on track to finish design development at the end of the year to include a next round of estimates and our final site plan. After that, we'd be moving to construction documents in the first quarter of next year, aiming to complete those. One thing is some of this, as you know, is dependent on state reimbursement. There's a significant amount of reimbursement anticipated, roughly around 15.5% of total project costs. So once we have construction funds, we would need to work with our state delegation, like Mr. Metzger said, to try and get special legislation to be on a what's called the state priority list, which is released at the end of the year. If all of those stars align, and I mean, I have no reason to believe they can't, right? We would be on track to go out to bring this project out to bid in the spring, and we could break ground this summer.
Thank you.
Okay. That was a very useful piece of information. For us, that is useful only in terms of how you might be staging construction. and whether or not it would be during the school year. As you know, we try to keep a real clear line and not go messing with dollars because they only charge us with land use. So on that, does anybody else have any questions or comments? All right. In that case, does anybody object to closing the preliminary site plan application at this time? Patrick is nodding. I guess he's.
I should wait for the end of the sentence, Madam Chair. So,
all right. Okay. Does anybody object to closing the preliminary site plan at this time?
no.
Seeing no objection, the preliminary site plan application is hereby closed. As mentioned earlier, the MI just stays until we decide either way. And it is our practice for items that are in the public hearing to decide when we end our meeting. And that's what we will do. If you wish, Mr. Waters, we can take it up first and ask the court reporter to stay, but we do also have the Zoom recording available, so it's not normally necessary. All right, so with that, thank you very much all. And Mr. Waters?
Well, yeah, sorry, one point of clarification. So
we're gonna discuss, we've closed the preliminary site plan, and when our meeting ends, which they've made me swear will not go more than 7 hours today, we will make all of our votes on the items that we've heard from application 6 forward. So we
how
vote.
about item 5?
Item 5 will be voted on. If we were to vote it tonight, we would vote on it at the same time that we vote the preliminary site plan application after the meeting, because they are voted together.
Okay. Is there any question? Is there any reason that you wouldn't want to vote on the MI at least now, just since we have people
we normally do the two things together because the preliminary site plan is tied to the MI.
Okay.
So because of that linkage, we will vote it together. Patrick, have you ever seen us make an exception to that? I can't remember one.
I can't remember. I mean, there's nothing that says we can't take a vote in the middle of the meeting. However, it is typically we go out of the public hearing and then do decision items.
So stay tuned.
Okay. So you'll let me know.
Well, I believe that your school board, your building committee guy is wagging a finger at you, and he's gonna.
Yeah,
do you want to?
I am not wagging it at him. I just like to point out that I believe our chairperson's comment about 7 hours was facetious.
It better not have been.
You can only muzzle me for so
Wait a minute.
long. I have to speak.
All right. Okay, you guys. Thank you all very much.
With that, thank you. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
Point of clarification, Chair.
Yes, sir.
You're talking about 7 to include all the judgments and votes also, right?
Excuse me?
The 7 hours includes voting on all of the items we need to vote on.
What a nag.
No, it's not going to be 7 hours. I'm sorry.
All right. Now,
Keep
while we're
talking it well.
While we're talking about 7 hours, is anybody hungry?
Yes.
Okay. 20 minutes. It's now 7:28, 7:48. Sound good?
Yes. Thank you.
All right. Okay.
7:50.
Okay.
Okay. Back to those rounding errors, right? Hi, Mr. Hagney. Who would you like with you tonight?
If I could have Bernie Adler and Andres Stressman and Jeff Scher from Granoff's office, and Rob Sandola and Bill Kenny. Perhaps I should have said before introducing all of them, I'm not planning on having all of them speak. They're only here to answer any questions that you may have after the presentation. But I'm not planning on making this a long presentation for everyone. Although I do want Bernie to go over the beta comments and comment on the observations and concerns that the commission had at the briefing yesterday.
Who was the second person from Granoff's team?
It's going to be a test.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Jeff Scher.
Thank you.
And I guess Mr. Granoff too, huh?
I think Mr. Granoff is somewhere out of.
He's got his hand up.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, then let's bring him in.
I
All
believe
right.
that's not Mr. Granoff. He's in Spain right now, sleeping tight.
Well, it says Granoff. It went away.
Yeah, that's Jeff Scher, I would assume.
Oh, well, we let him in anyway. Okay, we're missing Peter Lowe.
No, you're not. My screen.
Okay. All righty. So with that, hello, everybody. And we now go to the application number 7, Eagle View Holding for final site plan and special permit to demolish an existing 217-bed skilled nursing facility and construct a 5-story, 215-unit set-aside 830G development at 1165 King Street in the RA4 zone. And with that, Mr. Hegney, if you would kindly proceed.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, members of the commission. For the record, Tom Hegney on behalf of the applicant. First, before I get into the application, we want to assure everyone that all the residents at Greenwich Wood will continue to receive excellent care and that any transfers to other facilities will be handled in coordination with their family members, caregivers, and state representatives. So no one is not going to be taken well care of as they have throughout the tenure of Greenwich Woods. Unfortunately, the pandemic hit Greenwich Woods very hard. And it appears that it is no longer viable in a long-term basis. And we have looked at other options. One included converting the facility to an assisted living facility. But those we have not been able to get those to be viable either, which brings us to the application that we had pending before you. And as you said, Madam Chair, this is to construct a 215-unit set-aside development under Section 8-30G of the Connecticut General Statutes with 65 units or 30% of the 215, meeting half or a little bit more than half at 60% of the state median income and 80% also at the state median income. In the first half of this year, we have been working very hard with the Wetland Agency. We had extensive discussions on protecting and enhancing the wetlands on the site, improving water quality, providing extensive landscaping, and reconfiguring the parking lot to preserve better trees on the site, the more viable trees on the site. Also, we developed a phasing plan. It's very detailed with input from the wetland staff and the agency and Mr. Kenny's assistance. After 3 hearings at the Wetland Agency, they approved the plan that we're presenting to you this evening. We have also met with representatives of the Affordable Housing Trust Fund and had discussions as to whether there were other opportunities we had to either reduce the size of the building or increase the number of affordable units above 30%. After going over the numbers, my clients didn't think that that would work, but they are still open to further further discussion on that particular issue. So what we have is a 5-story building that is on the roughly 15 acres of the current Greenwich Woods site. And we're at the 57-foot height, which I should mention also has been reviewed by the FAA and approved by the FAA since our location is fairly near Westchester Airport. Last year, we also had discussions with Westchester County on extending the sewer agreement. And I know that was one of the things that came up in your briefing yesterday. This is the agreement that was signed in 2000 to provide sewage service from Greenwich Woods, and then subsequently for the Greens at Greenwich, which is immediately to the south and is an assisted living facility, through 2030. And since 2030 isn't as far away as it seemed at one point, we talked to Westchester County about extending that. And then there was an agreement signed last year, and we'll provide a copy of that to staff, extending the sewer agreement through December 31st, 2064. So more than 40 years out from today. The agreement provides that we will make significant payments to the Westchester County sewer system, and also allow Westchester County Airport to trim trees that they think are impacting the ability of planes to land at the airport. Those are the two things that provided an incentive for Westchester County to agree to the connection.
And they are aware of the change in flows?
Well, the flow limit is 50,000 gallons a day. And we have looked at what is generated by the Greens at Greenwich, which is approximately 4,000 gallons a day. And that gives us plenty of room to have as was mentioned yesterday, the 394 bedrooms that we would have with the 215 apartments. Other question that came up yesterday was what our water source was. It's Aquarian Water Company, so essentially it's the public water supply that we have. As part of this, we've developed an extensive landscape plan, wetland restoration, enhancement, and as part of the wetland process, we did review with the town engineering division the entire upgrade of the drainage system that's on site currently. Building was built in the 80s. The detention basins have not functioned well recently, so we are upgrading them. We're providing for additional treatment system, which is required under our drainage manual, which obviously didn't exist in the 80s, so that we can provide better water quality than we are right now. As a result of the drainage review by engineering, they did say resubmit prior to building permit approval rather than site plan approval. So although they haven't reviewed the plans that we've submitted that addressed some of the concerns they had back in the summer, we anticipate that we will get a favorable comment from the town engineer that will be similar to what we received as part of the wetland process for the property.
Mr. LaRoe, did you want to ask a question while Mr. Hegney's breathing?
I did, Madam Chair.
I hope to continue breathing.
As would I, Mr. Hegney. The agreement with Westchester County, is there a review? I mean, are they looking at these plans? Are they going to need to look at these plans before you connect with a larger building, or what's the review contingency on this?
We'll have to show what the flows will be, but no, there's no particular review. It's a fairly straightforward agreement that the property owner has.
So there's no permitting that would happen like there would be here in our municipality for connecting to with a new connection?
No, it's based on the agreement that already is in place and has been extended between the property owner and Westchester County.
Okay, thank you.
Mrs. Jenkins.
You're muted,
You
Mary.
need to unmute.
I always forget. I look forward to looking at the contract, but is there a provision if the flows exceed the agreed upon 50,000 gallons a day? What's the consequence when that happens?
I didn't bring with me the original 2000 agreement. The extension does not refer to any kind of issue that you'd have to go through as far as that goes. But that's we'll provide both the 2000 agreement and the extension.
That was my next question. You read my mind. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Hegney.
Just a few of the things I wanted to mention about the building itself. They will include quite a few amenities, such as an indoor pool, an outdoor sports courts, movie theater, a kids' playroom, beauty salon, cafe, and conference rooms. So recognizing that we're not downtown here, there'll be quite a few amenities offered. I should add, because I know that question came up also yesterday, there is public transportation available. The King Street is a bus route, and there is actually bus stops right in front of the property on King Street. The question on the traffic came up, and I did want Bernie to review that with you concerning his report and the beta comments, and also your concern about how emergency vehicles would access the neighborhood during rush hour when the level of service at certain intersections was not optimal. Bernie, if you could go over that with the commission, please.
Hold on just a second, Mr. Leroux.
Oh.
Mr. Hegney, what bus runs? Is it Westchester? Is it the B line or?
Yeah, it's the Westchester bus line.
So that bus goes presumably to Portchester train station and into Westchester and not into Connecticut, right?
Yes, it goes to Portchester. It also goes up to Armonk.
Right.
Okay. I don't know if it runs over to White Plains.
I'm sure there's a transfer option.
We'll check on that.
And then could you, I don't know if I heard at the beginning, the new agreement for the sewer is for how long?
December 31st, 2064.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, the next question would be what happens when that expires?
Well, you may be here to worry about that. Most of the rest of us on the Zoom will not. I would expect, however, that as long
Mr. Sandolo, yeah.
No, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to exclude Bob.
That's incomplete staff work.
I sure hope so. And Jeff too. What happened this time or last year was it is lucrative for Westchester County. It works well for the property, and there was no reason not to continue it. The fees to Westchester are substantial, and I think they appreciate that. Plus the fact, as I mentioned, the ability to trim trees to make sure that the airport, and it's probably the small plane runway since the other runway parallels King Street that would be impacted by the height of the trees.
Okay. Yeah, I just I find it a little concerning that we're going to be dependent upon another municipality for the facilities here, and I'm just wondering what contingencies or alternatives would need to be thought of, I guess, in case. I know that's a long ways away, and I'm very glad to be lumped in with Rob and everybody else with the younger cohort, but you know, I
hold on just a second. The New York, the Economist has the cover story of the Economist this week is how everybody's going to be living to 120. So
I'll take
it. Don't get too
alive.
excited.
Some of us may be around. I don't think, at least I hope I'm not going to be practicing.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Patrick. Mr. Patrick, I keep doing that to them. I've been calling him Mr. Patrick all night. Patrick, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, and Mr. Patrick also hopes to not be the town planner but anyway.
I do have an answer for it, Pat.
Okay.
And it came up when the connection was done in the 80s. And that is that the 4.5 acres, which is part of the conservation area to the south, it's a portion of this property, but it's the southern portion of the property, which is just behind the Greens at Greenwich facility, is designated as an area for wastewater treatment. So,
and that's what I was angling at.
That would be the alternative.
But that would be presumably based on the current buildings and the current, so it would have to be a new or an updated or beefed up technology that would be handling that, right? Presumably.
I don't think there was an extensive study done of what it would take for the Greenwich Woods facility to utilize that as its for wastewater treatment when this was done in the 80s. And I don't recall it coming up as an issue when I handled the approval for the extension to add additional rooms to the facility back in the 2000s and in the 90s, late 90s. So
we've got time. I would like to explore this issue with council, our own council, et cetera, a little bit. So I think we've got time on that to understand it better. Obviously, somebody approved Greenwich Woods on that basis. The question is, you now have an affordable development. Does that add a wrinkle to it that should have additional consideration? So, geez, Patrick, you can dig out another record for us and look at what we did in the 80s. So, because at the time, so go ahead, Mr. Haney.
We'll ask SE Minor to do the same in terms of what testing was done in that area and what type of system may have been designed.
Yeah, and we could just take a look at how we proceeded. I mean, as you know, everybody looks at vulnerable populations a little differently. So, okay, you were handing over to Mr. Adler when we all interrupted you. So do you want to go ahead and do that before you turn 120?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Bernie, if you could go over your traffic report.
So, Mr. Adler, you heard us yesterday. We were concerned about the level of service, but obviously our optimal level of service goals, well, that's great with an 830G, but the real question is there any issue for emergency vehicle access or egress, et cetera? And any comments also on how we could improve the level of service, because it makes it a less desirable place to live to be there. Go ahead, Mr. Adler, it's yours.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Bernard Adler. I'm a registered professional engineer in the state of Connecticut, amongst other states. As I've done for the last over 30 years, I've been preparing traffic studies for the town of Greenwich, or for the review in the town of Greenwich, and have always followed the highest standards and followed all standard protocols. For this study, we started by doing a traffic count, and the traffic count, because of the timing of the project, was started and accomplished on February 8th of 2022. This was at the tail end of the pandemic. However, cautiously, we were concerned to make sure that our volumes were at least conservative enough to be counted as reasonable with respect to pre-pandemic conditions. So what we did was we went to the source. There's a permanent count station on King Street, about 600 feet south of Lincoln Avenue. At that count station showed that the data that we had was slightly low in the morning and a little more lower in the afternoon. and we increased the traffic volumes that we collected by 12% in the morning and by over 40% in the afternoon to bring it back to pre-pandemic conditions. We then analyzed those conditions for the existing circumstances, considering the exact number of units that are occupied in the present facility. And then we added two vicinity developments, one of which has been moribund and hasn't gone anywhere. That project is 900 King Street in Rye Brook, and hasn't budged since that time that we did the study, but we included it anyhow. And we use those values as well as background growth to bring the traffic conditions up to the horizon year to what we call the no-build conditions. And we analyzed those, including the reoccupancy of the number of units that were not presently used in the existing facility. And that is a standard operating procedure and something we've been doing for almost forever.
Because
Doing
we have trouble with that. So you're looking at what if, okay, so you have the ITE for a nursing home, and if the nursing home were at full capacity, what it would be generating, correct? Or you did do that?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
All right, go ahead.
It's exactly what we did. And then we added the volume for the new facility, the 215 residential facility that's going to be constructed on the site. And we did the analyses of the existing no build and build conditions. And while you're right, there are some capacity issues. These capacity issues relate to the approaches on King Street. They don't relate to King Street itself. The analyses clearly show that King Street operates at A and B levels of service. So any emergency vehicle, any car for that matter, will be able to travel north and south on King Street without impediment. And especially if it's an emergency vehicle with sirens, etc., they'll be able to get wherever they want to go. The analyses showed that while we do have some delays, these delays are really only peaking for about a half hour. That question was raised by Beta as well. And the reason we did that is because when we looked at successive 15-minute periods within the peak hour, to the peak hours represented more than 60% of the volume, and the other two 15-minute periods represented about 40%. So it is predominantly, although the numbers are calculated over the hour, it is predominantly a half-hour peaking condition. There are two other questions. One of them was actually handled by Rob, and that is to show the vehicle turning movements on site. And as part of his drawings, drawing 11 in particular, shows the movement of a garbage truck, WB60, WB40,
Patrick, do you have
fire engine, etc.
Hold on just a second, Mr. Adler. We always do better when we can see things.
Sure.
It's going to be hard one day. Patrick's working on it.
Okay.
Oh, Nick, that's another, it's going to be another line for the commission. Get it done before you're 120.
Got it. Consider it written.
Yeah, it was,
Mr. Adler, that was drawing 11, you said?
yeah, Patrick's working on it.
Got it.
Well, that's beautiful.
Excellent.
A lot prettier than Mr. Adler's tables.
Right. There it is. And there it shows you all the articulations, garbage trucks, WB-40s, WB-60s, fire engine, etc. They're all there.
And
It wasn't the
what it
turning
also-
radius. It wasn't the turning radius that they were asking about. What I understood it to be.
Maneuverability.
No, I understood it to be, are they going to have difficulty? Maybe I misunderstood. Is there going to be a difficulty in an emergency when you have clogged intersections? Now, of course, if you got sick in New York City, you'd have that to deal with that. But I thought that was what they meant. Did I misunderstand you guys?
I thought it was that, Madam Chair, and also that the scale, it was hard to see, you know, that when you put them on the on one drawing like this, exactly how close the tolerances were. So I thought it was the scale as well as the potential that there was going to be times where there was congestion.
Well, the beta comment, his comment number 5 says, vehicle turning movement diagrams shall be provided to demonstrate that critical vehicles such as fire trucks and garbage trucks can appropriately maneuver through the site.
Mm-hmm.
And that's exactly what this drawing shows.
Particularly with the fire truck, it does show a fire lane which would be able to circulate around, yes, where the cursor is.
The entire building, correct. That makes a complete loop as compared to the other vehicles which make K-turns at times.
Mr. Adler, what, on the north side of the building, what are those loops that go back, that's to go 180 degrees? I mean, 360. Or 180, yes, 180.
That's the articulation of the vehicle.
But which ones? You said that
Rob,
dump trucks go all the way through, but which ones are the ones that are making
the fire trucks go through.
Those are the fire trucks.
No, actually, it's from what I understand. I'm looking at the drawing and up close, very close. That particular diagram shows a WB-50 or articulated tractor trailer going through
and back through the parking lot.
Right, and there, Mr. Adler, I would say that that's a problem because they're using the parking lot as
If I
part
could
of the
clarify
turning.
that diagram, that was something that came up during wetlands actually. And we were trying to show that during construction, we can bring in dump trucks and trailers and they would be able to pull in, turn around and get out. And because we're planning on using the proposed parking lot in that area as a staging area. So that shows that during construction that we can get trailers in and they have the ability to turn around and get back out.
Will you be able to label that as such?
It says WB-50, which is a larger type of semi-trailer for turning.
Yeah,
so
so
Mr.
that bottom,
it is
The bottom
it's
line.
very small text on the bottom
There
here.
it is.
That, yeah, it's hard to
Very
see.
good. Oh, very good.
Yep.
But okay.
Thank
right.
you, Pat, for all this approaching 120.
All right. All right, go ahead, sir.
No, I'm just about finished.
Okay.
I didn't want to belabor it. It's a standard traffic study. It was done, as I said, according to protocol.
Mr. Adler, this is, to me, this is still, the application is still quite preliminary and there's still much to work out. Things may change, and I'm hoping they do. But can you just give a quick narrative on how many cars you, let's see, how many spaces do you have and how many cars do you anticipate coming and going at peak hours? Just because I'm not looking at anything right now.
So our parking lot is 294 spaces, including the ones in the garage. And we have 10 handicap spaces. Just another one of the discussions from yesterday. This gives us about 1.4 spaces per apartment, which is what the commission had suggested we use when we came in earlier under the pre-app.
To answer your question,
Yes, and also, so how many cars do you anticipate coming and going at peak hours?
I was just going to give you that. In the morning peak hour, about 8 o'clock, 22 vehicles enter, 68 leave, for a total of 90 vehicles for all the 215 residents. In the PM peak hour, 4 o'clock or so, 70 would enter, 43 would leave, for a total of 113.
Now, do you anticipate that there's going to be a traffic light here?
No.
Oh, so just give me an idea of how that works without a traffic light. How do you see it work?
In order to, there will be people will have to wait to be able to get out, which is predominantly the left turn movement, right turn movement. I'm sorry, which is predominantly the left turn movement, which excuse me, which experiences greater delays because you have to wait for a gap in traffic for both the northbound and the southbound to flow. Whereas the right turn, you'll be able to get in gaps in traffic for only the northbound flow.
Okay, so how does that work with? Yeah, go on.
The other part about is that a traffic signal does not get automatically installed because it has to meet a specific criteria called a warrant, and there are 8 or 9 warrants, including peak hour volumes, 4-hour volumes, 8-hour volumes. There are pedestrian volumes, pedestrian warrants, and accidents, etc. But this, because the side street really does not generate that much traffic, a warrant will probably not be met in order to be able to install a signal on our driveway opposite Lincoln.
So maybe the question, I see 2 other people have questions. Go ahead, Mr. LaRoe, then Ms. Jenkins, unless, Mr. Levy, did you have a follow-up?
I have one other follow-up.
Go right ahead, and then Ms. Jenkins, then Mr. McRae, and I guess Mr. LaRoe went away. Go ahead.
Right, so
and we need to pick it up.
we have it's a lot of cars, and there'll be sounds like there'll be a backup. How do you quantify how long the wait might be to exit the property, and what do you consider to be normal and reasonable? And because this is a big complex, and so that this is a lot of cars in an hour. So can you just
Well, as
give
I
some
gave you the numbers
Well,
about
I-
90,
see- Go ahead, Mr. Adler.
about 90 cars will be trying to exit as peak hour in the afternoon. And while there is a level of service which is categorized as F, as in fail, that delay is a total of 66 seconds. So it's a minute. They
So
have to wait. a
somebody
minute
can wait
in
for
order to get
a
out.
minute or so to get out.
Yes.
Okay, so that's the point.
Mhm.
And is that, and do you see that as normal?
Ideally, I'd like to see 40 seconds, with 35
Okay, so
seconds.
in other words,
a
it's
C-level
not
service would
normal.
be-
It's a little bit
Wow.
on the long side.
A little bit higher than what I would like to see.
Yes, and that's why, yeah, and so I guess the question Mr. Levy was asking when he asked you about the light was, is there anything we could do to make it better? Can it be improved? Can we do something about this, about these issues that you've uncovered? The second thing, because that would be responsible if there's something we can do. The second thing is, I believe implicit to the question is, there is transit in the vicinity. To the extent that we have any influence, is there sufficient pedestrian safety in the area? And I don't know if that's just you, Mr. Adler. Let me go quickly. Mr. Levy, you're done, right? I lost him. Okay, let me go quickly to Mrs. Jenkins and then Mr. McRae. Go ahead.
Mr. Adler, of the vehicles that you're anticipating the peak hours, are there more northbound and southbound? Because you have a lot of schools in the neighborhood and you have an airport. So if it were an ordinary road, I'd go, okay, it's an ordinary road and there's certain peak periods, but you've got school pickup and drop off, which may increase the volume as well before 4 o'clock and after 8 o'clock in the morning. So is it mainly northbound on King Street? Is it balanced in both directions?
It's relatively balanced, which is really based on the flows on King Street. So, for example, in the morning peak hour, we anticipate 37 cars turning right, going north, and 31 going south. So it's not a major difference. In the evening, going out, 24 cars turn north and 19 cars go south.
Thank you.
Bernie, what is the peak hour in the afternoon, in the PM? Because it's
4
not,
to 5.
it's not,
4 to 5. Yeah, that's what was in there. All right. Okay, Mr. McRae?
Just picking up on what Ms. Jenkins just said, actually. So Lincoln Avenue is the northern entrance and exit to the to Purchase College. So I think actually discounting that as a little used road, I think actually is something that we should explore more. The fact that, as Ms. Jenkins brought up, there are schools up above this, the airport up above this. And as I see it, this is really kind of smack dab on King Street between the Mara Parkway and 684. So going back and forth, up and down, it's next door to a large office complex, another housing complex, those kind of things. There's a lot of things happening here. I would say that looking at and exploring the warrants for traffic light would be a beneficial thing. To understand that if I'm sitting at I'm sitting in a development for 60 seconds waiting to get out onto it, that to me is an issue.
But again, all we have to do here is make sure that there is no threat to health and safety.
Okay, right outside the entrance is
There
the
you go.
bus stop.
That's
And
what
the
I
bus
was
stop-
asking about.
The
Good.
bus stop, to me, if you've got a controlled intersection, that bus stop becomes much more safe, because if people are actually walking out of the complex to get on the bus, there's a traffic light and a controlled intersection to be able to cross.
That would do, but that, ideally, I would like to see a signal there as well. But don't forget, there's not a bus every few seconds. You know, there's a long gap between the arrival of one bus and the arrival of the next. I don't have the Beeline schedule in front of me, but it's certainly not like New York City where buses come every minute.
Right, but there is a bus stop there and people will be walking out of the complex or potentially walking out of the complex across the street to get on the bus to go in either direction. So I have other issues, but we can wait on,
Okay.
so Mr. Adler can finish.
All right. So I think, Mr. Adler, we're really, because of the 830G, I mean, we're asking you, is it safe? Can this safety be enhanced? And I had understood the emergency vehicle differently, but it's a good question, because if you're trying to exit in the morning when you get out, you know, you're creating any hazards. Those are the kinds of things that we are looking at in an application like this. So I believe you've addressed those questions. Is there anything else you would like to add, or that staff would like to ask that we haven't?
Just gonna say that it's not an unsafe intersection today. And just because it has a poor operating condition does not make it an unsafe intersection. You just have to wait a little longer to be able to find that gap in traffic.
Yeah.
But I think, but we're lacking some information here, frankly, to really determine that. There's plenty of moving pieces here, and we're gonna have to fill this stuff in to see how safe it really is.
Yeah.
There are a number of things that we brought up that are just not answerable by the information we have right now.
Mm-hmm. And so that's the question before us. It's been a very different traffic pattern, and so we're trying to get a handle on it. Anybody else have any questions for Mr. Adler?
I think just going back, Mr. Adler, I'm sure you're aware of what Beta was talking about. I think it's actually they're questioning the traffic study volumes, that kind of stuff. Almost say, even though adjustment factors are applied, modified traffic data may not be accurate. I think that's something to address to make sure that they completely understand how that all works in your thinking. And I think actually taking into account not just this particular intersection, but any kind of impact from the schools and the surrounding developments and the sites, just to make sure that we're encompassing this in, and we're not going to create a bottleneck at this one location that now impinges on the schools and everything else.
Well, you're not going to create a bottleneck on King Street. King Street flows smoothly. It's really getting out. So if you're on Lincoln or on our approach to get to King Street, you have a delay in being able to make your left and right. But the flows going north to Convent Sacred Heart, for example, just to our north, is not impeded. And the same thing goes for emergency vehicles. They have free flow on the street.
Mr. Adler,
In fact,
I think the question we would have is that if I'm waiting for 60 seconds to get out of the driveway because I have free flowing traffic on King Street, does that create a hazard where I'm going to take the opportunity anywhere I can, because I don't want to sit here for 60 seconds? So I'm going to speed out into the intersection, maybe cut somebody off. I think that's our concern, is safety at the intersection, understanding 60 seconds at the intersection, but I have people zooming up and down King Street, free flowing.
Understood.
Okay. All right. Anybody else? Everybody done with Mr. Adler? All right. Okay. Mr. Hegney.
I have a question real quick. Mr. Hegney, what was the existing flows that you quoted? 50,000 gallons that is expected?
50,000 is the limit. The flows currently are about 4,000 gallons a day from the greens at Greenwich, And it's a little over 40,000 from the, when at its peak, from the nursing home.
Okay, and Westchester is aware of these numbers and still entered into the agreement?
They use these numbers because that's how they determine how much we pay them.
Okay, and your anticipated flows from the site, you're going to be limited at 50,000. Has a study been done as to actually what the potential flow could be?
With the 394 bedrooms at 110 gallons per bedroom, it would be about 43,000 gallons a day.
Okay. Now you had mentioned going to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, but that's not been completely satisfied. So you're in ongoing discussions with them?
No,
No.
not at this point. No.
No, let me just say they came in and had 2 meetings with me, probably about 3-4 hours in total, in which I explained to them how the trust worked, what the process would be, and what the potential benefit to them would be. And that's those are their only overtures. They have not filed any applications with the trust and have no conversations ongoing with us now.
Okay, Mr. Hegney, will you be pursuing it at all?
We may pursue discussions with the State Department of Housing in terms of funds that they have. But from the standpoint of the Housing Trust Fund, that when my clients ran the numbers, they thought that they were better off with the project that you have in front of you.
Okay. That is
Okay,
your
and then-
client's decision.
You're going to dig out whatever you can in terms of a septic study from your project engineer. Our staff's going to look for same. I think I'm on the same camp that Mr. Leroux is. Here we are 41 years from now. And what happens at 41 years and Westchester says, forget this, I'm not doing this anymore. And now we're stuck with a building with 394 beds and no sewer system. I think that's actually something that would be critical to explore and see if we can get that resolved, just to make sure, almost, that B100 kind of thing, just to make sure if we're going to do this, we have an opportunity to do something different just in case.
Okay. And the other thing is, again, having done this once already in the last 2 weeks, I'd like to just go back and look at how we analyze Greenwich Woods. Okay. What else?
You can ask for the public.
No, I wasn't actually ready to go to the public yet. I
I
wanted to
did.
make sure that Mr. Hegney had completed his presentation. Who told me to go to the public? No, Mr. Yeski, I'm sorry. I have to let it's only 8:40.
We've got 20. We keep repeating it. I
Yes,
think Mr.
I know.
Hegney is done.
I know.
I just have one other comment
Yeah.
that I want to address, and we got
The landscaping and the
a
trees.
memo. We got a memo from the housing specialist, your staff.
Yes, on the
uh,
affordability.
the affordability plan, declaration of restrictions, with suggestions on modifications and a couple of questions. We will work with staff to address those before we come back to you.
Okay. You got, Patrick, the comments from conservation. I think you had comments which surprised me because I on the one hand, I thought you were doing extensive planting, and on the other, they were still having concerns.
Well,
But you're
Yeah, I have to say, we spent months working
Yeah.
with the wetland agency. We had 3 hearings with them. We made significant changes to how the parking was laid out, how we provided for a tree cover and shading within the parking areas. Mr. Kenny did an extensive restoration plan and enhancement and an increasing of the
Right.
wetland areas on the east side, which is where the wetlands flow into the very large meadow wetland, which is at 1141 King Street, which you approved last year, and which is also now in conservation zone. So, and also then you have the Audubon of it being very large, a very large area to the east. So the wetland agency was saying, change your parking lot. Don't look at where you're splitting it to save a wetland pocket that is probably a remnant. Move the parking to the west where there are invasive species and not trees that you necessarily would find worthy of preservation. Maintain the forest area in the northeast corner of the park property, which is adjacent to the convent and its forested area, and enhance the wetlands on the east side. And that's
all right.
What we've done. And so I do take issue with the comments from conservation as if we hadn't been thinking about this and hadn't reviewed it with an agency that is charged with protecting the environment.
Right. Okay, now I'm going to do a really bad thing. Mr. Adler, I'm going to cycle back to you again. You know, I understand how you assume how for comparison purposes you do full occupancy for the ITE for the present use. However, I do think that that's an excellent point that Beta's making, that you look at your capacity, what your occupancy is today, and you compare the as-built. And they are recommending it. I would never push it normally, except that they are saying it's not realistic. And so just to inform us, I would like to see that. Okay? I mean, I know you resist. I know we've had this conversation, God knows how many times, but I know, don't make that face. I know.
I can certainly do it. I mean,
okay. Yeah. I
there's no
just want to
problem in
see it. I know that
and
the
don't
practice.
forget, right.
Yes,
and,
sir.
And don't forget that the existing condition is the volume with the existing Greenwich Woods.
I understand that.
And that, see, usually we compare
I know,
the
at
no build
capacity,
with the
yeah,
build.
right. But you
But
saw
we
what
can
they're
compare the
asking.
build to the existing. I do.
Yeah,
did.
you saw what they're asking. And I think the commission, we keep circling around it. It's what we really want to know. And we keep asking you on every application. We get your theory. We understand how you're trained and licensed. But at the same time, as human beings who are doing a job, we're trying to ask this different question. And okay, so you anticipate, Mr. Hegney, that you will get favorable from engineering.
Yes.
We would like to do a bit of a dive into what you've got with Westchester and also how we did Greenwich Woods. Oh my, don't tell me you were on the commission back then, or I'll just be tell me you were on the Planning and Zoning Commission when we built Greenwich Woods.
I know I may have been. I think it was just before I went on. I went on in 85.
All right. All right. So we will
that.
look into, I just want to look at what record there is. I also love looking at those old typewritten things. It's just, yeah, back when we had typewriters. So I just want to look at it. I want us to try to maintain consistency, although we also have to consider the fact that this is affordable. So you have the one major open item. Can anybody think of anything else that's a major open item besides the fact that
I think we wanted to look about what Westchester is talking about with the agreements on the
yes, just said that.
The sewage.
Just said that.
The study information about the septic system.
Just said
just
that.
in case.
Just said that.
The beta comments. I think Mr. Hegney, the conservation comments. If you've got wetlands, you've got an updated plan that reflect that. I think maybe you can just submit all that back to the conservation staff so they understand it's all been kind of vetted already. Maybe that they'll understand that, because as I see it, the comments were only just a few days ago. Affordable housing plan, there were some notes. EMAC came back with a report that wasn't very favorable.
Mr. McRae, if I could just address the EMAC comments. And
Yeah.
quickly, I'll echo what you said when this was adopted, that to say what specific equipment we're going to be using and how efficient it will be is very early in the process when we haven't brought on a mechanical engineer to size each of the units and make sure that they're going to be that they can be more energy efficient than what the building code requires. And I think what Andreas was saying with his memo on energy conservation is we will meet the building code requirements. And if we can do better than that, we certainly will. And if we can add solar panels to the roof, we're investigating that, but we can't say right now that that's what we will do.
Okay. Mr. Hegney, it was a great thing to raise on the energy efficiency, the big press at the state level, and there is funding for that. So I don't know how one gets to it, is to reduce the cost for your low-income tenants, the energy cost for your low-income tenants. And given the energy costs in Connecticut, there's been a lot. So that is the focus we'd like you to take with the EMAC comments, is how can you reduce the tenant cost, as well as, I suppose, it's fine to increase the profits for the owner. Mr. LaRoe, you wanted to raise something else that's pending?
Oh, yeah, I was going to point out that the EMAC comments came in this afternoon, but
yes.
While I have the mic for a second, I just would like to say, Mr. Hegney, that I read the conservation comments as just pointing out facts, that there's habitat loss and there's a large amount, 80,000 square feet of impervious surface or whatever is proposed. So I understand the sentiment sometimes that you're getting two different messages. I'm not seeing it as much with this as it may have been in other instances. I think they were aware, obviously, of the wetlands decision, and that they're just pointing out that this site is surrounded by, for lack of a better word, large open parcels, open spaces and golf courses and school campuses, and that there is some loss of habitat here because of the proposal. And that's I think they're more fact-based here and not just speculative on the environmental impact. But that's just my
All right, so we'll take another look at that, and maybe Mr. Kenny can just look at that some more. Again, all the research on access to green space is fantastic for affordable housing development. So the more green it can be, the better. But I do believe that this setting is nice in general. Okay, anything else, Mr. LaRoe? Anybody got anything else? No. Okay, let's see if we have any comment from the public. Does anybody from the public wish to speak on this application? This is Eagle View Holding LLC, which is an application to build an 830G of 215 units located 1165 King Street. Please raise your virtual hand. Mr. Alexander came and went. There he is. All righty. And does anybody else wish to speak on this application? While we're waiting for Mr. Alexander to unmute, Mr. Hegney, just confirm for us, it is 394 bedrooms?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Because that, I said to you before that it's a little strange when you go from 215 beds to 215 units. So that sheet, the application sheet, the zoning sheet is always feels strange to me. Okay, Mr. Alexander, you ready to speak?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Peter Alexander, I was wondering if the traffic study, I haven't had a chance to look at the results, but the explosive growth of Portchester and the adding of 2 lanes on Route 1 at the bridge area, has that been factored in? It seems like the volume is going to increase.
Well,
Or
that would
just
not be applicable to them. They only have to look at the part that they're responsible for. They're putting up a building. The fact that they are putting it in a more or less trafficked area is not relevant to the decision. It's what impact they are having.
Okay, that makes
Okay?
sense.
All right.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Not for now.
Okay, thank you. All right,
We
anybody else?
also added a 4% background growth factor as well
Okay.
to King Street.
All right. Okay, which is probably way unrealistic, Mr. Adler, given that every time we turn
Very
around.
high.
No, Portchester is building
No.
like gangbusters. Okay,
I
so,
know, but they're all not going up King Street.
okay, so, work on, look at conservation comments, where DPW will be forthcoming. We're gonna do a bit of a dive into the sewer and any safety enhancements for the traffic. Now, you have not been to ARC yet. Are we ready to send them to ARC?
I think we should, wait for the information to come back. I mean, it's,
Why am I not
there's a
surprised
lot of
you're
more,
saying this?
there's more important information that we have to resolve. The
Okay,
architecture
all
is what
right,
it is.
I'm good with that, and
Actually, Madam Chair, I was not planning on going to ARC.
Okay, so your option,
And I didn't think it was necessary.
okay, I understand that. Then the second option that you have is understanding that it is purely opinions and just us weighing in. I believe that the architects on the commission would be very pleased to offer some opinion on it, on the building. And since it's an 830G, you have the right to take it or leave it, but I believe that both Mr. Levy, Mr. McRae, and possibly some others would like to just give some opinions.
I expected nothing less.
Okay, now do you, I'm not sure they're ready to do it tonight, so I
Well,
would
my
say,
opinion is it should go to ARC because there are experts and they should tell us what they think.
I think that is very good, good thought.
we can't force them to, but
No,
Mr.
but
Hegney,
we can keep on saying it.
we can keep on saying it. So our architects would like you to go to ARC to the other experts and not have to be exposed to those of us who are not our architects.
I will discuss it with my client.
Okay.
And with Mr. Granoff's office.
Mhm.
But the look of the building is not a health or safety issue.
I understand that. And that's why I said, we'll give you feedback.
Unless it's really ugly. And then,
That's the thing. So you have a choice. If you don't want to go to ARC, we can't force you to do it. And what we would do instead is give you feedback from the commission. You can take it or leave it because it's an 830G and it's not a health or safety issue, but we can tell you what we think of it.
Right.
Okay.
We'll discuss it amongst ourselves and get back to you.
Perfect. Let Mr. Leroux know, or Mr. Patrick, as I've been referring to him all night.
Both of them, please. Let them know.
Let them know. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Hegney. All right, everybody. So now we go to our next application, which is Greenwich Country Day School for a final site plan and special permit to enable Country Day School to sell its surplus greens grown in its Freight Farms Grow trailer at the Stanwich Road campus, which is the high school campus. And representing the applicant will be Mr. Cohen, and seated for Mr. Yeski, who has a personal conflict with this application, will be Mr. Barilak. Hello, Mr. Cohen. As
Good
you
evening.
heard yesterday, everybody thought this was really cool and wonderful. And then we got into one question, which was that Mr. Levy had a concern about whether the 501c3 status would be jeopardized by us approving commercial agriculture. Would you be able to opine on that?
I would. The school, needless to say, has looked carefully into that and has determined that there would be absolutely no danger to their 501c3 status from their tax advisors. And based upon how they are using this program, I would concur. I think it was Mr. Barilak that raised the issue of the unrelated business income tax, which 501c3s have to address. And the school is still examining that, but they're going to continue to try to operate the facility in a way that would not add to that so-called UBIT tax. Have you heard enough, or would you like me to make a little bit of presentation? I took some terrific photographs last week.
We've seen some of the photographs. The Grow Trailer people had, there was a brochure for them. We've seen a lot of it. Is everybody dying? Is it, we understand. I think the only other question we had, just clarify once again, the delivery, it's going to be one. I have a note somewhere.
I have a note.
1 to 2 per week in the school van delivered by faculty.
Exactly, in the school van or a passenger car. But the amount of space that this material takes up is not great. But the growth has been remarkably robust. And this is a photo that we took last week. And there are several panels like this with greenery and salad greens and herbs growing. And the school has not only used it for their dining facilities, both at the old Church Road campus, but also at the high school. But they've also arranged with Mike's Organic, Mike being a Greenwich Country Day School alum, to sell some of the surplus, not huge amounts. And it hasn't been more than one, but it may be 2 cars a week. That second shot that Pat showed, that one is what they use, the LED lights in place of sunlight. And the greeneries look remarkably good. I'd be glad to tell you a little bit about the background if you want to hear. Sounds like
I
you
think
don't
we're
need to.
No, I think we're in pretty good shape. Does anybody have anything additional they would like to know or ask about the application?
Mr. Cohn, can you tell us more about the LED lights? You're saying that the LED lights are grow lights?
They allow the greenery to grow. So to that extent, they're grow lights. They're not grow lights in as I think there is a product called Grow Light. That's not what they are. This is a different kind of lighting source, and it's all controlled by a computer. And the kids are very much involved in what's going on.
Okay, so in other words, the LED spectrum is good for growing. So
this kind certainly is. Yeah, they've been growing more than the school expected.
Doesn't it get some natural light?
None at all.
None at all.
None at all.
Oh, so those slats on the side were not windows. Okay.
No, they were not windows. They were panels with the light fixtures.
I see.
There's no herbicides, no pesticides, no synthetic fertilizer. It's a completely hydroponic system that's very interesting. Mr. Levy, you might be interested, knowing your gardening interest, in visiting it.
All righty. I think it would be cool. Actually, Mr. Cohen, while you're on the topic of that, I wouldn't mind if at some point, since I don't have any relationship to the school, I would love to see how the high school is looking. So if you ever want to invite the commission to just see how it came out, I'd be interested.
We'll be glad to arrange it. You'll be knocked out just as I was last week. It's wonderful.
Okay, no other questions from the commission. Does anybody from the public wish to speak on the Greenwich Country Day application to be able to sell its produce from its grow trailer to Mike's Organic through a commercial agriculture use? I don't know how we lost Mr. Lowe. Okay. All righty.
Must have been a connection problem.
Yeah, I just don't know if you missed any of the discussion. Let's wait and see. I know it's not Mr. Lowe wanting to speak. It doesn't look like anybody wants to speak. Mr. Lowe? Yes, Mr. Lowe, were you able to hear all of the Country Day discussion?
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, were you able to hear all of the Country Day discussion, or should we seat someone else? Oh, I think we better seat someone else.
I think the silence is the answer.
The silence is the answer. I wonder what happened. Okay. Can
you hear me now?
Yeah, but did you hear the whole Country Day discussion, or should we seat someone else?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I've got a technical issue here. I'm just waiting for it to clear. Sorry.
Okay.
Continue, please.
Okay, we're just going to seat someone else really fast on this. We've got Barilek already.
We have one more item in the, a few more items in the public
No,
hearing.
he'll be back, but I think he'll be back. But for this one, he missed the discussion, so we need to seat someone on it. Wells or Jenkins, who wants to? Okay, Wells raised his hand first. Okay, so Mr. Wells, you are now seated on this application. So it's going to be Wells for Lowe. There's Tracy keeping me honest. And we'll just remember that. Okay. Does anybody have any objection to closing this application at this time?
No.
Seeing no objection, this application is hereby closed. Have a nice
Thank you.
rest of your evening, Mr. Cohen.
Thank you very much.
All righty. And now we're ready to go to number 9, which is the trustees of the Convent of the Sacred Heart. Mr. Yeski, you can come back. All right. Mr. Lowe's still not looking good. Okay, Mr. Yeski's back. Trustees, so Arn, just assume that you may be seated for this. Or Mary, do you want to do this one?
Sorry, Madam Chair, wasn't I already seated Wells for Macri?
On Sacred Heart, indeed. So it has to be Jenkins.
I'm already seated as well for Yeski.
All right, so everybody stays seated, and if Barilek is on for Lowe anyway, so he doesn't count, so we don't need to worry.
Yeah, Mr. Lowe's not seated on this
Yeah,
application
just
anyway.
got it. Okay, I just read the little print. Okay, so because he's still frozen, but it's a great
Frozen.
shot of him.
Can you
Okay,
hear me?
so trustees, we can hear
you hear me?
you. Yeah, we can hear you, but you can't hear us. All right,
No, I can hear you. I'm having some difficulty here, but absolutely seat somebody else until this
Okay.
clears. It's fine.
we'll skip the part about we already kicked them off. Trustees of the Convent of the Sacred Heart for a final site plan and special permit to replace and expand the existing 6 tennis courts to 9 courts, a 20-foot net, and some related improvements. And again, this is at 1177 King Street. Seated are Albin, Levy, Wells for Macri, Barilek for Lowe, Jenkins for Yeski, and thanks everybody for reminding me. All right, Mr. Gintner, if you would go ahead.
Good evening, Dave Ginter from Redness Samid here on behalf of Sacred Heart. One housekeeping item, Madam Chair, if is it possible to open up item number 10 at the same time and do these concurrently?
No.
I think no. Okay.
And here's the problem. We have different people seated.
Well, the other
Well,
item-
actually, we could.
yeah,
We
the
could
other
just
items haven't
vote,
heard, Madam, yeah, so,
right?
right.
So,
We haven't started the second one, so we could seat whoever on that as the first go.
or could we have all the regulars seated and just vote it differently, but everybody asks questions and we hear it jointly? Yeah, we could do that.
Yes.
Okay, yes, Mr. Ginter, sorry about being difficult. Let me just open the next one as well. Mr. Basili, I hope you're awake because that'll be confusing. We are hearing applications 9 and 10 at the same time. We've already announced application number 9. Application number 10 is trustees of the Convent of the Sacred Heart for a final site plan and special permit to construct a putting green with site and drainage improvements, again at 1177 King Street. Great, Mr. Ginter. Go ahead.
Right. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So this evening, we're here in front of you to continue the conversation started a month or so ago, I believe, regarding the expansion of the tennis courts out here at the campus of Convent of the Sacred Heart. Also here to discuss a putting green that was presented to you as part of a pre-application review back in April when we presented the overall master plan to you. I know there was some discussion and some concern about master plan and some of these applications coming in spits and spurts to you here. So I hope that Ms. Dygert shared the master plan that we presented to you back in April. If not, I have it on my screen. I'm sure Pat Leroux has it available to him, so we can share it if we need to go through any of that. The reason I wanted to bring both of these applications together at the same time, I think has to do with the conversation and comments from the commission members yesterday, as well as potentially some of the conservation comments regarding landscaping. So the tennis courts, the screening has been updated as requested by ARC. We are proposing some arborvitae. I did hear it loud and clear yesterday, and I'm sure Mr. Kenny did as well. Arborvitae is not the favorite shrub of choice for screening, but we do have 25% of our screening is proposed to be arborvitae. The rest is going to be white spruce. So 75% of it is white spruce to screen the southern property line.
So if I could just put Mr. Ginter, if I could just put Mr. Levy's words to your ear, there are two things. The one is the fact that you're not replacing the tree canopy, and we treasure the area that you're in because you have tree canopy, and it's one of the most valuable, environmentally valuable parts of Greenwich. So we treasure the tree canopy, and we'd love to see you replacing it. Mr. Levy himself has spent a lot of time studying the less positive environmental aspects or less environmental contribution of the arborvitae, and is happy to wax eloquent if you give him an opportunity on that, right, Mr. Levy?
Yes.
So we would like you to work on that. You could do another one. Hello, Mr. Kenny. You could do something else. It's the habitat support. Well, Mr. Kenny can recite it in his sleep. I believe Mr. Levy can too. I'm talking for no reason. So go ahead. Mr. Levy, did you want to add anything to my putting words in your mouth?
No, you're not putting words in my mouth. You're just speaking for me. So I would like to reiterate that just because you're trying to create this hedge effect by putting in evergreens, it's not necessary to only use evergreens. You can use deciduous trees too very effectively, and not put in the hedge effect. And arborvitaes are, I think everybody knows the issues with arborvitaes, and there's just no need to use them. We can be much more clever and do something that really is about beautification, not screening. And you're just not going to get there doing a hedge of evergreens. And I think just to reiterate it, there is no less desirable kind of screening than a row of arborvitae.
Yeah,
there you go.
Understood. Bill, I don't know if you want to jump in here. One thing we do want to point out is that there's a stand of deciduous trees along that southern property line that are mature, that these screen trees that we're talking about here are filling in the gaps in between to further enhance the screening that is out there of those existing courts.
I understand that, but I think that by doing a deeper dive into peculiarities of the landscaping, it will become more apparent that you don't have to just cut and paste green in there in order to screen. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, we're pleased to remove. We just have 6 arborvitae trees, so we're pleased to remove those and replace those with deciduous trees and diversify that habitat area and both the aesthetics and the environmental benefits of that.
And
go ahead, Mr. Ginter.
The other comment that we heard is adding more deciduous trees, and the reason I wanted to have both of these applications opened and discussed at the same time is there is an extensive mitigation plan that Bill put together as part of the outdoor classroom and putting green application. If the timing of these applications being submitted was not such that we could have them submitted at the same time. And I think that would have eased some of this discussion and some of the concerns that you have. But if you look at the plan that Bill prepared for the outdoor classroom and the mitigation and the invasive removal that he's proposing, we are proposing 68 deciduous trees to be installed on this campus as part of the collective project here. So I don't know if that was caught by everybody as they're looking at.
Yes, but that's not what we're really talking about. We're talking about this hedge effect, which is I would say it's not a very sophisticated. There's a lack of sophistication in doing something. It's simplistic, and there are opportunities. You have I don't know exactly if that that property line is sloping or not, but there are lots of things that you can do with slopes that
it's relatively level in that area. It's relatively level across because the slope is from west to east, so top of the page down.
Nonetheless, I think you've heard what I said.
Right, we can certainly pleased to loosen that up and have a more organic arrangement of the plants in that area. We thought that the town.
I understand. Just that it seems to me that it's a pretty simple place to plant, and you have the ability to do something a little bit nicer than just a line of trees. That's.
Mr. Ginter, the tennis courts are not lit.
No, they will not be lit.
Will they be lit at any time in the future?
Not that the school has informed me. Mr. Bonero from Sacred Heart can weigh in on that if there's any future thought or discussion of that. But to my knowledge, that has not been discussed.
Okay, this kind of leads me to the thing. We're looking at. I think it's actually. My understanding of this, a tennis court, a putting green, and an outdoor classroom. Is that
Correct.
part of the? Okay, so it's actually 3 things. My concern is that I'm looking at 3 things today. Am I going to be looking at 3 things tomorrow? 4 things in the week after that? I would appreciate, even if it's just the general overall master plan, ideas that you're going to have. Because I'd rather not actually say anything about a tennis court, understanding that the field adjacent to it is going to change, or you're going to have to put parking in or something else. Because I'd like to make sure that actually what I'm looking at tonight, in conjunction with any ideas you have for the rest of the property, can kind of like dovetail into it.
Certainly. Pat, do you have the master plan, or is that something I can share right now?
You should be able to share, Dave. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So bear with me here. Hopefully everybody can see my screen at this point. So this was the master plan that we presented to you in April, where we showed the expansion of the tennis courts in the south end of the property. We showed you the potential putting green located where it's currently in front of you today. Included with that is some thoughts not in front of you at this point, but it was future thinking that the school has, and it allows them to start the fundraising process and long-term planning of the school for a potential track and new athletic field to replace the existing soccer field that is located in this location here. As part of the installation of a track, we would end up losing and having to recreate the existing parking lot that is located right here where my cursor is, just north of the tennis courts. The master plan currently has that parking being relocated to the east of the tennis courts, which is why there was discussion last time, and ARC raised this with locating the rain garden where we were locating it, because again, we were trying to forecast the future here and think about when this parking lot gets installed, if and when it gets installed, that rain garden is going to be fully developed and mature, and we didn't want to be disrupting that. So that's why we located the rain garden over here. I know that was some concern from some commission members in the past. But the track and field will be located here, parking lot here, and there has been some discussion, and again, we presented to you in April, the possibility of an additional athletic field located here just north of where the putting green is. This is an area that was the former septic area for the school before we put the treatment plant in years ago, and it's now used as a drainage leaching field. So if you were to look at Google Maps, it's looks green. It's a lot of invasives in here. Going forward, I don't want anybody to think that this is again more clear cutting of trees and forested area, but that was a thought that we had of potential athletic field in this location here, with some additional parking located next to the existing turf fields, as well as this future field here. These are the thoughts that we've worked out with the school as part of the master plan for the athletic programs. There is no other master plan, excuse me, buildings or activities that are proposed, at least to my knowledge. Again, Rich Bernero can speak on behalf of the school regarding that. The reason we don't have the track and field and or the additional athletic field in front of you is, as of right now, the school doesn't have the funding, and a lot of these activities, for schools requires funding or donor participation in it, and the school doesn't have that at this particular point. And having soft costs go into developing the detailed plans that are required to seek your approval formally on these, it doesn't make sense, which I think is why you've switched to the pre-app process, and why we wanted to seek your approval on this master plan on the pre-app back in April.
Right. I don't remember seeing this. That's me. I don't remember seeing this, because if I did, I would have questioned what's going on with all of it and how it dovetails in. If you can zoom in on the tennis courts as we have them proposed tonight.
Is that close enough? You want to go closer?
Yeah, that's good enough for me.
Okay.
The rain garden as proposed
Mhm.
is offset from the tennis courts.
Correct.
Is that offset enough where the rain garden as proposed today would not have to be removed to accommodate the parking lot?
That is correct.
So that's
it-
the thing, Nick. It's
Hold on-
taking,
hold-
go
Hold
ahead.
on a second. Is the rain garden sized to take the runoff of the tennis courts and the parking lot? Because I think that's the kind of thing I'm looking for, is that
Yes.
I'm looking at tennis courts today, tennis courts in a parking lot maybe tomorrow, so on and so forth. So can we actually kind of anticipate? It may never ever happen, but at least we're anticipating it, before we go forward on one thing today.
It is sized for the tennis courts currently. It is
Right.
not sized for the parking lot, but we do have the ability to expand the rain garden to accept the runoff from the parking lot if and when the parking lot was to be proposed. We did not want to over design and oversize the rain garden now because there would be additional grading that would have to happen. The rain garden would extend further south, so there would be, just given some of the elevation change we have in this area here, the berm would increase, the regrading would increase, and additional tree canopy would be lost at this time. And we didn't think that that was the appropriate
Oh,
thing
yeah.
to do.
So, Mr. Ginter, what I got from your submission was the rain garden takes 66% of the runoff from the courts.
Mhm.
And the remainder, you're using a 100-foot long level spreader.
The remainder drains to the west as it does today into the large wetland pocket
Okay.
along the southern property boundary.
Right, it's
Okay.
just sheet flow to that side.
That is correct.
The application actually has that it's a level spreader. But, okay,
Well, the rain garden overflows to a level spreader.
no,
and
so then
that's-
it's taking, so then it's worded a little strangely, and I'm trying to remember, so you're really saying 100% of the water is going into the rain garden,
Nope.
and then it overflows to sheet flow.
No, the western courts, if you look at this in the north-south direction, the western courts are graded such that they will flow sheet flow to the west as it does today,
Okay,
through the wetland buffer and eventually into the large wetland pocket, to the top of this page on the west side of the development. The remaining 2/3 of the courts will be collected in a series of trench drains along the eastern edge, directed into this rain garden where it will
Gotcha.
be allowed to infiltrate, and any overflow in the larger storm events will be collected and put into a level spreader where they'll be able to sheet flow, again, mimicking current drainage patterns.
understood. Okay, so that was a little backwards. Okay, got it now. All right.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so it's capturing 66% of your normal, and then the rest of it is going to just sheet flow out the other side.
That is correct, yes, mimicking existing patterns.
Got it. Okay, I'm glad you raised that, Mr. McRae. Okay, what else?
The berm for the rain garden, is that like 6-8 feet? A 6-8 foot berm, or how big is that?
It is, yes, a 6-foot berm at its highest point from where it blends back into existing grade.
Oh, thanks.
All right, anything else? Well, one thing that bothered us yesterday, Mr. Ginter, is you're going to be using more and more artificial turf. And I think you've told us before you're not going to be using the crumb rubber,
That's correct.
and that you're very aware of where that is. Okay. But we can't stop you. I think I always say this to you. We can't stop you. We sure like real grass better. We don't understand why anybody wants to putt on fake grass. So I leave you with that, because we don't have a regulation addressing it. There's no proof it's bad, but we do prefer the natural environment. Mr.
Okay.
Wells,
Yeah,
and
thank you,
then
Madam
Mr.
Chair.
Levy, and then Mr.
Um,
Levy afterwards.
Yeah, another comment from conservation was regarding meadow management. I
Oh,
think they were concerned that there was too much reliance on herbicides, which eventually end up in the Byram River and then down along Island Sound. And they were wondering if there could be, other ways to manage the invasive species aside from herbicides.
Bill, can you address that? Because I don't believe that herbicides are allowed to be used on this campus, but I could be confusing that with pesticides. But Bill, do you have any thoughts on the management out here? You're muted, Bill.
But I'm sure you were great.
Sorry about that. Thank you. I'll start by saying this part of town, the invasives in this part of town are just really challenging, very
brutal.
And on this campus, the Japanese knotweed is one of the plants there, and it's certainly that one's particularly difficult to eliminate without the use of herbicides. We're willing to consider that. I think the state statute does allow for some herbicide use for this type of activity. But we're certainly not, it's not a protocol to use forever. It's just to eliminate the plants at the beginning so that we can get the natives established and then not have to rely on them in the future. So unlike a golf course where they might be putting down these things every year in perpetuity, this would be just to help arrest the situation and help us to get started so we can put money into the invasive, into the native plants.
So
But,
Mr. Kenny, the other thing that, just to build on what Mr. Wells said, the other thing that conservation suggests, and I'm way out of my depth here, is that it helps manage the invasives if you put in a 10-foot wide buffer of native shrubs along the edge of the proposed meadow. I hope you froze in tech terms, because you looked frozen. You're just thinking, right?
is that good posture? Maybe. I have not, I think, I'm sure that might be helpful in certain situations. In this situation with the current proposal, I'm not sure it would be of particular value to circle this meadow area, the rain garden.
How about this? How about if we leave you with that comment and you consider it as you look at, as you go into working on it, that we just ask you to further explore it, because
I'd be very pleased to do that.
what she says, I'm just going to go back to her words instead of my notes, is obviously, you know, she wants deciduous trees. And then she recommends a 10-foot wide buffer of native shrubs along the proposed meadow to prevent slope erosion, including planting ground cover and use of erosion blankets. That's what, actually, that's a paraphrase of her comments.
Can I make a further comment
Yes.
after you?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Now that Mr. Kenny described it, it's kind of like a, once and done, hopefully. I'm familiar with that. I have invasive species too. And if you pull them out, they're still in the soil, so it doesn't do anything. They just regrow. But if you actually kill them at the roots or through herbicides, they're done. So if they're just talking about doing it once rather than, every year, every quarter, applying more herbicides, I think that is a different situation.
All right, so what she says is such buffer, coming back to the buffer, such buffer
Yep.
will contain the invasion, provide a gentle transition between the two different habitats, et cetera. So she's, you're willing to consider it.
Certainly.
Okay, Mr. Levy.
Yes, I just wanted to reiterate a few things.
Okie dokie.
First of all, I think Aaron Rodgers would not appreciate the fact that you're using turf. And the other thing is he's out for the rest of the season.
Yes. Okay.
On turf. So the other thing is that these pesticides and I don't know if you use Roundup or not, but these things are not good for children. Should go without saying. So the containment and this and using such stuff on campus is a real problem for the student body, and too many campuses use this stuff. I don't know if you use Roundup or not, but these chemicals are toxic, and it would be great if you could commit to not using these products.
We're pleased to seriously consider that. I haven't had an opportunity to speak with the school. The school, I'm okay with it. The school is okay with it. We will. It certainly could affect the success of what's being proposed, but And often with, like I would, when we're dealing with invasive vegetation, I often use the word control rather than remove, because it's pretty much impossible to remove entirely some of these plants. But if you could at least control them in a manner that they're not dominating the situation. For example, one thing that we're proposing in these areas where the Japanese knotweed is thriving, it's areas that are a lot of sunlight. So we're proposing to come in with all these trees to plant to create a closed canopy over time and create a shaded environment.
And then
that
you
will
get new
diminish-
invasives.
Well, there's many fewer in the shaded environment than there is in the full sunlight. So
Okay.
the objective is to create a healthy canopy and certainly that takes time. But you can just mow this down every year and do things such as laying tarps over them to help smother them. And over time, the forest canopy you create will help to control them. They'll still be there, but their density will be much less. There are other approaches.
Right, and sometimes we just have to live with some of the inconveniences that are presented to us, that's all.
Sure.
Okay. Anything else from anybody? Mr. Wells, were you?
No further comments, Madam Chair.
What, again, conservation to prevent slope erosion, a detailed plan for reestablishing the permanent vegetated cover should be provided. So she's kind of moving in the same direction with all of this. I think what we would just ask you to do is to talk to our staff, to Jackie, and just land on something that does invasive species management to the satisfaction of staff, that you look at more deciduous trees and more canopy in your proposed mix. And then, of course, that you investigate this buffer on the edge of the
Right.
meadow.
Sure.
Okay.
The
Now I
vast
gotta-
majority of our planting is canopy. It's just that small area of
Okay.
evergreen screening where we thought the objective was to have evergreen, but we're pleased to add more deciduous.
Okay.
So
Well, I get the screening, and maybe you could do something that makes Mr. Levy happy and is still evergreen.
definitely can, or no, yeah.
Just don't say the word Fuja.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Anything else, Mr. Ginter?
I think that's it.
All right. Any other questions from the commission? Just turning to the public, does anybody from the public want to speak on these two applications from the Convent of the Sacred Heart? One is for an expansion and renovation of their tennis courts, and the other is for the installation of a putting green. Please raise your virtual hand if you wish to speak. All righty. Seeing no public comment, does anybody object to closing these two applications at this time with all the myriad people who are seated on them? Seeing no objection, both applications
No.
9 and 10 are closed.
Fantastic. Thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you very much. All right, so there's one more application in the hearing, and then we have the discussion items. Y'all, it's only 9:30. Okay, our next application is Peter and Jacqueline Pinella for a final re-subdivision to revise the common lot line, decreasing. And I just want to say this because I misread it a couple of times. Decreasing 189 Sheep Hill Road by 100 square feet and increasing 185 Sheep Hill Road by 100 square feet. And representing the applicant is Mr. DeAndrea. Is that right?
Good evening.
All right, we can't see you, but we can hear you.
I believe that I'm all set to go. Good evening. I'm glad you're still all working at 9:30. You've made good progress. This is a very simple application in my mind. Of course, I may be off on the wrong track on that also. However, this is a proposal to exchange 100 square feet between two families that have lived there for many years together. There is a set of stairs on the Pinella property that serves that property. And the proposal is to exchange the 100 square feet so that the stairs are within the Pinella property. Peter and Jackie's daughter, Kimberly, and her husband, Timothy, are obviously in agreement of this. There is no zoning impact. There's no impact on drainage. There's no impact on sewer because there's nothing to be done in construction. So this is an application under your process for re-subdivision. As I pointed out in my narrative, these lots were created following the process in force with the commission at that time through lot splits and revisions of lot lines. So while this was filed as a subdivision following current policy, I believe that the commission will find that it is truly a revision of lot lines.
A question. So, Mr. DeAndrea, the only question that really came up, did you sign the sewer letter, by the way? Please say you did.
We prepared the sewer letter, and as I pointed out just a moment ago, there are no implications for sewer. The letter says that in the event that there is ever a need for a sewer.
But you signed it.
They did sign it, yes.
Okay, good. All righty. Just making sure that Mr. Feminella is happy. The only thing that came up, understanding that this is a little teensy weensy change, is whether in any way there's a nonconformity created by the change. And the only doubt that staff had was about the green area.
Intuitively, there is not. I will provide for you, for your record,
Okay.
another copy of that. But
All right. Can we condition a lot line revision?
Yes.
I think isn't it always just subject to conformance with zoning?
Yeah, well, when we can condition it.
Yeah.
If, you know,
Okay.
so if Mr. DeAndrea, if you would provide that, and we would, if we were to move this, we would condition it.
I certainly
Okay.
provide that.
Any other questions from the commission on this?
No, not at this time.
Does anybody from the public wish to speak on this application at 185 and 189 Sheep Hill Road for final re-subdivision to do an area exchange of 100 square feet? Seeing no hands from the public, does anybody from the commission object to closing this application at this time?
No.
Seeing no objection, this application is hereby closed. That wasn't so bad, Mr. DeAndrea.
And they never are. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Okay, it's only 9:35. You guys, okay with doing the discussion items? All right, okay. Mr. Basili. Oh, wait a second. Oh, we've got the Zoom, so we don't need to make Mr. Basili stay.
Okay.
You having a snack?
No, not at all. Not at all. Just waiting for my orders and
All right, well, you're all set. You can go home.
well, have a
Go
nice,
home.
thank you.
See you
Thank-
soon. Thank you
Bye.
for being with us.
You're welcome.
All righty, we now go to the discussion items. The first discussion item is 29 Doubling LLC for a pre-application review at 29 Doubling Road. This is to make a pool, guest house with underground indoor sports court and all of the additions totaling 4,066 feet. And Mr. Yeski, you have your hand up? No, you can't leave.
I'm not leaving. I'm just wondering, I wasn't able to be on this yesterday. I was editing an MI. What's the format for these discussion items? Are we doing the 15-minute couple questions?
Yes, exactly. Very
Okay.
short and quick. So, Mr.
Okay.
Hegney, as long as we're doing short and quick, since I think the rest of us did hear it, were you listening still to the discussion we had?
Oh, yes, of course.
Oh,
What else would I do?
okay. So here's the deal. What I was struggling with was the location of the guest house because it's kind of got kitchen stuff in it, and it can't have kitchen stuff in it unless you're making it a primary structure.
Yeah, let me clarify that because I know that was an issue that came up yesterday. This is a guest house pool house. It is not a dwelling. The plans for the wet bar show an under-counter refrigerator. It does show a dishwasher. Not that necessarily a dishwasher makes for a kitchen, but I understand, having gone through this on
A
other
million
pool houses,
times, hundreds of times.
not having a washer and dryer, and I don't know how a washer and dryer makes it a kitchen either, but I'm happy to do whatever it takes to show that this is
Okay.
a pool house, guest house. It was not there are no cooking facilities proposed in this, and we'll take the dishwasher out to make it clear that it is not any kind of kitchen type place other than a wet bar.
All right.
Yeah, there's an existing house there that's over 150,000 cubic feet and a pool. It's on 2.8 acres in the 1 acre zone. And we're looking to build this pool house, guest house with an underground sports court. And other than that, I know that there's a question on drainage that the neighbor to the southeast, neighbor to the rear has brought up. I have discussed that previously. I believe Mr. Haslin represented them, and we did work out an agreement on the drainage. Certainly, when Mr. DeAndrea prepares his drainage report, we'll address that there will not be an increase in peak flows from the site. We are well under on floor area on this particular property because it is in the 1 acre zone. This is considered an accessory structure. It's under 25 feet. And it therefore is an accessory structure in the rear yard. It can be up to 15 feet from the side and rear property lines, which is what we're showing on this plan. And we'll address the drainage as part of our full application for the site plan special permit.
Regrading, all of that stuff, soil, this cut and
Yes.
fill.
Yes.
All those things we like to ask you about. Mr. Levy, you had your hand up for a sec. Are you set?
Oh, yes, I just, not really necessary now. I was thinking that I didn't quite understand what the issue was with the drainage that the neighbor was. I didn't
neighbors-
understand from the comments, but
Yeah,
what
the
it,
neighbors sent in a letter and
Yeah.
they're going to address it.
Yeah, so there you go.
It's
We
in
will
our
address
record.
that.
It's in our files. Okay. Does anybody else have any comments for Mr.
Yeah,
Hagney?
just two quick things. Mr. Hegney, when you're addressing the kitchens or wet bars, make sure you do them both upstairs and downstairs. And when you come back, can the storage on the first floor with the garage door, if we can define what that is it a garage or is it just a storage area with a garage door? Because it seems it empties out onto grade in the back. How do you get there? Or are we going to be anticipating some way of actually, or something else trying to get there, another path or something else when you come back?
I see what you're referring to, Mr. McRae. Thank you.
Okay. Does
Final comment.
Yes, Mr. Wells?
Yeah, I don't know how other people feel, but I don't know, do we really need to require them to remove their dishwasher? I mean, if they've got a wet bar there, they have glasses, they just want to wash them and not take them to the main house. See how having a dishwasher makes it into a kitchen. That's my 2 cents.
I would concur.
I think it's part of the what a wet bar is. Under
So-
cabinet and no uppers.
Yeah, let me pull up the definition, just so we're,
So here's the thing. It's got to be consistent with everything the zoning enforcement officer agrees to. And as Mr. Hegney says, he's done it a million times. He knows this is this ancestral thing. And I'm never really clear, given the fact that we're so open with ADUs. In fact, I was almost thinking if you redesign this, he could have made it an ADU. But it's way too small for what they want, but it almost could have been. So there it is. So it's consistency with what Jody does, and you don't want to mess up the zoning enforcement officer. But in other words, Mr. Hegney, what you're hearing from the commission is we're willing to be flexible. We're given the fact that we're so open with the ADUs right now, but on the other hand, we did limit the size of the external ADUs, so we want to be careful.
I have to add that I have been having this discussion with Jody over the years. And
so
I think he is more of the mind of what I'm just hearing from the commission members, that a dishwasher is something that you would have as part of a wet bar and does not in itself make a kitchen.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have, there are no cooking facilities here.
Yeah.
And there's an under counter refrigerator. So I think he is more of a mind recently.
Yeah.
Perhaps I can have that discussion.
And I can tell you,
I'll leave it in. If he says no, I'll take it out.
That's what I would say. Just make him happy so he signs off. Because, and I can tell you that I've lived in other municipalities that don't allow 2 kitchens in your house, but let you have 2 dishwashers. Come on, in 2 different rooms.
Or have above counter cabinets. And so on some pool houses, I've had to take off the doors on the cabinets so that then they become bookshelves rather than counter cabinets.
You did it yourself. That was part of your legal services?
No, I direct. I do not do.
All right. Okay, well, we're going to send you away because we want to move on.
Very good. Thank you.
All righty. Okay. Oh, wait. Any public comment on this application for 29 Dublin? Oh, no, I did that already, didn't I?
No.
Well, any public comment for 29 Dublin? No public comment. So we will move on. Thank you, Mr. Hegney. You're leaving now, right?
I am. Good evening, everyone.
Bye. All right. So our next application is Anbar Properties at 254 West Putnam Avenue. A couple of you didn't hear this on Monday, so just running by it again. This is an existing veterinary center, and they want to add grooming and kennel services. The veterinary center is in the GB zone, and the GB zone allows both uses, one of them with a special permit. They are use 4 and 5 if anyone's dying of curiosity, and they are allowed. Is the applicant here?
I'm not seeing the applicant, Madam Chair.
Okay, well, just
Somebody's
move.
representing the project at, it's 265? What's the number?
264 West Putnam Avenue.
264. Thank you, Mr. Macri. Anybody representing 264? Going once? Going twice?
Okay, throw them on the 17th.
We'll see them at a later meeting. Thank you.
All right.
O'Donnell's
Do you
next.
see Mr. O'Donnell?
I don't see him. I see his name though.
Oh, okay, there's Casey right at the top.
They should have just jumped on.
You gotta be kidding me.
Who jumped on? I'm
Casey.
sorry. Dennis,
Casey.
what?
Casey just
Casey's for the
Okay,
application.
okay, we're still not hearing you well, Mr.
Good
Lowe.
evening.
Okay, Mr. O'Donnell, first of all, let me just read it out. 185 South Water Street for a pre-application review for a 2-family structure at that address. That property is 14,584 square feet in the R6. Mr. O'Donnell, do you want to also just jump together and do 195 South Water Street at the same time because of the parking?
Absolutely, please.
Okay, so we will also discuss 195 South Water Street, which is the property, I'm going to get this wrong, directly in front of this one. And for a pre-application review, this is another two-family house on a property that is 7,710 square feet in the R6. This one is 6 bedrooms and the other one is 8 bedrooms. Each is providing 5 parking spaces, but they are, without merging the lots, they are sharing the parking lot. And that's kind of the tricky thing for those of, I mean, that's where I got a little stuck. Okay, thank you. Patrick, did you say that the previous applicant has joined us now? No. Okay, Mr. O'Donnell, with all that introduction, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. I listened to the briefing, and so I was grateful to consider the input. Overall, to talk you through the input that I hope to get from the commission tonight.
Perfect.
It's a front lot and a back lot. They're owned by they're 2 different LLCs, they're 2 different owners, but ultimately they're going to be co-developed. And while they're currently planned to be long-term held, we recognize why a special permit is appropriate for this type of application, because if the ownership were ever to be separated, then we want to make sure that the Planning and Zoning Commission's interests in parking and access are maintained for both properties. So that's what I think is the reasonable intent of having this special permit process. So I've drafted easements to affect that, to make that work. There would be no issue of merger in this case, whether we shared the parking. And this is a type of development that has at times worked well, and in some cases contributed to more density than this commission was interested in before it was regulated as a special permit. But I think with the substantial green space in this application, it's still a reasonable percentage development. And I think it's a substantially lower density than this commission has seen. While it's the maximum density under the R6 standard, if you looked at the lot area, if you were to merge the lots, I think 4 units is a really lovely density. Again, in comparison to some of the other applications you're seeing.
Mr. O'Donnell, can we stop right there for a second?
Yes, sir.
You're saying it's 4 units, but it's 14 bedrooms. So the front one's got 3 bedrooms each, and the back one's got 4 bedrooms each.
Yeah, I think correct? That there's maybe. So I did not forget the conversations that we had when I was bringing some prior applications in the R6 zone, I think on Homestead. And we had a lot of discussion about how the zoning commission chooses to count bedrooms. So I think they could be 6, 7, 8 bedrooms per unit. And while I don't anticipate that, and we haven't labeled every one of those rooms as a bedroom, we recognize that this commission is going to count every bifurcated space as a bedroom. So I've tried to be conservative in the way that I counted rooms, even if they're anticipated for other uses. So yeah, the total bedroom count is substantial, Nick. It's probably 12 to 14 on each lot.
Okay, that gets to the density issue of, yeah, there's 2 two-family houses with a gazillion people living there all at the same time. And I think that's the issue of density that we're talking about. It's not so much as overdevelopment and on the site, it's the overpopulation of the site.
But here's the thing. So one of the things is he's saying it may not be bedrooms.
But we can't tell because there's no plan. That's
right. So I'm just saying, so think about that. The other thing we talked about yesterday is we were concerned about the width of that driveway and cars coming in and out of it with that many bedrooms. Some of them will be kids, obviously not driving, but we were concerned. What else do you guys?
The garage that's being proposed in the parking layout seems very tricky. Lack of a better way to say that. I would think that actually kind of taking a look at that, going back to the engineer and the designers and talk about how do I get in and out here without going through these crazy calisthenics. The one thing that just jumps off the page for me is behind the front building, you have three spaces that back into the garage. I for one, actually probably have a hard time getting in and out of those spaces in the car that I drive. Is there a better way of actually just making it more convenient to move around, and so the vehicle movements on the site aren't having all these crazy things to do?
Okay, I'm going to consider that.
Those are the things.
One more thing, actually, before.
And I
I'm
have a
gonna-
question about the site layout.
Right, I'm gonna probably have my head cut off, but the front building.
He's going architect.
With your
He's going to go design.
with the your project team, have them consider the streetscape and what you see in the street, front porches, residential feel, that kind of thing. It's my understanding, I guess there's a building there, the house that's there actually does have a front porch. Even the large multifamily building next door has front decks, those kind of things. So make it, if it can fit in right on the street, I think it'll go a long way to actually make this fit into to Byram.
Okay. I have a
And
question.
your
in terms
question.
of- In terms of site layout, the two things that I was struggling with was either we can provide a lot of parking that moves very well if there's surface parking. So if there's no indoor parking for the front house. So we omit both of the single car garages. We add that surface parking. We can still do the car chargers. That's not an issue for us. I was struggling to, part of the concept here is to provide something different than what Byram has a lot of already. I think it's an amazing section of town. I think the school is great. And I'm looking at the density, and I brought some other projects, even to the Housing Trust, to try to have essentially larger units in Byram. So we have diversity, so we can have families that maybe start in smaller units, and then they have somewhere to go. They have somewhere to advance to. A little bit bigger property as their kids grow up. They don't necessarily get forced out for lack of opportunity. And I think this project captured that well. I am going to think about density. I'm going to think about streetscape. Just in terms of site layout, would the commission rather see a simplified site layout with all surface parking, so the back house would still have 4 indoor spaces, but the front house would have all outdoor parking, and we could still provide a smaller shed type structure for bicycles and strollers?
Folks?
I think we'd have to see that. There's an opportunity. It's my understanding we have an opportunity to modify as we go along here, but let's see how that works out and see if it really works to get it in your required parking without a front garage still and still have it work. I'm looking at one of the drawings here and it still looks tight to me. So
okay. And then last question is, I wonder if this commission, if I can bring you a project with sort of 2 features, and again, recognizing the balance here and trying to bring something a little different. If I can bring you a more premium property, if we can focus on satisfying EMAC interests and getting good comments back from EMAC, if I can bring you a landscape plan that's beautiful and perhaps considers some substantial or reasonable square footage of something that's beneficial, that brings this housing diversity that I'm trying to find and create, maybe a pollinator pathway or some really thoughtful landscape plan, would the commission be inclined to recognize that value and diversity in housing in keeping with our POCD and give me some relief on the density?
What do you mean by relief? I mean,
well, to tolerate the fact that I may come to you with a plan that's going to have 14 and 16 bedrooms, but it's going to be reduced to 4 units.
I would go to what Mr. McRae just said to you. It's really in how you lay it out and how everybody flows in and out and how you handle it. But yes, I personally believe that it's a great idea to have a more diverse population everywhere you go. The one thing we absolutely detest is parking in the front yard. That is just a non-starter because it ruins the neighborhood.
Right? Not going to find it on this plan.
So if you can work this so that it works for the tenants and it's beautifully screened, the cars are nicely screened, I personally would be open to hear about it. Anybody else have comments?
let's see the plan.
And what I would suggest, if you want to do, either come in with a preliminary that you haven't had your people spend a lot of money on, or come in for another pre-app when you're a little farther down the road. And don't spend a lot of money on it till you have everybody kind of saying this is okay. And we'll accommodate you. This is an easy thing. You just have to stay awake a little later. But this is an easy thing. But the idea of having some mix, economic mix, is great throughout town. You know that that's in the affordable housing plan. Both low and high end rich people are welcome. Just kidding. Okay, Mr. Levy, did you want to say something?
Yes, please, madam. I think that I would prefer that you, instead of using the euphemistic diversity ploy, that you talk about how this is a good project, and you're offering something better by making these, through your design. Your design is improved because you're not sticking to a formula that might be precipitated by the regulations if you look at them too strictly.
I like that a lot. That's a great way of saying that.
Okay.
So the other thing, Mr. O'Donnell, while we're on that, just so you know, we've been spending little bits of time looking at how many people work in Greenwich and then commute out. And it's at all levels of income. So to have more, I won't say the D word, but to have different options, different housing options consistent with the POCD. So I think we would be enthusiastic to look at it. So come back for another pre-app when you're a little further, but not so far that your people will have spent a lot of money.
I have some temporal limits, so I'm going to have to find a way to work very quickly. But I've heard that we're going to concentrate on this idea that I'm going to bring you a premium site plan that flows well, that you would tolerate an idea with outdoor parking, and that the commission would value, that recognizes what I'm trying to do to try to create a different option for housing in Byram, as well as this premium idea that Peter's talked about to concentrate on the value, like high efficiency, and creating some planting diversity maybe that we'll miss the chance to if we simply put a driveway in and have no special permit needs, or you don't want to see me come back with, studio apartments.
Okay, give it a shot.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right. And everybody's comfortable with that before we move on? With that feedback?
Yes.
Okay. All righty. Thank you very much, Mr. O'Donnell.
Thank you all.
Last discussion item is going to be for, I don't know how to pronounce this, Auto Reed Realty,
Goody.
At 547 North Street. And this is to construct a sports barn, covered porch and patio with volume totaling over 150,000 cubic feet. I assume that the sports barn is less than 1,200. Hello, ma'am.
No, it's not.
Good evening, Madam Chair. I believe Abed, my colleague, is joining me in this presentation.
Okay. You'll need to tell us I know it's Rachel. We normally, your last name?
Sure. Rachel Orsi for the record from SE Minor.
Orsi?
Yes, Orsi, ORSI, on behalf of the client. We are here today, pre-application review, as Madam Chair described, for a volumetric application to construct the sports barn and other developments that will total over 150 cubic feet in volume on the property. But with this, the sports barn is over 1,200 square feet, triggering the special permit in the pre-application review.
But your volume is already also over 150 cubes. So anytime you increase over that, you would do that anyway. So your special permit regardless. Okay.
Yes. But we are here ahead of time to help answer any questions or see if there was any feedback. And my colleague Abed it will be able to speak more on the project as well.
Okay, thank you. Anybody from the commission have questions or comments on this application?
Just make sure that the wet bar in the basement is a wet bar.
There will be no dishwasher.
We'll see what Mr. Couture says to Mr. Agney. You've heard all the concerns we raised. We're going to ask you about the environmental. We're going to ask you about tree loss. We're going to ask you about working with, are you amending the topography? If you've been with us all night, I think we don't even need to share. You know how we think, the priorities of the commission. Anything else from you guys? I'm sorry you had to wait till 10 o'clock to hear this, but.
No worries.
All
Could've been
right.
11.
Okay, does anybody from the public wish to wish to comment on this application at 547 North Street? 547 North Street, going once? Any comments from the public? Please raise your virtual hand. All right, okay. Good luck, come back soon. Just, all the stuff we've been talking about, you heard, no arborvitaes. Oh,
Understood.
and no Roundup.
Yes, no.
All right, thank you very
All
much,
right.
both of
Thank you very much.
All right. Who thought that we would get to this point when we were doing some of the earlier applications tonight? Okay. I hereby move approval of the August 5, 2022 minutes. Seated, attending this meeting were Albin, Macri, Yeski, Lowe, and Barilak. Kindly, do I have a second? Mr.
Second.
Barilak has seconded.
Second.
No, Mr. Barilak beat you. He has seconded. Could I just have a voice vote from the people who were at the meeting? All in favor?
Aye.
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 I hereby move approval of the March 7, 2023 minutes. Attending the meeting were Levy, Macri, Lowe, Yeski, Albin, Barilak.
Second.
I can't read my own handwriting. We'll stop there. Mr. Lowe has seconded. All in favor, please voice vote.
Aye.
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 I hereby move approval of the April 18th, 2023 meeting. Seated, attending were Albin, Macri, Levy, Lowe, Wells, Jenkins, and by the way, I meant to say minutes. Second, please.
Second.
Mr. Levy
Second.
has seconded. All in favor of voice vote, please.
Aye.
Aye. I hereby move approval of the
Aye.
I hereby move approval of
Aye,
the
aye,
May
aye.
9th, 2023 minutes. At the meeting were Albin, Macri, Levy, Lowe, Wells, and Barilak. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, please voice vote. Aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Now, let's go to our decisions. So would anybody mind if we do the MI and the preliminary site plan for the school first? Because we have people waiting.
Yeah, they are top of the block because I don't think we're looking at anything else. So
I could do the tennis courts in a nanosecond.
I know, but I have 4 that I wrote down. You have the tennis court and the putting green
And we're done.
we're done.
Okay, go. Let's do the schools first. Let's get that done. Maybe we'll get squeeze a few more in.
Okay, municipal improvement, 285 Sound Beach Avenue, PLPZ 2023-370. Whereas the applicant seeks municipal improvement status for construction of a 4 classrooms, 7,500 square foot addition at ground level, main entrance, renovate portions of the building and site to address accessibility compliance and FEMA flood zone regulations, upgraded mechanical, fire protection, sanitary, and storm drainage systems with associated site and landscape improvements on 11.05 acre located in the R12 and COZ and FHOZ zones. Commission finds that at a meeting held on September 28th, 2023, the Board of Selectmen voted to approve referral of the MI to the Planning and Zoning Commission in accordance with Section 699A2 of the Town Charter. And as indicated in the 2019 Plan of Conservation and Development, the proposal is consistent with guiding principles 1.4A, 3.1A and C, 4.1C, and 6.2C. Therefore, a motion to grant municipal improvement status in accordance with Section 699A2 of the Town Charter.
Did you mention objectives When you mentioned the different parts of the P O C D, I got distracted for 2 seconds. I'm sorry. I got it in front of me.
1.1.4A,
You got it. Okay.
3.1A and
You got it.
C,
Yes.
4.1C and
Okay.
6.2C.
All right. Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
Mr. Levy has seconded. And Mr. Levy, how do you vote?
Aye.
And Mr. McRae,
Aye.
Mr. Yeski,
Aye.
Mr. Barilak,
Aye.
and Albin is also aye. And with that, the motion is approved 5-0. We now go to the preliminary site plan for the Old Greenwich School.
285 Sound Beach Avenue, application PLPZ 2023 370 for preliminary site plan. Applicant seeking to approval to construct a four classroom, 7,500 square foot addition. Ground level, main entrance, renovate portions of the building site to address accessibility, compliance, and FEMA zone regulations. Upgraded mechanical, fire protection, sanitary, and storm drainage systems with associated site and landscaping improvements on an 11.05 acre parcel in the R12 COZ and flood zones. Commission finds that the project was granted municipal improvement status under application PLPZ 2023-370. Conservation issued comments on 9/26/23, indicating recommendations to the proposal. Zoning issued comments on 9/26/23, indicating the proposal meets the requirements of the BZR and endorsed the project for zoning permit approval. Sewer Division issued comments on 9/27, requesting the applicant to submit a signed letter of acknowledgement to receipt of their P&Z comments. Engineering issued comments on 9/27, indicating issues to be addressed prior to final site plan approval. Beta issued comments on 9/28, indicating issues to be addressed prior to final site plan approval. And the Wetlands Agency issued a permit needs questionnaire on 9/21/23, indicating no action required. Therefore, a motion to move to final, noting the following. Prior to final, applicant is to review any possible on-site pedestrian safety upgrades. Address substantial improvement issues with the zoning enforcement officer. Appear before the ARC for a review of architecture, lighting, landscape, and signage. Planning and
With-
zoning.
With
planning
the,
and-
with the input
Hold
that
on.
was, yep.
I
okay.
got it.
Yes, I'll be quiet.
Planning and zoning commission members will provide written comments to planning and zoning staff concerning massing, fenestration, roof line, and materials of the addition. Pursuer division comments, the applicant shall submit a signed letter of acknowledgement, receipt of their P&Z comments. Per DPW and Beta comments on traffic, the applicant shall provide vehicle turning movement diagrams demonstrating that first responder vehicles and delivering vehicles can appropriately maneuver appropriately through the site, modified site plan layout. And provide a site plan indicating any and all proposed pavement markings and traffic signage. Per DPW comments, the applicant shall address issues and comments outlined in the 9/27/23 drainage memo. Per conservation comments, the applicant shall review the use of artificial turf in connection with providing native plantings, review reduction of stormwater runoff and an increase in stormwater quality, and review and address comments on sensory garden design and location. And the applicant shall address any and all remaining staff or interdepartmental issues.
In addition, the applicant has been asked to review the potential changes in the lighting regulations as they consider safety lighting for the future at this location. And has offered, and the applicant offered on the record to address flooding complaints from properties to the south, and which I believe would be done anyway by the drainage, but let's just say that. And you mentioned the student safety. I had one more question for you guys, and it's the question of whether or not we want to ask for any soil testing or environmental testing. And we didn't talk about it tonight, but shall we at least ask for a phase 1, or a better way of putting it is, could we say that the applicant will follow staff advice regarding what level of environmental testing may be appropriate for the addition. And the reason I'm saying that is because we've just asked Beth Evans to weigh in general on the schools. So then Patrick will just say, you only have to do this and this, and we'll leave it up to Patrick to, and Tracy, who also has an environmental background, will leave it to staff to make that decision.
Okay, consult staff.
Yeah, work with staff as to whether environmental testing is what level and whether environmental testing is appropriate. Does anybody have, EMAC, do you want to add anything about energy conservation before the final site plan?
It's my understanding they
No, I
didn't.
mean, they've already provided,
Okay.
they've provided a narrative and EMAC has been asked to respond and haven't, no.
Okay, I think we've got everything else. I think
Yeah.
Nick did a great job. Okay, anything else anybody want to add? Boom, do we have a second?
Second.
Mr. Levy has seconded. Mr. Levy, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Barilak,
Aye.
Mr. McRae,
Aye.
Mr. Yeski?
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0. There we go. One thing I wanted to ask staff when we talk about the POCD, Nick listed the numbers. I'd like to have our letter of proving the doing the MI cite the specific objectives.
You want the full verbiage.
The verbiage of that objective, preserve historic sites.
Perfect.
Not just
Okay.
say consistent with, I think we need to go on record of the exact words that we evaluated. Mr. Leroux, you wanted to say something else?
It was going to be on the next item, so it's not about the school.
Okay, how do you know what the next item is?
I'm assuming we're going to talk about Country Day, and
We could. Country Day. You want to get Country Day done?
I think it's pretty quick. If you don't mind, Mr. McRae, if you could just
Did
reference.
we vote on this? Did we vote on this preliminary site plan?
Yes,
Yes.
5-0. It's okay. There's weird stuff that happens around now to our brains. And it's early. Remember, sometimes we've gone later. Okay, you want to do Country Day?
Yes, and my only request is that the motion just reflects the conditions of the current site plan and special permit, because the project is still in phases.
Yeah.
So that would be my only thing. I know there's probably a short list of things, but that would just be one
Right.
help.
I think I have that in my notes. I just wanted to, will just double check the date I have, because
Yeah.
the one
I can do
I have I don't know if it's the right one or not, because we did like 6 or 7 out there. So, okay, ready?
Okay, on that one, let me just go quickly. Barilak is seated for Yeski, and Lowe, we took you out of the picture, and Wells is seated for you.
Good.
All right, so it's the regulars, but Barilak for Yeski and Wells for Lowe. Go ahead, Nick.
250 Stanwich Road, application PLPZ 2023-310 for final site plan. Applicant is requesting final site plan and special permit approval to establish a commercial agricultural use and permit Greenwich Country Day School to sell surplus greens grown from its grow trailer located in the RA2 zone. The commission finds that the grow trailer was approved under PLPZ 2022-319, and there are no changes to the site's zoning statistics, FAR green area, or impervious coverage. Commercial agricultural uses are permitted in residential zones and authorizes a special permit pursuant to section 694A3 of the town's BZR. Proceeds from the sales will be used to support the sustainability and farming programs, keeping consistent with the school's overarching nonprofit use of the site. Zoning issue comments on 9/26/23 indicating proposal meets the requirements of the BZR and endorse the project for zoning permit approval. Therefore, motion to approve the site plan, noting the following. The applicant will produce approximately 60 packages of produce per week. Produce packages are to be approximately 5 ounces in size. Deliveries to the retailer will be made no more than twice per week. Deliveries would be made by Greenwich Country Day School, either in a school-provided van or vehicle. All conditions of the July 25th, 22 approval shall be continued, and the applicant shall address any and all remaining staff or interdepartmental issues.
And now they're
So-
pending other applications, which whatever work has not been completed, which has
Right.
outstanding approvals.
Is that
one?
Patrick, is that the July
20
25th, 22?
No, there's a
was there-
2019.
There's 22 is the grow shed, and then the 2019 is the school, the high school.
Right. So we just want to make sure the high
2019,
school.
okay.
Yeah.
Let me add that into my notes. That
Yeah.
way,
One
I'll
last
look it up.
thing I would add on this one, if the numbers were to evolve over time, since they already have that commercial use, the agricultural use, may the commission say that any change in the numbers shall go back to staff for review and sign off?
What numbers are you meaning? The volume of trips, the
Yeah,
volume
if
of-
they go to 4 trips a week, can they just go back to you guys at some point and say, we're gonna move more lettuce?
I mean, if that's what you want to do, I just need to know what that measurable is.
50.
Well, that's an interesting point. I mean, is there an issue here where we should say with no more than 2 truckloads of
Yeah,
produce
that's
go?
what we said. That's what we said. But the question is, what if they go to 3? Can't they just do that and
Well,
just talk to Patrick?
I mean, the idea is that we want to be we don't want it to become a real commercial endeavor. It's supposed to. So
Patrick,
this is one way to
right.
codify that idea.
Right.
And
So
then they can't say, well, we didn't know.
an increase above 2 a week shall be discussed for staff endorsement, something like that.
Madam Chair, may I suggest we say something like an increase of more than 100%?
Okay, I'm good with that. It's just to
Okay.
kind of keep it in proportion.
I just need a number that I can quantify with them so they
More
know
than
what.
doubling it is good with me. Yes. Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
All right, Mr. Levy, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Barilak?
Aye.
Mr. Wells?
Aye.
Mr. McRae?
Aye.
Albin is also an aye. Okay, 10:23. Anybody do one more?
Sure.
Okay. I hereby,
Nice work.
yes, oh, I did a really good job. I hereby move approval of the trustees of the Sacred Heart application for a final site plan and special permit to replace and expand the existing 6 tennis courts with 9 new courts at the same location and proposed 20-foot tall net and post system site as well as drainage improvements pursuant to the zoning regulations and the drainage manual at 1177 King Street. The applicant has advised that there will be no increase in enrollment. The Department of Public Works has signed off for zoning and building permit and also noted that the 2019 application work was closed out through IWWA. ZEO has signed off on 7/25. IWWA issued a permit for activities within the 100 feet of upland review. Health Department on 6/27 had expressed no objection. The ARC has reviewed this and moved it forward on their meeting at the 6th of September. Conservation 926 has made several comments in this regard. The first was the suggestion to relocate the rain garden. The applicant has responded that the rain garden has been placed in its current location so that they may eventually accommodate other improvements to the site. In addition, conservation requested stronger management of invasive species and a 10-foot wide buffer of native shrubs along the edge of the proposed meadow for the additional control of invasive species. The applicant has agreed to explore that 10-foot wide buffer. The applicant will meet with with staff to discuss these changes in the invasive species management and the buffer to reach agreement. In addition, conservation has commented, as has staff, that the planting plan includes 18 Norway spruces, was it? And eight arborvitae green giants. We hereby request that the applicant consider adding deciduous trees and canopy trees to replace this proposed planting plan.
Madam Chair, I think they mentioned white pine, not spruce.
Norway spruce. I've got Norway's.
Oh, I thought they said white pine.
Norway's.
Never mind.
Okay. And with that, the applicant should address any other outstanding for departmental comments.
Do we want to say no lighting?
Oh, yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. And that the applicant has represented that the tennis courts will not be lit. I forgot to write that down. Okay, I think I've got everything. Anybody think of anything else? No? Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Levy has seconded. And on this application, Mr. Levy, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Wells?
Aye.
Mr. Barilak?
Aye.
Ms. Jenkins?
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0.
Okay.
Anybody want to do one more?
Have to
Might
do
as
the
well.
putting green?
This
Putting
is
green?
putting green, right?
The putting green, and then you know what I'm thinking?
We have
Maybe we
the,
could just
the
give
sheep,
Tony a chance to do the 55, look at the greens, the coverage on the last one.
I thought we
and
were
then-
going to condition that.
Yeah, we were, but I thought maybe you wanted to go to sleep.
No, I want to get it over with because I don't want to come back tomorrow.
No, we're not coming back tomorrow. I was gonna do this next week, 2 weeks. Go ahead.
Okay. So you did the putting green and the tennis courts,
No, I
right?
just did the tennis courts. I left
Okay.
you with a putting green.
Me with the putting green? I actually wasn't at the meeting.
You were at the meeting today.
No. Okay. Hold on a second.
We didn't hear the putting green before. Do you want me to just move it and we'll make it all the same?
Yeah, that'll be fine.
They just don't have everything else is the same, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, okay.
It's
All
just
the
this
other-
different it's just a different application, no
All
lighting,
right,
so on and
I
so
can
forth.
do that. Be patient with me. Here we go. I hereby move approval of the application of the trustees of the Convent of the Sacred Heart for a final site plan and special permit to construct a putting green with site and drainage improvements at 1177 King Street in the RA4. The applicant has advised, the commission finds that the applicant has advised that there will be no increase in enrollment in regard to this application. In addition, the commission has received comments from the Department of Public Works dated 9/26, providing allowing for zoning and building permit, and noting that the 2019 application of this applicant was closed out through IWWA. The ZEO has signed off on 7/25. The IWWA has issued a permit for activities within 100 feet of the upland review. Health Department has no objection in comments dated 6/27. The ARC moved forward this application on, yes? I hope that's right.
Mhm.
On 9/6. Conservation has made general comments in regard to this application. First of all, the commission endorses that the applicant consider the use of natural as opposed to artificial turf in this proposal, that the applicant engaged in more active management of invasive species, which was discussed as being Japanese knotweed, that the applicant consider more habitat restoration, and that the 10-foot wide buffer of native shrubs be planted along the edge of the proposed meadows to help manage invasive species. Was there anything I left out doing the motion?
No, that's it.
Address all other, applicants shall also address all other outstanding staff and departmental comments.
You didn't deal with the turf, right?
I did.
Oh, you did deal, I'm sorry.
Yes, we did. We said that we had requested that they explore using natural, we can't require it. May I have a second?
Second. Well, my seat.
Mr. Wells, hold on. No, you're not. It's the regulars on this one.
Second.
Second, Mr. Levy has seconded. Mr. McRae, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Levy?
Aye.
Mr. Lowe? Mr. Lowe, just nod.
Aye, but I may not have been on this.
I think
You were back
I think
by the
Arne, I
time.
think
we-
Arne is saying for Mr. Lowe on this.
Actually, he was back. Lowe was back for the second Sacred Heart.
I think he was too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so Lowe
It's
is a yes.
Fine,
Lowe is a yes.
fine,
Okay, Mr. Yeski?
yes.
Mr. Yeski?
I heard a distinct yes
Yeah, I did too.
from Dennis.
Okay, he's muted, though. He hasn't unmuted, so whoever heard it is wrong.
No, I
Mr.
heard it.
Yeski? Albin is also an aye, and with that, the motion passes 4-0. There you go.
There he is.
Aye. It takes a while to get it off. I wasn't on all the other ones.
You were on this one, right?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
I
With
wasn't
that,
on the Sacred Heart stuff.
yeah. Okay, this is Sacred Heart.
No, I thought we're the last one. I'm so confused. Are we on Sheep Hill?
There are two
No.
sacred-
No, we're doing Sacred Hearts putting green. You're just
Yeah.
tired.
Oh my
And
gosh. I'm so sorry, everybody.
that's all
ready
right. No worries. We do it all the time. Yeski, what do you mean you weren't on this application for the putting green?
Mr. Yeski, you were on the second one because it's new. The first one you're
That's
right.
correct. That's
Yes.
correct.
Yes, so you
that-
have
that's
voted
the same.
yes. Thank you.
Yes.
With that, the motion passes 5-0. Mr. Yeski was seated. He missed the previous one. But that one we're all done with. We got the right people. Okay, one more. Peter and Jacqueline Pinella for a final re-subdivision on Sheep Hill.
185, 189 Depot Road, application PLPZ 2023-318, final subdivision. Applicants requesting revision of the common lot line between 185 Sheep Hill Road and 189 Depot Road. It's parcel in the R12 zone. The proposed lot line revision is neither a subdivision or re-subdivision. The proposed lot line revision decreases 189 Sheep Hill Road by 100 square feet. It increases 185 by 100 square feet. Conservation issued comments 925 indicating no concerns of the application. Zoning issued comments on 926 indicating proposal meets the requirements of the BZR endorsed the project for zoning permit. Sewer issued comments on 927 requesting the applicant submit a signed letter of acknowledgement receipt of their P&Z comments. Engineering issued comments on 926 indicating issues to be addressed prior to his final site plan approval or final subdivision approval and approved for subdivision. And wetlands issued a permit needs questionnaire on 8/7/23 indicating no action required. Therefore, a motion to approve with the following comments. The applicants to provide staff green space calculations as adjusted to reflect the land swap. And the applicant should prepare a record sheet in the form of a suitable for the chairman of the Planning and Zoning Commission to sign and file with the Greenwich Land Records. And the applicant is to address any outstanding staff or interdepartmental issues.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Levy has seconded. This is all the regulars, as I remember.
Yes.
Yes. Mr.
Yes.
McRae, how do you vote? Oh,
Aye.
you guys got to be good. It's important legally. Mr. McRae,
Aye.
Mr. Levy,
Aye.
Mr. Lowe.
Aye.
Mr. Lowe
Aye.
has, just for the record, Mr. Lowe has just said aye. Okay. Mr. Yeski,
Aye.
Albin is also aye. And with that, the motion passes 5-0. We did it.
Congratulations. Thank you.
And when we were doing driveways, it sure didn't seem like we were gonna make it tonight. It's always our
I don't
worst
know if
thing.
I've made it or not, guys, but
Yeah.
good night,
You're,
everybody.
listen, you're still walking and talking and it's not 11 yet.
I don't, if what I'm doing right now is talking, you guys are
It's like
tired of
Patrick.
me.
Is this Tuesday? Is this Belgium?
Yeah, right, exactly.
All right, you
everybody.
guys, thank you
It's
for
been
all
my
the
honor.
hard
Okay.
work. Bye.
Thank you,
Well done.
everybody.
Good job.